copied the link. I always forget that. It'd be so much easier if I just had it on my clipboard. So, like, if Godless was, if I could just put it in here or whatever.
Yeah, I can recover.
Oh, right on.
So, I guess Ermine and Amon, Gus, and Godless. Oh, and Albatross. Hey, wait a minute, why isn't it? Said 5 minutes. Albatross, I'll give you the link in the side chat. Hang on. I'm wondering why I got a 5-minute notice for stuff. Okay, Albatross, that's that one is for you. Okay, the other one went off here, and I'll deal with this very briefly. Okay.
Cool.
Okay, Albatross.
Yeah, you're good looking. Sorry.
Yes. And welcome, Albatross. So we are, I guess, starting briefly, or already in progress. So when this goes on, I think we have. That's Hermine's. Sorry.
I can mod it up a little once in a while. Can I get the mods too?
You were saying? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was asking whether it would be okay. I've never asked for them. I've declined them before, but mods once in a while. I just wanted you to roll that around your mind. I usually don't have them. I usually decline them, but yeah, I don't care for them. Forget it. I would use them as a weapon, just retaliation. But even when people silence me, I don't want to silence them back. I don't want to get that game. I don't want. Hey, Albatross, is that you, bro?
How's it, Jim?
No, you don't necessarily have to, quote unquote, never overtalk or whatever it is. It's that when it's a matter of, I guess, what would you call it? I guess a scenario where you guys can hang on. Actually, do in general, make way or whatever it is for people to get through.
Well, yesterday, the two guys that had mods all day were fighting, quarreling, and it was over and over. And anybody who tried to get in any other thing, at least for me, I kept getting my mic turned down, muted. I wouldn't say I got blocked or booted or anything like that, but it was just this. It just sometimes. It was probably an exception to the rule kind of a day, so I'm over it.
I don't know what you're on about.
Well, I thought that if I had mods, I would have equal force against people that, they were really, I saw it as abusive. They wouldn't. They'd ask me what I'm talking about, but basically the two guys with mods were fighting like nonstop.
Yeah.
And
well,
kind of silencing the others.
A kind of thing people would do as controller of access is to, I don't know.
You gotta know I'm not a
try to defend stuff in some kind of fight. That would be actually something I'd say is cause to not grant it to them again. So, also, welcome, John. It's very good to see you.
Hey, John. Yeah, and part of my thinking is that I would not want to be the one to let some, flash or somebody come through unbeknownst to me. That's part of the reason that I'd rather not have to be the one activating people.
Yeah, I've
I
already
don't know enough people.
I've already figured out my fault.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, lower conscious, whatever. In the meantime, the main questions center around, well, the, I guess, lasting effects upon the conquered. And, oh, welcome, Gus. And very good to see you both on. And hopefully, Alan comes over to you. Yeah. I should probably try to hang back further. Because it appears that by manners such as something is found unpalatable or whatever. And welcome.
I like the new words that describe you. Trite, insane, sanctimonious. Very nice.
Inane, not insane.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The first, I guess the subject of the declarative statement here is that I guess a purism described as being sanctimonious and prudish, right?
Okay. I thought those were words that you were describing yourself. I was going to say, you don't seem sanctimonious to me.
Purism is then described as things like trite or derivative, inane, or otherwise, I guess you can just say stupid and vapid, and I guess kind of bland, void of content. And gauche, which is, of course, clumsy, unskilled, and inept, right? So that's how I'm characterizing the. I don't know. A recent kind of stir regarding, I guess, a lot of cheap moral outrage, right? This, what is it? People were, I suppose, emoting a great deal, and otherwise not bringing tremendous analysis or informativeness regarding the subject matter, say, applied ethics to the discussion, right? So there is a great deal of trouble with the ongoing discussions of the, I guess, foreign bombing of the Bible Thumping Wingnut show to, in fact, present Matt Slick with the pornography that his daughter Rachel Slick had made.
Would you consider
How do you know that it's
sanctimonious?
without any in-depth analysis? You slept through half of it.
I was, I didn't even catch half of it because a lot of the time I didn't want to participate in the discussion. I had it freaking muted.
Yeah, well, that's great, but it wasn't purely about.
And in a second hangout, a different topic of discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't purely emoting. You know, we weren't being irrationally. This wasn't a wholly emotion-based subject. There was some emotion there, but it wasn't wholly emotion-based. We weren't being silly little children. We were actually attempting to have an adult discussion as to what was going on and what the effects were. and how much we wanted to tolerate it going forward amongst us as a community. So, you know, perhaps a little bit less of an attempt to dismiss it all as silly. That would be nice.
Yeah, I don't appreciate your characterization, Nadia, at all, actually.
Yeah, I really do.
Energy, I guess, is the aspect you're disputing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said you would then be disputing the characterization as humanity.
Oh, I dispute just about every one of the adjectives that you've got plastered across your screen here. Actually, I not only do I dispute them, but I find them a product of you know, I've just I'm telling you.
I would just say, really, how do you know, Nadia? You slept through most of it.
Yeah.
Didn't need to see a great deal of it or hear a great deal of it in order to assess this.
Hasty generalization.
So you basically decided what it was before you even knew what was going on. That's great. Thanks.
It's
How
called
many
hasty
episodes of
generalization.
how many episodes of an American sitcom you assess the
Boy.
content as being lacking?
Well,
Yeah,
let's see here.
I'm pretty sure Mark's gonna be happy to hear that what he says is just vapid and empty. You know that.
Trite, Inane,
Trite.
and Gauche. You know, it's been a while since I've been called Gauche. The last time I was called Gauche was by somebody from the continent. Yeah. Gauche, yes. And I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a prude. There's a difference between prudishness and modesty. You know, what I do behind closed doors is not prudish. I'm also not a purist. I don't think there's anything in my life that's pure. And I'm not a purist. I'm not a Puritan, by the way, which, by the way, I think that was the word you were actually looking for, rather than Purism.
No, I know that distinction.
I think you were looking for Puritanism,
No.
and I don't think I'm Puritan. And Sanctimonious, that's really the part where I want to cordially invite you to kiss my ass. But hey, what the hell, right? I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to. I mean, I was hoping the channel or whoever would host actual discussions of like putting out real issues.
Well, you know what? Why do we bother with philosophy if we're going to disconnect it from morality? Why do we do that? I mean, isn't that the whole idea behind the is-ought thing? Isn't the whole is-ought thing connected to morality?
Gus, you're asking why should we try to discover what the nature of reality is? The real nature of reality. Because of the ramifications.
I think I had a pretty good idea what I was asking, but hey, thanks.
No, I'm telling you, I'm just restating what you're saying in another way.
May I suggest that ethics is a field of philosophy?
Yeah, I get that.
Well, Gus, what's more important to you, embracing reality or having morality?
I don't think the two of them. I don't think it's an either or. As a matter of
what
fact,
if it was though? What if?
Well, what if I was a cat? What if I had a penis sticking out of my forehead?
Yeah, but the thing is, you want to reject philosophy, which is the study.
Oh, I never said that.
No, you're saying why do we bother with philosophy if it doesn't give us morality?
Well, does it not?
Philosophy's stupid.
Yes.
Also,
Oh, are you saying,
Your mama's stupid.
Right, but Gus.
are you an adherent? Or
philosophy is
the
the study.
anti-philosophy types here?
Hey, Nadia, you already know I'm not the philosophy type. It's stupid.
Are the anti-philosophers here and adhering to Colossians chapter 2 verse 8?
Philosophy is like science without evidence.
I'm not an anti-philosopher.
Well, philosophy uses rational thought, though, and it's the study of the nature. Philosophy is the study of the nature of reality.
You can't have one. Listen, anybody, discard philosophy. That's just silly.
Yes, I can.
Science may tell us the who, what, where, when, and the how, but philosophy tells us why.
Not to mention that science is within the realm of philosophy. PhD means Doctor of Philosophy.
Well, philosophy doesn't only ask why, but
True.
but why did you say why are we bothering with philosophy if it doesn't give us morality? What's wrong? I'm just asking you a question.
What I'm trying to do is I am trying to say that why do we spend a shit ton of time around here discussing philosophy and putatively attaching it to morality if all of a sudden the second that a real world, real life example of putting all that shit into practice comes along, we sort of fucking sit there and go, ew, I'm not going to do that. That's sanctimonious, prudish, puritanical, trite, inane, vapid, and gauche.
I don't understand what you just said.
Should it be a t-shirt?
That was a really good point, Gus.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there's time for this pedantic philosophizing about issues, and there's time to look at reality and just say, okay, we have a conflict of values here at least, or standards of morality, and we cannot coexist with person X or whatever.
There's actually a methodology to address some such things, and I can refer you to reference work on the subject, right? In fact, it's a field called applied ethics.
Oh, okay. So where's the part where that book you're going to tell me, or that paper you're going to tell me about, answers, the real life question that we've been dealing with, without calling it sanctimonious, prudish, puritanical, trite, inane, vapid, or gauche?
First, it addresses methods for addressing the question, as opposed to presenting the answer to the particular question.
Does Art have mods again today?
Can you fucking hear that I'm talking, or are you just talking over me?
I typed to you, I talked to you, you fucking ignored me. Again, Nadia,
Why do you think I...
Nadia, if you don't want people to interrupt you, either talk louder or turn your mic up. You complain about that a lot, that people talk over you, but you're not loud enough for some people to hear you. I can barely hear you. It's like you're whispering.
You know what though, Jason? In this particular instance, most of the time, you're right. In this particular instance, she was perfectly understandable, and OG just tromped right over top of her.
Okay,
Fuck that shit.
That's
I've been talking to her for a half hour. I asked her about mods.
That's fine, but my solution fixes this entire problem. So just
in this particular instance, actually, no.
Gus, will you do me a favor and shut the fuck up?
Hey, Jason, will you do me a favor and fucking think instead of emote?
Will you suck my fat fucking cock?
You know what, little boy? You wouldn't know what to do with a blowjob from me if I was queer and bothered to give you one, okay? And while you're at it, shut up, okay? While you're at it, stop being such a fucking baby. When you're finished being a fucking baby, start talking again. If you're supposed to be what conservatism is in the fucking world, I weep for the planet.
I'm not a conservative.
Yeah, you bullshit. If you're supposed to be whatever fucking right, if you're supposed to be what passes for the future, I will fucking crawl back to the past happily.
I'm liberal.
Such a fucking baby.
Nadia, I can leave this place and go to Pal Chat.
Oh, I can leave. I'll go away and never come back.
No, I've been disrespected by Nadia now for month after month.
Oh, fuck. She disrespects everybody. What the fuck? It's the way it works.
Put your picture up there, Gus, and see how much shit's long. You're an ugly fucker by your own admission. Put your big face up there.
What does that got to do with
Nadia fucking rejects me because I'm fat and ugly. I'm not stupid. Well, I shouldn't say that, because as soon as I say I'm not stupid, that's an admission nowadays of being self-obsessed or whatever it's called.
Nadia calls herself fat and ugly.
I just don't like being marginalized by Nadia. I've never done anything untoward.
What the fuck are you talking about marginalized? She just doesn't want you to talk while she's talking, you fucking potato.
Yeah, because you get away with it fucking ad nauseum.
No,
What's the deal?
No, I don't.
Do you have the key to her fucking house or something?
No, I don't. Hey, no, I don't.
How come you get away with so much? How come every time I open my fucking mouth, I feel like I have to be intimidated by somebody?
Because you're stupid. That's not my fault.
It's not just that. No, actually, it's not only that, Gus. There's actually a process of it.
A process. You know what part of the process involves you? What part of the
and
process
other people
involves you
grinding
ceasing?
people
What
out
part of the process?
of relevance.
What part of the process involves you ceasing to fucking whine? Is there a part of the process in there someplace?
Yes, I want to know who. I want either mods myself. Not that I would ever misuse them. I would never. Guys, you muted me. I didn't even mute you back. Did you notice that? I don't want to use them, but I want the assuredness
I muted you because
that
you had diarrhea.
Can get back in the room.
I'll do it. I'll mute him.
I won't do that. Now, Nadia, you got to know this. If you go back, if there was like a computer that could show you every time that I've talked, how you barked on, jumped up my head. It doesn't sound good, does it, guys? Said the fucking diva of the starship.
I know. It's terrible. Call the police.
I don't want to fucking rob you of any of your diva-ness.
Oh, fuck off, OG. Jesus Christ, you're fucking stupid.
The stage is yours,
you stupid.
Goddess.
Gus, will you stop calling him stupid, please?
No, I won't, godless. No, I won't.
Hey, Gus, you're stupid.
Hey, fucking Xion.
Jason.
Hey, Xion.
I'm thinking Nadia is a little bit superficial.
That's how you spell Jason?
No, that's not how you spell it.
It's how the ancient Greeks spelled it.
Anyway, it hurt my feelings.
Oh, gee, I don't want you to leave.
Jason is spelled Jason.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know where you're coming from on this, OG, but...
I've seen you give mods to people that, that are fucking brand new to this place. The one time I say, hey, I wouldn't mind having those, just because, not that I intend to use them.
Hey,
and it's like, get away, fucking peasant.
I've been coming here for a fucking year. I've never had mods. Don't cry.
Then how do you mute people?
You don't need the mods to mute.
You don't need them to mute, yeah.
You don't need...
See,
you just found out, godless.
Art, I swear to God, you and what's his name, Palm, fucking just ran. You don't even know how much I love you on the one hand, but on the other hand, you're a talking fucking machine. And then you get Palm going, and it's all the same thing over and over and over. And you kept every time that I finally got a chance to say something.
Oh, shut up! Jesus Christ! Piss, wail, and cry.
I've only ever abused my mods once, and it was to eject Gus.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
OG, you realize that OG is still talking in the street.
Shh, don't tell him. Shh.
Fuck off.
Yeah, fucking told him. Damn it.
Hi, John.
I've been here longer than Godless Kafir. She's had mods since she first started here.
Well, that was a mistake on both ends of the fucking equation.
Oh, gee, why don't you just ask Nadia? Nadia, why don't you give me mods?
She pretended not to hear it. She was sort of
Nadia, why don't you give OG mods?
So then I finally, after a half hour, I fucking asked her, and it was right when she was making a point, and I apologize for that. But I typed it, and I saw that she was
I'll ask her for you. I'll ask her for you. Let's see if she answers.
Nadia,
why don't you...
I heard his question.
What?
She's
I carry on.
I didn't hear you, Nadia. What?
Right. So I heard his question. I carry out my own personality assessment and such, and I guess suitability, whatever it is, of I guess people do whatever it is. Probably not necessarily some kind of it's some kind of statement that they are esteemed.
It is. Godless, Godless, could you take the mods? You're a cool fucking chic person, just like fucking high school.
I do. I always have mods.
I ask you, and I'm a fucking regular guy, and I get thrown to the side. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're a little old to be acting like a fucking baby, aren't you?
Wait, OG, I didn't hear what you said about me. What did you say about me?
Well, you got the mods. You got mods from the start here. I've never wanted them until now.
Gross baby,
I would use them.
Gross baby,
Guys, why don't you take somebody's side besides your own once in a while? This is a little fucking thought exercise. You might find out that you make a lasting friend.
Here's another fucking demonstration of your stupidity. If you had half an idea what you're talking about, you'd be dangerous. The other half of the idea would fucking teach you that I do take sides. I just don't take yours. Now unmute.
Gus would be ejecting people all the time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd be doing, and you'd be fucking first, wouldn't you? Except
I never would. And you can see, Nadia, if you see anything, I don't even silence people.
Why do you want the mods so badly if you're never going to use them?
Yeah, just for a feeling of sort of a security blanket thing. That's all I mean. It's like a
security blanket.
You know,
what?
Like Catholics, sometimes they'll have a rosary bead or something in their
Well,
pocket,
then play
or
rosary, then. What
Indian will have a. No, I'm not a Catholic anymore.
Here's a
deal
fucking
with things here. The tensions.
You never get unbroadcast. You never get ejected. You know anybody can mute you. So mods has nothing to do with that. So what? What do you want the mods for so badly?
So that if somebody does, I can get back in.
So no, you can't. If somebody ejects you, even if you have the mods, you can't get back.
No,
in.
you can get back in, Gus. I found out. That's why.
You can't. If somebody ejects you,
OG, Gus is right. You can't get back in if you're ejected.
Besides, I don't think, now, I could be wrong, but I don't think one mod can eject another mod.
I feel like I'm being treated as less than.
No, OG, I'm not taking Gus's side here. I'm just saying.
Right. No, I agree. Thanks. No, that actually, I'm a little embarrassed because that was my bone of contention. Was it? I want to be able to get back in the room. So I did waste some of your time. Sorry.
Well, if you have you can get back in if you have a sock account. Nobody's gonna, kick you. Nobody's gonna kick you twice. Unless it's fucking like what's his name? Unless it's Veckel or some shit. Or Seamus. Seamus has triple kicked me before.
Maybe that's something to do with cheat.
Mods.
What?
Yeah, Seamus doesn't get mods here.
Was that again?
I don't
Seamus,
think mods here.
Seamus doesn't get mods anymore?
No.
A long time ago.
Well, that's good. Then Nadia started listening to me.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Because that guy's a fucking creep. That guy's a creep and a half.
Yeah, Nadia used to give mods to Brett fucking Keen. It took me fucking months to
Well,
convince
I'm
him
glad
not to
Brett
do it.
doesn't show up anymore.
I like America.
You mind?
No, not at all.
Okay. Yeah, I tried with some people, and well, stop granting it to them, right? Did you hear me?
Yes, you've tried with some people, and that, well, I'll just sum it up, that wasn't maybe wise.
Yeah? Yeah, they don't get it anymore.
Yeah.
See the results. If results are bad, stop doing it.
Well, good. Now all we need to do is just stop the fucking Gus and OG playground dispute.
Alright. Yeah, I am feeling kind of sorry for myself. I just put it out there. That's baby shit. I know it, but
there's nothing wrong with wanting mods, especially if if no one has a reason to think that you're going to abuse them. There's nothing inherently wrong with that.
I would fucking never abuse them. Well, I can't say I never would. Thanks for the adjustment there, Sean.
It's not, it's not Gus's place to tell you don't fucking deserve mods or to tell you to grow up or tell you you're stupid. He's just being an edgy little cunt lord.
Oh,
that's giving his own view. The irony there, yeah.
Yeah, seriously, right? I'm beginning to realize that with some people I don't need to say a fucking word. I just need
here's a guy that you probably called stupid one time too many, and now look. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, my eyes. Oh, sorry. My eyes suggest that it would be better to have the conversation than to have a conversation about having the conversation. What?
Yeah.
Well, Nadia, but there are elements of order and stuff.
Just a word of advice, OG. When you want something from Nadia and you don't get it, it's not best to mock her voice in front of her. That won't go. That's not going to work. No.
I would much rather do that than behind her back, which is the order of the day around this.
But why mock?
World.
Oh, listen, OG, and you better get this straight. I don't say anything about people behind their back that I don't say to their face.
Nor do I.
You better get that straight.
But that's not fucking new to me. That behavior. That would be a new fucking behavior probably for other people.
I think not.
For me, that's the way I live my life.
Anyway.
All right,
we're all family.
Yeah.
All right, that's
family. I don't want to go too far. And also, the reason I don't like to fight or get too expressive is, like Mark, I said something to him the other day that I regretted not a half hour later. When I get mad, I start swearing and bitching like a idiot.
Well, you know us English and our Lilliputian accents.
That kind of stuff. Yeah. So I don't want to. A guy like me in my shape, I could fucking drop dead if I get too excited about a fight or whatever. It's not worth it to me, and I apologize to you guys if I come across. But it was a simple request. My timing again was. I fell off the fucking stage, I guess, timing wise. But so, but I guess I got no last. I don't want to do a tit for tat thingy ever with you.
Won't start, none won't be none.
Hey, Nadia, can I ask a favor?
Sure.
And it's just something for you to consider, but do you know Christian? He's from Down Under. He's from Oz.
Christian Smith?
Yes, Christian Smith.
I can't search for his profile independently.
Okay, do you mind if I were to link it that you were just consider?
Yep.
All right, I'll do that right now. Thank you.
The guy starts using my channel as a platform to, I don't know, try to mobilize people against me or whatever. He's gone again.
He is sincerely sorry for taking the wrong side. Let's just put it that way.
It's been a lot of apologies recently. Seamus, Justin, Christian.
I missed too much of what you were saying. Could you repeat it? Sure.
I said there were many apologies, right, being done by people recently. I'm not making any inference, just saying, Seamus apologized and Justin apologized and now Christian. Just saying. Maybe I should apologize for something.
Alright, quick. Somebody say something really funny.
Hitler did nothing wrong.
Why should we bother when all you need to do is look at the mirror?
Aww. See, Gus, that's now you're starting shit.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know, XEN. Sometimes it's hard for me just to be normal.
Who's XEN?
I don't know. Who the fuck is XEN? It's plastered across your picture here.
You mean Jason? My name's Jason.
That's not how that's spelled. Or you need to get hooked on phonics if you think that's how Jason is spelled.
That's my birth name.
Maybe
my birth name
Jupiter.
is Jason.
Hey, Jason, how do you say your birth name?
Yeah, Jason.
Wait a minute. I thought you were saying XEN was your birth. Fuck, forget it. I'm done with that.
No,
with you guys.
My birth name is Jason.
Oh.
Poor Earthy.
I have the blonde outfit for I am the blonde for the week.
All right then, Mark.
All right then. I'm just answering a piece of nonsense I've just seen on the internet. It's terrible.
Wait, is somebody wrong on the internet again?
That'll never end.
No, it's this other outrage about, we've got to leave MK alone because he could be severely mentally ill and now we can't touch him because he'd act like a dick. Well, he's acting like a dick. It's nothing. He's not mentally ill. Proper mentally ill people don't do what he does.
So what happened?
He reported Skylar's channel for impersonating Jesus.
No, he did it.
I love it. He went to block him and tried to make out, I didn't know that when you block someone, I thought you had to carry through and click the bit where it says, do you want to report them as well? And I reported them for impersonating someone serious. And the only person I know that's serious is Jesus.
It's Jesus.
So, and then the usual fucking soft touch to come out. Oh, poor MK, we should just leave him alone, and we shouldn't. Red's Rhetoric had a hangout with him, and made him look a bit of a dick, and he ran off, and so. You know what Red's like? He's great. He swore at him, said, "You fucking this, you fucking bitch." And people go, "Oh, we shouldn't be calling MK a bitch because he's probably a bit ill, and we should now all step away and don't mock him anymore because he could." Fuck off. Where's all this sudden bloody police force come from?
Yeah, well, something is wrong. Come on now.
No, he's just acting. Look at the hangouts he's in. He's smirking all over his face. He's trying to stifle a laugh. 1 minute he's grinning, then he does something a bit silly. He's just acting up for attention. He's not seriously mentally ill.
Yeah, when he makes a hangout from a fucking hospital, showing how there's a bed in front of the fucking door, and he's all okay. Don't worry about me, guys. I'm all okay.
When he starts going, Benny.
Yeah, that's someone that's properly mentally ill.
Yeah.
That ended up in a proper institution. You know, you could tell when you start actually filming from inside the nut house and telling everyone, "Shh, it's okay, I'm in control." With your bed up against the door, the staff are outside saying, "Fine, we'll just turn the internet off." It's just, but MK's not. It's not so much that. It's all the people coming out. Oh yeah, look, let's not swear at him. Well, if that's the case, everyone, the same people should ignore G-Man, Arcane, Mac, Tommy, me, and any number of people that could be said to be not all there.
Actually, when I said something about that, it was in response to someone characterizing him as, in fact, mentally ill. I don't remember exactly what phrase he used to refer to it. And yes, saying that itself was funny.
Yeah, just get off the internet, MK. If things that, but it's not. He's hosting hangouts and doing. Mentally ill people don't normally host hangouts or have the wherewithal to deal with it, and I'm not buying it for a minute. Now we've got the Google Plus police are out telling us what to do and what not to do, and who to ignore and who to speak to, and when to speak to them and how to speak to them, and fuck off.
Well, I specifically did not address aspect of it in general. I am not a advocate of mockery at all, categorically.
I like it when it's well done.
Yeah, half the community are queuing up to interview him now, and yet the same people that have done their interviews with him and been in hang-ups with him are now saying, "Oh, we should ignore him." Oh well, that's all right then.
I tend to do that when people go batshit.
Yeah, he's acting up more and more and more. The more attention he's got, the more he's acting up. That's all he's doing. Fucking idiots. Stop telling people what to do.
Well, I didn't actually make a specific recommendation of any kind of alternative action.
What? So again, sorry. So should be what? Sorry.
I said I did not make any specific recommendation of some kind of alternative action.
Yeah. So the same as when how many people were queuing up to hold hangouts or come in to tell you what to do, what you should and shouldn't be doing. That pissed me off as well. I remember, was it Trevor and Sty were holding a hangout all about Nadia, and I went in and said, "Fucking Nadia's Nadia. If you don't like Nadia, don't watch her channel. Don't go into her hangouts."
Well, my policy regarding that sort of is in effect damnation memoriae, right?
Yeah, it's just
basically, you know, when that kind of thing, it's not going to be like some kind of battleground from which are going to launch whatever on me. I pretty much, not speak their name on my or voice on my channel. I guess I have to control others to try to get them to stop mentioning names. I don't need or want them to retaliate against me for bringing any kind of mention of them, or having any kind of mention of them made on my channel. That includes implied mentions.
I mean, Jason's back. He supposedly had a mental, and everyone's picking back up on Jason Burns. If you put yourself out there, you're going to get stuff. But if I just don't get this.
Who's Jason Burns?
Oh, he's a wang doodle from a long ways back.
Okay.
He's a proper scholar.
He threatened. He got criticised for his what he was doing on here, or mocked a little bit. Not so much criticised, mocked and had responses. And then he actually pretended to kill himself. He covered himself in tomato ketchup and came on camera and said, "I've tried to kill myself."
Oh.
So, but it backfired because 2 people phoned the police and they turned up to his house and took him to the doctors. Something like that.
Oh, Godless OG just called you a beanbag. That's so sweet. So I'm going to call you from now on Godless beanbag.
All right. I would suggest, well, that where there are, I guess, well, the question of retributive justice, about that, and saying, okay, well, they deserve that kind of, I suppose, bad thing put upon them, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you put yourself out there, much as you do, you sit in front of a camera and do your thing, and you've taken the hits and rolled with the punches and all the rest of it, and you're still here. That's what people do. If it's too much, leave. If not, don't keep that personal. And the same with MK.
I think it becomes a bit addictive though, and that's why it's hard to just cut it off. I cut it off for about 6 months, but it's tough.
Might I suggest that, well, what is wrong with the punches? Do I ever participate in these kinds of shit talking feuds?
No, what I mean is, roll with the punches is that you haven't bowed to certain pressures. You do your own thing, irrespective of other people's opinions. And what I'm saying is that this.
Hang on. Sorry to interrupt you. Jason, Sean, whatever it is, do not screen share the Hangout window itself. There are good reasons why you should not do that. Yeah, please stop screen sharing it, by the way. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm probably making a hash of what I'm trying to say, but I just think that the same people that
I'm a bit drunk. My apologies.
That explains.
Loud as well. Still, a lot of 8-year-olds are like that. Never mind.
I'm not 8. I'm not 8 years old.
When are you 9?
I'm not 9 either.
I'm this many.
7?
This many.
This many.
This many.
And it's the one middle finger, isn't it?
I'm 20.
You don't need to stroke your lungs with the microphone.
I turned 21. I turned 21 in June.
Oh, wow.
Good luck on making 26.
June what?
What?
June what?
June 21st.
Oh gosh, you're barely a Gemini. Okay.
What?
I'm a very sexy Gemini.
In your own lunchtime, maybe. The rest of us adults are talking about something else.
Shinu, what are you doing?
Yeah, as the methods of counteraction, as at least I prefer them to be, are I would say non-retributive, right?
Yeah.
And furthermore, I think mockery is, categorically, well, at the very least, I don't care to do.
Well, I think it has its place. I mean, I know I've heard both both Eve mentioned that some mockery of her religious position and stuff did work with her because she's a slightly more aggressive type of person. That sort of aggressive mockery sometimes, did have an effect. So it has its place. It's better than violence.
Say perhaps it's maybe not quite. Well, it's often not as damaging as violence, but
You know, I meant as in mocking the
at all
belief.
whatsoever. Go ahead.
Yeah, I meant mocking the belief, not the person. I mean, yeah. If you had some silly beliefs, I'd mock them as opposed to, mocking you personally.
I don't think that actually. I think people try to make that distinction. I don't think it really works.
Yes, I can't mock Nadia's beliefs because I'm still trying to understand them. I'm like, huh? And she always has some good justification, and I get stumped just on one. She's like, free will. I'm a determinist. What is determinist? Then I look that up, and I'm like, yeah, but that's wrong because of X, Y, Z. And then she slams 3 books down for me to read. 8 philosophers. Oh, yeah, I'll get it.
I have to Google Nadia's titles for the Hangouts.
Right.
I'm not actually the determinist. I'm well, you might say a non-libertarian incompatibilist, but I suppose you can be more specific. But hybrid, excuse me, as you could be more specific than non-libertarian incompatibilist. Describe it as hybrid, hard determinism. Excuse me. You can have characterized as hybrid, hard indeterminism, and hard determinism. So,
hard indeterminism and hard determinism?
A hybrid between, yes.
I'm a hard incompatibilist because I think there's randomness on the quantum level.
Right, hard incompatibilist, non-libertarian, yeah. That applies to me too, and I'm more specifically have basically hard indeterministic phenomena and hard.
No, I gotta show you a link that shows it all. Hang on a second.
Relations are a sort of proper dichotomy and all that. So, yeah, you can throw a link at me to. There's various kinds of categorization systems. I can probably leverage whatever it has to describe me as well. Go ahead. Yeah, the hard indeterminism is basically.
Look at this. There's so many different ones. I don't even know what they all are.
I just looked up hard incompatibilism, and one of the last sentences it states is, as a result, incompatibilism is a very confusing term in the free will debates. No shit.
No, incompatibilist just means that you don't think free will is compatible with determinism.
Oh, this is great. I've gotten some great links today. Thanks, Godless.
My link doesn't say what they mean, but it shows.
Yeah, that's fine. That sometimes it's just that simple, just to get a visual, because I'm so much more of a visual learner. Thank you.
I'm a what do you call it?
Faggot?
No. Well, yeah. What's the word? Oh, I'm an existentialist.
Okay, so I see. I find with the narrow and broad incompatibilism.
Nadia, what's soft libertarianism? Do you know?
What?
Soft libertarianism.
Soft libertarianism. Soft libertarianism. I'm not sure.
I know this one thing that could solve it.
Yeah, this one doesn't actually describe the various positions it's naming, so I have no idea. Anything is there? Yeah, the.
Can I? Here, I'll just drop the link for soft libertarianism that I found if it's helpful.
Compatibilism.
Hey, Jason. Jason. Jason.
Oh gosh, they bring up this notion of this distinction between freedom of responsibility and freedom of integrity. I can't even begin to. That's kind of a cool idea.
What?
Listen, there's been some rumors. Somebody told me that you're racist. Would you call yourself a racist?
No, I don't hate any particular race.
So interesting what
Would you
people's
say that-
definition of racism is.
What, like, what?
Yeah.
Who said I was a racist?
Christopher. I don't know if you know Christopher. And I could understand him because you said like really some racial slurs.
Christian
Like,
Christopher or weird Christopher?
no. But the weird Christopher, yes, the one who will fuck you without batting an eye.
Wait. Not weird shirtless Christopher, right?
The weird shirt.
gosh. The brother Christopher.
Oh, the brother. Oh.
Fuck me, he's got a last name. It's Stewart.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't like me.
Yeah, I mean, you use some
There's a surprise.
racial slurs. Right?
I have used racial slurs in the past, yes.
You're mean.
You don't anymore?
Well, and I haven't recently.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to not be shocked if people call you a racist. If you
Yeah, I'm not a racist because I haven't called someone a nigger for a week. Doesn't work.
Okay, no, Veckel I think has branded me as a racist because I called him a nigger once.
You call him house negro. You call him house
What a
negro or
shock.
something like that.
What a shock.
Is that all, eh?
Man calls another man nigger and gets labelled racist. Shocker.
Yeah, but I'm not one. I'm definitely not a racist.
Oh, no, it doesn't sound like it.
How do you define racism again?
Like an individual person being racist?
Sure.
I don't know, hating somebody because they're different.
Using hateful racist language, maybe? Just to,
I don't think that would make. I don't think.
wild
no.
stab in the
Okay.
dark.
Then any comedian that's used the N-word is a racist.
Not if he's not aiming it at a particular person, but if you've aimed a racist slur at Veckel, who's a black
Okay,
man,
so if I
that
call
makes you a racist.
Veckel the N-word for shock value, that still makes me a racist?
Well, how would they know it's just for shock value?
Because I told him.
So if you said, "I'm going to call you the N-word for shock value," and then you did it,
No.
or you told him afterwards.
We've held periodic conversations periodically over and over in the past, and he knows how I feel, but he wants to label me anyway.
So I think there's
Right,
two
so it's his
elements
fault.
of racism. One is if you possess, if you think that a member of a group possesses like characteristics specific to that group, and then you distinguish it as inferior or superior to another race. I think that's really well. So Iron does this crap where he goes, well, all blacks have lower IQ, right? And IQ is a higher IQ is something to be esteemed. And then when I'm like, well, that's racist, and he goes, well, I'm not a racist. I'm like, but
Okay, Ermine, I've never said that or done that.
okay, but I was just giving an example.
No, I appreciate that definition. Do you think that me calling Veckel the N-word makes me a racist?
Well, I think you are giving a member of the group, anytime you call someone the N-word, that like characteristics associated with nigger, right? And then if you decide that nigger is better or worse, I think that's what you're doing by using the word, and that's why I'm like don't appreciate the word. So
well, the only context that I gave it was that I used it for shock value because he wouldn't shut the fuck up, so I screamed it at him.
okay, my recommendation.
I used it out of malice, not out of prejudice.
I don't know intent, and people usually don't. It just it feels like when you use it out of malice, you're still saying you're inferior, right? Because I'm using.
Well, I think he's inferior, but not because he's black, because he's stupid.
Right. Then I wouldn't recommend the word nigger.
Also,
as shock value, because that's
right.
what makes.
Which is why I haven't used it since, at least against Veckel.
Well, yeah,
I still say it every now and then.
I would encourage you not to say it if you don't want people to think you're racist.
Can I say shifty Chinaman?
Really? 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 And you don't want us to treat you like you're stupid? Really?
I'm not stupid.
Well then don't act like it then.
I'm in college. I'm getting an education.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
I know plenty of people with degrees that haven't got enough brains to rub together.
Doesn't sound like you're doing so well so far.
There is such a thing as being educated beyond one's intelligence.
Yeah. I'm just saying
It's not.
it's a slippery slope.
All right. Thank you, Hermine. I appreciate that.
Now, the only one I've heard that uses it that could make the case of not being racist is when they're doing it in company of friends, and it's like almost like a homie. Then you can't assume in that way. You can't assume that there's a derogatory or superior, inferior. I still don't think it's wise, but whatever.
Did you just call someone a homie? That's homophobic. Or is that homophobic? I'm not sure.
Sorry.
What are you studying, Eugene? I don't know how to pronounce that.
Biology.
Is that just biology, nothing else?
No, I have a minor. I have a minor in chemistry.
So you're not going to do the.
Have a minor what?
I have a minor in chemistry.
Yeah, a lot of bio people, I guess. I do OChem, either dual measures.
I kind of have to do a minor in chemistry for this master's program, but
So why aren't you doing MCDB?
Because I'm not going that route.
Okay, you don't want to go to med school. Okay.
No, I don't. I'm getting my teaching certificate.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh.
You and
Don't turn into Dionysus.
I want to be a teacher.
Oh, don't.
I like working with. I've had good experiences in the past 3 or 4 years working with kids. Really good experiences.
To perhaps go try and learn how to rephrase that slightly.
Well, I tried to phrase it in a way that didn't sound.
I know. I've had good experience.
So how should I phrase it? I'm a good tutor. I'm trying to be as altruistic as I can in my fucking community.
What's that got to do with teaching children? You don't
think it's altruistic to teach children?
No, I didn't say that.
Do you think I'm trying to get some sick gratification out of it?
What qualities do you think you have to enable you to?
I'm a good tutor. I've seen results.
Not just about teaching.
What about teaching?
It's not just about. Are you doing English as well, or is that a second language?
No, English is my first language.
Oh.
I speak English, French, and Norwegian.
You're going to need a sense of humor to teach kids.
I do have a sense of humor. If I didn't have a sense of humor, I wouldn't use the N-word if I didn't have a sense of humor.
Yeah, I'm recommending if you're teaching kids to just cut that out right.
Right. Yeah. You realize, Hermine, that there's, I'm capable of shifting languages, right? So there's the personality that I let seep out in here, and I have a professional lingo. Okay?
Oh, I know that we all code switch.
Yeah. Sorry, not language shift. I code switch. Yeah.
I was just mentioning the non-academic. You're going to need to loosen up far more to teach. What age group are you hoping to teach?
High school.
Oh God! Oh bless you. I hate high school kids.
So do I.
What age group would that be? Because I'm not in the same country as you.
What age group is that? That's 15.
Oh fucking hell! It's like pulling teeth. Yeah. What age children do you intend to teach?
High school, 15 to 18.
Right. Yeah. High school isn't an age.
You interrupted me when I was saying it. 15 to 18. Jesus fuck.
You're not going to do so well with kids, are you? If you can't stand a little bit of ribbon, sunshine. See what I did there?
I bet you'd lift my fucking left nut, please.
Yeah, you're gonna last about 10 minutes in a class. Some teacher takes a piss out of you a little bit. Lift my left nut, you fucker.
Yeah, people. I don't know. Have a
massage my fucking teeth.
You've got a long way to go.
Hear me, or it's my echo cancellation cutting out.
Sorry, I think I spoke over you. Sorry, Nadia.
Okay. I was suggesting people have at various points tried to, maybe have something to do with kids, because the obvious, and even though I might not have some kind of whatever it is sort of reaction, I really don't like being around it. That's actually true in a lot of cases. I kind of just my expression of distaste for something, well, I don't know, maybe discarded or dismissed as not genuine or something.
I can hear somebody's hard drive working.
Oh, well.
And apparently Gus is a Jew.
Yeah. Like, people say, oh, well, you have infinite patience, you should work with kids or something.
Yeah, this is what Dean is intending to put on the chalkboard at school. Handwriting's class clever. That's a clever boy.
This is the topic for today, kids.
Oh, is that the smiley face? It is very clever. Colour it in. Oh, look.
I don't know.
Talking this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is that his teeth? But
that is the worst smiley ever.
Yeah, this is for someone that hopes to do biology.
Holy shit, that is terrifying. That's like the face of like a really high molester.
Yeah, why the eyes just above the lips? What sort of biology are you doing?
Troll biology.
And what is that? Is it like a goatee?
Behold your child's future teacher.
Oh, no, but
N is what? You didn't finish the sentence.
What's that? Is that
It looks
ovaries?
a bit like a small intestine.
let's see if I can.
Oh, it's artistic. Oh, look at that.
And now you're just bullshitting me. There's no register on that screen.
Okay,
Well,
bear with me. I'm going to screen share my handwriting. Looks like. I can find the application for.
he's learned how to colour in as well.
Hello? What are you talking about?
It's a screen share that Xene is putting up.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
It's just drawing pictures. Oh, really?
And writing various bits of the female anatomy, apparently.
Yeah, various biological words.
Yeah.
It's good to see American tax dollars haven't been wasted on the education system.
What is this? Let me screen share my handwriting to address it. If I can, my system stop lagging. Okay, so that's my handwriting.
That's very nice. It's got a nice flourish to it.
Oh,
Oh, wow, very artistic.
yeah. That's
Almost
very
It
every
almost
word.
looks like it's a font, a cursive font.
Yeah. Almost every word has got a flourish to it. There.
Godless, when you say that you think it looks like a cursive font, do you mean that it has a standardized format from letter to letter?
At a glance, I don't know. I'd have to look closer at it, but I'm just saying because it's so neat.
You know what I find really helps me to write cursive well is using a fountain pen. I find ballpoint pens are shit for cursive.
Yeah. You almost got to write like that with a fountain pen.
Yeah. Because I remember when I was a kid, like when I was in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, my penmanship was like fucking Sanskrit. And I remember our 5th grade teacher insisted that we all have fountain pens. That was my first. She used to call them cartridge pens, but that's just the way they were fed their ink. And
yeah. We had them at grammar school, but we weren't allowed to write with anything else.
Yeah, and I loved them. I absolutely loved them, especially because I was allowed to use black ink for the first time. Because normally in our school, kids were only allowed to write in blue, and teachers wrote in red.
Oh,
and
you recognize the material I have written below my signature? This one's probably mostly for Gus. Actually, hang on, OG might know it.
Ray asked in the external chat, do you paint, or are you any good as an artist, Nadia? Drawing, etc.
No.
Have you tried? It looks like you got an artistic flourish there.
But that's Estuans and Terriers, the Carmina Brahman. Estuans and Terriers, ero vehementi, innovatudine proclamamenti. I'm burning inside, seething with rage and bitterness. I talk to myself.
Oh, blimey, all Latin.
not a Wendy Weedy Wiki to be seen.
What were you guys talking about? Some Latin expression?
Yeah. Estuans and Terriers from the Khmer Brahmin.
Is this from Julius Caesar?
No. The Carl Orff's, I guess, original music.
Is that Carmina Burana?
What is it? Paris Census was it 660 or something like that?
Isn't that what Caesar wrote in his emo days?
No. That's very amongst the 10th century.
His emo period.
Wackus, life is sucks.
Did you hear that I said it was from Bavarian monks in the 10th century?
We're making a secondary joke unconnected to that. We'll return to it in a moment.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, there's actually there, which is basically that there was musical notation or writing that actually went along with it, but it could not be deciphered until after Orff's death and all that. So most people know the what is it? O Fortuna, Vedo Luna, Statu Varialis, and all that, right? I guess Codex Buranus or something like that.
Carmina Burana?
Well, yes, I'm citing this from the Carmina Burana. I'm describing the.
My favorite song from him was Glassenhauer.
Was what again?
Glassenhauer? The one that uses the xylophones?
From who, Carl Orff?
Yeah.
That's not. It's a different work.
I know it's a different work. That's what I'm saying. My favorite from him is Glassenhauer.
Yeah, there are also some German things that are very antique form of German. For instance, Kramer gibt die Farbe mir has some pretty interesting orthography for Gip and Farbe, right?
Gotcha.
Basically, what was it? That it's not palatalization. It's volatilization or something like that. The V sound, V, or V, hadn't become the B sound, B, like modern day Farben, right? And the vowel to F transition in the medieval German, or whatever it was, Middle German. It was with a V instead of an F, right? So, that's right. Yeah. And Gip, the Gaben showed a different pattern instead of the V becoming a B. It was a P becoming a B. So that's interesting little consonantal shift. Yeah, you can see some of the same stuff going on with, like, Beowulf to modern English, whatever.
I'm so thankful for modern English.
Well, yeah. A lot of it's not that tough to figure out, but you kind of have to get used to kind of thing that's different being different. Or,
That's fair.
I mean, like, one of the reasons why it's easy respects is, like, I got kind of both the Romance and Germanic sides covered. So it's like, oh, Spanish, that's the Romance side. Even though it's not exactly French, which you got to sing from the Romance side. And, German, obviously. It's the Germanic French names and Saxons. So I go in and I'll see like grammatical or orthographical and all those kinds of patterns. Yeah, they're all covered. Probably one I don't really have covered very well is the much earlier sort of Celtic and all that. The residual Celtic influence, I think, on modern day things is pretty minor. It's like how many actual words of Celtic words are there left? I know crag is one, but
So I'm eating this chick out, right? And then I start tasting horse semen, and I go, "Oh, Grandma, that's how you died."
Are you reading the Book of Ezekiel again?
Wow.
I don't know what to say.
You want to teach
I was
kids?
like Jimmy Carter to the power of Dane Cook.
It's like fractional wrongness in that joke.
Well, Nadia was sort of talking. It was an interesting subject, and all of a sudden, fucking shitlegs turns up and thinks she's going to be funny by, I don't know.
See, up until then, I didn't think I had standards.
I seek to break those barriers.
Well, it's not that often that Nadia.
With his head, apparently.
It's Sean Green, whatever your bloody name is. It's not that often that Nadia.
Jason, hi, nice to meet you.
Gets to talk for that long, and it was an interesting subject, and you just trampled all over it, you dickhead.
Nice to meet you. My name's Jason.
Okay.
Okay. Looks like you turned out lists, but they separated out by like the particular subgroup of languages involved. So the Brittonic origin that is, Celtic languages native to Britain that that's from especially ancient antiquity. And here we go. That's not very many words. And what is it? Gaulish origin that came over with the Normans and all that. It's actually larger. So. Not very impressive, right? Let's see what the other ones they have. Welsh and everything else. Yes, the Welsh are still floating around, so yet, yeah, cum I don't think is used anywhere. Prudish is more, maybe not. Paul, I guess, is yeah, Britain. Okay. And, oh, crockery. Yeah. Anybody didn't expect that one. Scottish Gaelic. Yeah, here we go. Not very many stuff. Not very many things here. Okay, Galore. Right. Gob. Slowly. Funk. I'm sure people will appreciate that one. Trousers and whiskey. Oh, Whiskivit. Yeah, that's Water of Life. Above Shanty and Smidgen. And anyway, Old Irish origin. So, yeah, Celtic fair influences on the English are pretty minor. Certainly not the grammar carried over. Okay, I do a quick one that gives you. You ever read the King James Bible? He says like the Lord is come and all that.
Yeah.
You know why it says is instead of has?
Why?
So, well, Anglo-Saxon obviously comes from Germanic origins. Saxony is still called that in Germany, right? Sachsen Nordheim to this day. Okay, so they basically came over speaking German.
Oh.
And in German, they have these auxiliary verbs like to have, like you have been or have gone to the store and all that. Those the way you use the word have as an auxiliary verb. They have a funny rule for that. They use haben, like have, carry straight over. So the B became a being, right? As the kind of primary one, etc. But if it doesn't take a direct object, it's an intransitive verb. They use sein or to be, right? In German. So the ancient German had that too. It goes all the way back as far as I think we have records of languages, and the Angles and Saxons carried it with them. And by the time you get to Queen Elizabeth and Shakespeare, well, haben became our have in English, and sein was became our is in English, but they were still hanging on to transitive and intransitive distinction between auxiliary verbs. Right? So because it's I guess is intransitive in the sense that the predicate's not a direct object, right?
Yeah.
Or comma is actually intransitive too, and that's what is it? It says it doesn't take a direct object, right? Come something to break something. So you have broken a foot, but because you don't go something direct object, you are gone to the store, right? At least that's the Elizabethan English, right?
Right.
Yeah. I don't actually recall exactly when it was dumped, but I'm pretty sure it was gone already by the 19th century.
Huh.
King James was 1611. I think the 1800 stuff had at least pretty early in the 1800s they dumped it because stuff involving actually late 1700s even. The Constitution and stuff doesn't use it. So. Confessions of English Opium Eater, all that kind of stuff doesn't use it. Frankenstein. Yeah. So Byron, Shelley and Keats, yeah, they don't use it. So we can bracket between 1611 and I guess 1776, right? The go ahead.
Is Godless still here? Did everyone just die? What happened?
I bored everyone to death. The minute I start talking, everybody goes AFK.
Where's Ermine and Gus and Godless and?
I'm listening, but
Hi.
she was explaining how, like the verb tenses and how it happened, and so I was just enthralled. I had no clue that there's that much in translating one aspect of the Bible, and it's interesting because for me, how that translation, and that's what I was thinking, can affect modern understanding of the verse without all that backstory.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, same here. I was just listening intently.
Yeah, sorry.
No, just Sean's interruption to chase on everybody.
Hey, I didn't do anything. I just didn't know what we were talking about.
Well, if you listen, I'll shut up.
Yeah, we were listening rather than talking, Jason. That's the point. When you're teaching children, you'll expect them to do the same thing.
No. I just got back, so.
This is kind of a more obscure one that kind of carries over from German, but there's some, I guess, more front and center things in presentations of the German language that also carry over too, which are basically like the thee and thou and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Well, when you use, thee, thou, thy, and thine, and all that.
Go ahead. I have no clue.
Okay, they have different things like, the th and whatever kind of thing that ends up being a pronoun.
Yeah.
Okay, those are things that they call cases, right? So, nominative is the kind of case you get from, being a subject or a predicate, right? if you say X is Y, special case so that X and Y are quote unquote declined into the nominative case, right? It's declension, and the cases are the things you decline them into. Let's take. You actually see this a little bit in the pronouns that are still in modern English, like I am he, for instance, right? Okay. Or I am she, or she and he are and I are the nominative cases of the pronouns. But let's say is it? I guess I don't call it accusative anymore. I say something like first object and try and stop using the German kind of grammatical ontology, or actually, it's Latin and Greek and Sanskrit as well, the classical whatever languages. But the accusative case is for things that are like direct objects or the objects of certain kinds of prepositions. The dative is things that are indirect objects or objects of other prepositions. And so it's preposition by preposition which case its object declines into. So for instance, in German, you'll have like für gives you an accusative, or durch, they give you an accusative object declension. And say most are probably dative. Let's say I don't know, zur, but you have dative. Just listen to but something like vegan or innerhalb and so on are going to be genitive, which is kind of like possessive. So the direct objects, right? There isn't a whole lot of distinction between English and direct object declensions. It's the sort of forms you take the pronouns or other things into. For things like German and Russian and such, it's not just the pronouns. Like regular nouns actually change endings, kind of like all the pronouns do too. They have like irregularities, like special nouns will have the exceptions to the rules of how you change the endings. You might memorize those, right? But more in Russian than German. But my and your and such would be things like basically the genitive or possessive, right?
Right.
Well, the okay, so the number and person are where these different pronouns fall into, right? I and we are the first person, and distinction is plural and singular. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Second person. Okay, third. Let's do third person first.
Right.
So he, she, and it are third person singular, and then they,
right,
so on, are third person plural.
Uh-huh.
Third part is second person, and this is actually not just English. Spanish has had some weirdness about this too. Second person in English doesn't have a distinct singular, or modern English doesn't have a distinct singular as opposed to plural.
Mm-hmm.
So you, whether it's one or 100 people. Elizabethan English kept second person singular and plural being different from German.
All right. So what is the second person singular and plural in Elizabethan?
Right.
Oh, wow.
The missing different singular thing is
there
thou and thee and thy and so on. Right. Thine is just like mine. Thee is like me, and thou is like basically the singular of you, right?
Right, right.
So
But what is the plural?
the plural is you, just like
No. But in the Old English.
Old English plural is you, just like present day.
Oh, okay. all right. Now, sorry, it took me a second.
Yeah, the distinction between the ancient and modern stuff is basically we dumped the singular form for the second person and used the plural for all second person, because it was deemed like more formal to use the plural, like the royal we. Well, you're addressing somebody else as if they're the royal we themselves, right?
That's cool.
There's other stuff like what is it? Whom versus who? Well, you remember I said the declension thing where you change the endings on all those things for the accusative and dative and generative. Yeah, that's using who as a demonstrative pronoun, whatever it is actually you're just carrying out a declension on that, right? So in the nominative case, you never actually stick the M on the end of the who. But in the accusative and dative and so on, the generative cases are where it'd be analogous to that in German. Well, that's when you stick the N on the who. And other things apply to demonstrative pronouns elsewhere, like there and here, hence and thence, right? That's to here and to there, right? What other things end up whither, to where, right? Let's see. So that's
how that one goes.
Yeah, these funny things with the pronouns and the ends and all those things and all that. It's you carry overs from kind of ancient German roots and all things. And if you know the German stuff, you can just like instantly see it in English, like and have the rules just easy to digest and all that because you're following a more explicitly formulated and actually retained in the modern language form in German, right?
Right.
Yeah. A lot of those things will appear in like the King James Bible, and that's what they mean and are and all that. So.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Oh, they show up in Shakespeare too, of course. Like, would you mind?
Yeah, they do. No, and I enjoy Shakespeare.
Yeah. Now, the King James is self-regarded as, I don't know, sort of poetic form of translation itself.
I'll agree with that. It is the prettiest translation. It's just like Proverbs and Psalms and some of that. But gosh, man, if I have to read that somebody begat, I'm ready to kill myself.
Yeah, that's one book in the Bible that's the most boring book.
Oh no, I think it's Numbers when he's building. Oh, is it Numbers where he's building the tabernacle? Oh my gosh, and they say exactly how many Oh my goodness. I was like this. I mean, I couldn't wait to get through that one. Sorry. You guys are like, you're not so Christian. I'm sorry. There's some parts that are just brutal.
Yeah, well, Numbers is the bit with the begats as well, isn't it?
I'm not sure, but a lot of those archaic, weird words, if you kind of like picked up the related languages that I guess are still using the kind of things that are, I guess, nowadays in English archaisms, or the same kinds of constructs and so on, you can pretty much readily pick them up. And I suppose it can be a direct object study themselves, but it's gonna.
What is the numbers out of interest? What's the numbers in the Bible, Nadia? Is that that's the ofs, isn't it? The ofs this and ofs that, and the son of, and then the Is that the one with all the every male something 20?
Well, no, yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, of the children of so and so after their families or something, according to the number of the names and.
I was just talking about the Genesis account, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the one that Bishop Usher sort of used, isn't it? Tried to go back and saying, well, he was he was so many years old, and yeah, I know what you mean.
Nootropic says it contains a Mosaic law as well, and that was brutal too because I'm not Jewish, so studying it, I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to remember any of this. I just know to skip it.
Yeah, all of the 614.
613.
613,
yeah. Mitzvot, that's what they're called.
Mitzvahs? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, all of the commandments. I mean, there's just some really weird ones in there. Really weird ones.
There are. There definitely are.
Thou shalt not get jiggy with it, for lo, whosoever shall get jiggy with it shall be struck and smited.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Much shall be the gnashing of teeth.
Yeah, I think there's one that's the vows, isn't it? That a Nazarite must let his hair grow during a period of separation, and shave his head or something at another point, and then.
But there's some ones for battle that are really interesting, and were actually kind of good thinking. I mean, it's interesting, especially knowing more of the backstory, studying with the people who are of Jewish or trying to be of Jewish faith. That was kind of cool.
I like the family ones. The one that says if a man dies, I think, but if he dies without children, his brother must marry his widow.
Yeah.
And there's one about female captives in that as well.
There's one how to treat slaves that are really interesting. Like you can't treat them like crap. Well, especially if they're Jewish slaves versus Gentile. You know, there's a difference in how you can treat those, and you can't, lash them so hard that they die within.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Well, there's only I think 3 or 4 commandments relating to slaves. We're talking about the 613 commandments. I mean, but the owner or his son can marry a Hebrew maidservant, I think.
Yeah, I think I remember something like that. Oh, the other one that I thought was fascinating is if you are, like if you steal something, whatever, if you become somebody's property and you've paid off your debt, what was interesting is a lot of people stayed, if I got this right, because your wife and kids belong to that master. Once you're freed, you can't just take your wife and kids with you.
There is one about blasphemy that if you hang someone for blasphemy, you can't hang them overnight. You can't leave them hanging up overnight.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Yeah. I should probably get prepared to walk over something. Oh boy, I forgot.
You can't sacrifice an animal with a blemish either, I don't think.
No, you can't. Mm-mm. Unless, of course, that is your, that's the only animal you have. You know what I mean? Unless you're, like, poor or something like that. There's an exclusion there for people who don't have much. And that's, like, their best calf. But even then, I don't think you can sacrifice it to God. You might be right.
How do you as a Christian read numbers? What sort of interpretation?
Oh, I like. No. I like reading.
Finished. Oh. Hang on. What sort of interpretation methods do you use? Because there's obviously a difference between how Jews interpret numbers, and this might not just extend to the inferences they make from the meanings, but the very meanings of the sentences themselves, and how a Christian might do it, and versus even how numbers is considered in biblical scholarship, let's say secular biblical scholarship.
Okay, so the only way I've ever studied it is with Jews and my rabbi, when I have questions, when I get stuck. But I look at the Tanakh and the, excuse me, I'll call him right back. So that's how I've always studied it, and just reading it from the Jewish version. And then using like Maimonides or whoever the leading rabbis of the time or and just reading 2 or 3 different interpretations of each verse. And so I'm looking for the literal meaning, usually allegorical, and there's one more. I never study the metaphysical. Like, I don't know the, what is it called again? The Jewish study that's metaphysical. What is it called again, guys? Madonna.
Kabbalah.
Kabbalah. I never do the metaphysical on it. So I am a Christian, but I just think that it's wise to study the first books from those who really understand them and what was meant. And they have, the other thing I don't study is the, obviously the verbal translation. What is that called? The Talmud. I don't study that aspect of it, but I just take a different approach. I want to know by who knows it best. And so that's the only way I've studied it. So I know the Old Testament a heck of a lot better than the New Testament.
I like all the ones about food. They're just weird.
Rock badger. Don't eat rock badger.
Well, yeah, I just looked about. You obviously we know the ones about you can't eat an unclean animal or do not eat unclean fish or seafood.
Well, yeah, that's clear.
But you can eat clean fish.
Yeah, because they don't. They're not scavengers.
Yeah, you can't eat swarming insects. Do not eat the worms found in fruit. Well, that's a bit obvious. Do not eat the fat of sacrificed animals. Do not eat blood. You can't eat the meat of a bull that's been stoned to death for goring someone.
Well, probably because it's mad. It's a mad cow at that point. Like, that's just keeping you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes sense. And Nazarites are not allowed to drink wine. Mm-hmm.
I wish people
roadkill is not permitted. Or you can't eat any animal that's found already dead or one that's been torn or mauled. Makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, every year if I get involved with Parsha readings and they're doing numbers, I stay out of that one. Sometimes the extended Parsha is interesting because it connects something you read with a later chapter and verse, but no, I'm not glutton for punishment. I've been there once and that's enough.
The sex ones are even weird. Like, you're not allowed to have sex with your mother, like they told him, or your father's wife, which sounds the same as mother, but it's obviously not because they could have more than one wife, I presume.
Yeah.
Or your sister, or your half-sister, or your son's daughter, or your daughter's daughter, or your daughter. You can't marry a woman and her daughter. That's just asking for trouble. Your father's sister.
Oh, these are
weird.
But that's just, that cut out cousins, aunts, uncles, direct relatives, you know what I mean? Like that just, I think that spelled it out.
I think you can marry cousins.
You must not have sex with one wife in the dwelling of another.
Wait a minute, your mother's, I thought you just excluded cousins right there when you said, what was it?
He said his father's sister, not his father's sister's kids.
It says you can't have sex with your mother, your father's wife, that would be obviously one of his other wives, not necessarily your mother. You can't have sex with your sister, your half-sister, your son's daughter, which would be your granddaughter, I presume, your daughter's daughter, your daughter. You must not marry a woman and her daughter. You must not marry a woman and her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter. You can't have sex with your father's sister, your mother's sister. It doesn't mention brothers, though. You must not have sex with your father's brother's wife, your daughter-in-law, your brother's wife.
Yes, you can fuck cousins.
Another man, an animal.
A rock. Berry. A
Camel.
lizard. An insect. A locust, because you can't catch them anyway.
You can't shag one wife in the house of one of your other wives. You must not approach a menstruous woman.
Excuse me.
That's good advice for sexual relations or in any way or become ritually unclean by.
And that one's good.
She has a menstrual siren on her, like a policeman.
Menstruating or like 3 to 7 days after. Yeah.
Well, does she have a menstrual siren on her? Woo, 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 woo.
A man must not have sexual relations with a woman betrothed to another man. You mustn't lust after any woman forbidden to you. Do not allow your son or daughter to marry a god worshipper of a false god who refuses to repent. You must not allow your daughter to even play a harlot. And you mustn't have sex with a woman who's just come back after having sex with another man.
Yeah, no sloppy seconds in Judaism.
A man must not allow himself to be castrated. I think that would be a given.
Well, so do you have to be married? You don't have to be married to have sex then?
Well, you can have as many wives. Well, you can have more than one wife. So.
But you have to be married to her.
Yes, I would say so.
So
well,
these are all the people you can't marry, really, not the people you can't have sex with.
I know there's sex. Yeah, you must not have sexual relations with your mother, father's wife.
Well, can you have sexual relations with anybody that you're not married to?
It doesn't say you can't have sex with your son's son. It's all sons' daughters. It's all about women. It doesn't say, although you must not have sexual relations with another man.
Yeah, and of course they're addressing men.
Does it? Yes.
Because women don't really count in this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the laws are a man must not.
Well, they're addressed to men. Right?
The only law relating to women is that a woman must not have sexual relations with an animal.
Well, what if I'm an animal, so...
Yeah, it is all related to men, so which is a bit weird. So it looks like the women can do what they like, apart from animals.
They're basically deemed their, I guess, whichever kinds of custodian's property, right? So they'll be the father's property until their hand is given in marriage, and then property of their husband afterward. Right?
I like number 243. Do not kidnap a brother.
See, even in the Bible, they were telling you to be nice to black people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do not use Colgate on Saturdays.
Do not sell a brother as a slave to strangers.
There are precedents for the kind of code witnessed in the various mitzvah. And they, in some respects, are more intact because they were not subsequently modified, right? The civilization fell or something.
I mean, most of them are...
But with something unaltered, buried and inscribed on tablets, right? So, and those clarify more of the property relation aspects that come about from all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, most of the laws are obviously pretty, do not fail to return a lost article to its owner. Makes sense. They sort of let themselves down with the slavery bit, though. That's a shame.
The thing is that, we say, well, it doesn't say this and it doesn't say that. But what I think is the case is some of the things that it doesn't say, given these laws and given the psychology of the people, we might be able to infer what they would just say is not there. I mean, to use a crude example, perhaps to humor people or make them feel sick, it doesn't say anything like do not pick your nose and do not stick your finger in your backside and then stick it in your nose and stick it in your mouth. It doesn't say that, right? But presumably nobody would do that. You know.
But it does mention about being clean, so you can infer that means those sorts of things as well.
You can, but then you have to, work out what they thought was clean, because obviously they had different standards to us guys, right?
Oh yeah, I mean you could take you must not have sexual relations with X or Y, as in that could mean not raping them, but it doesn't mention do not rape though.
Yeah.
But you can't work on the Sabbath. Ooh no. Do not curse the deaf. What's the point in that one? They wouldn't hear you anyway.
The idea is to curse somebody who is deaf and get away with it because, I can't actually hear what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. I like that one.
Do not keep saying do not. That's one I'd have in there.
Do
God's sake. It's like, do not this, do not that. What can we do? Tell us what we can do instead.
Here's one for some of the fundies. Do not bear hatred for anyone.
I'm sorry, I mess up on that one with incorporated all the time.
It also says do not take someone else's
stoning them to death.
It does say do not eat someone else's chocolate birthday cake. That's number 3.
Wait, do not bear hatred for. How are you supposed to do that if you're stoning somebody to death?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
how are you supposed to do that? You're supposed to, be happy and smile while you chuck the stones at them. I don't get it.
I don't hate you. I'm just going to stone you to death. It's nothing personal. Which is followed 5 down, 8 there. Do not permit a witch to live. That's a good one.
It's like something from Monty Python. Nothing personal. You're going to be stoned. Don't worry, it'll be all right.
Out of the blue, 311. Do not force a bridegroom to perform military service during the first year of his marriage.
Oh. So if he keeps getting married for 4 years...
he doesn't have to go in the army.
How many wives that he can have, just one after the other? He can avoid military service for as long as...
Yeah, and eventually he can say, well, I would do a military service, but I'm too old now.
If he gets divorced and remarries, he can keep going.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the other guys, eh? I don't think Schmeckiel's taking this whole service thing and marriage thing seriously. Just a thought.
He's been married 43 times.
I think the rabbi's got to come talk to Schmeckiel here.
Do not remove the signs of leprosy.
Yeah, that's not...
Imagine a big sign saying leprosy. I'll take that shit down. I want that there.
You can't. It's against the law.
Right.
I want it in my bedroom.
Do not shave your diseased areas of skin.
That's kind of a good idea. Sort of.
Who would? What's the first thing you think of when you've got a nasty rash? Is shaving it. I like number 306.
Do not use blunt razors on your bollocks.
Yeah. Never eat yellow snow. Do not.
Okay, well, they didn't have to worry about that one.
No.
Hey God, what's snow? Trust me, you'll find out.
Well, you've got to remember it was all foggy and snowy at the very first. You've got to remember Mac's own biblical verse.
Did it up mountains in that? Do they have any snow? I don't think they even have snow.
Well, up in the mountains in the Lebanon, they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would have been when travelling in the mountains of Lebanon, do not eat yellow snow. Do not take the mother when taking the young birds.
What? Oh, I see.
I didn't think I would have taken that somewhere different. But.
If I'm already getting the birds.
Do not bear a grudge. Do not seek revenge. Do not share in another's guilt by not correcting sin. See, the fundies should read their own laws. They wouldn't.
Yeah, but they have this. I don't know. They have this. It doesn't apply or something.
They're not Jews. It's the new covenant and all that jazz.
Yeah. I never got that. Apart from the theonomists, right, like Matt Slick, who just thinks you have to accept Mosaic law as it is. Maybe he might think that it only applies in a theocracy. I don't know, rather than the parts that are behavioral conduct codes.
The get-out clauses that Jesus just simplified it all and said, look, forget all the 613. It's just 2. Love me, love each other.
And love God.
And yeah, well, he was God. That's the love me bit.
There you go.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. He was supposedly God, wasn't he? In it.
He said he was.
Yes.
If he comes back, no one's going to believe him if he comes back anyway, are they? They're going to stick him straight in the nut house.
Oh, they go on. Sorry.
I like the story of Jesus, yeah. I like listening to him, yeah.
Basically, it'll be like, go on, sorry.
No, it's alright.
Oh, Jesus, I can't count to 613. Help me out here. Oh, well, just make it 2 then. Here we go. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Jewish guys are like, in my day, if he could count to 700, never mind 613.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and imagine all the candles in them days. Jesus. On your birthday.
Abrogation. I guess, 613 political mismatch and such are, well, in some respects, a little bit odd, because, the way, I guess, journals interpret those is, not very much like how they're portrayed by, I guess, the Christian. Anonymous and otherwise.
I mean, can you imagine Methuselah's last birthday? He must have had a birthday cake the size of bloody Jerusalem just to get the candles on it.
Yeah, that's where those number candles were invented. You know, the ones shaped like a number. Yeah, fuck that, Grandpa, says Noah.
How did he manage to blow all the candles out unless they were really, really small at the edge of the cake?
I'm telling you, they invented the number candles for Methuselah.
You can imagine people were like, oh, for fuck's sake, it's Methuselah's birthday next week.
That's right.
Oh. Would have taken to light the candles.
I would have made that law book much more interesting by making it even more confusing. So I'd have had something like, you can walk outside on Sunday, but only if you're carrying an umbrella, but not if there's a crack in the pavement, unless a giraffe is looking at you, but only if a lion is walking past, but not if it's had a bird within a few feet of it, but only if your mother's not looking at you.
Thou shalt not Watusi.
I'd have that. It would be so much fun, because the brains would just go, Zzz, error, cannot compute.
I would suggest that, the entire sort of rule-based framework needed to express what ultimately be a ontology is a rather poor one. Right? I'd suggest as literature. In fact, virtue is more worthwhile things. Except there are all kinds of history the phrase, I guess the kind of framework of.
I mean, you've got to be upset if you were one of the people as part of the Exodus. You're spending 40 years wandering around the desert to end up in the only place in the Middle East with no oil, surrounded by everyone that hates you. It's hardly the promised land, is it?
And then you have to obey 600 odd laws as well. If you're really,
on the way. I think was it Lewis Black that said they had to give them the laws because they were like three hairs away from being baboons.
The other problem with the Jews is that there were so many of them that if they had just managed to form a straight line and picked any direction, they could have gotten out of Israel in a fucking year. But with God's help, they managed to wander around the fucking desert for 40 years.
You'd have think Moses would have gone on ahead because he had a motorbike as well.
There's like he had a motorbike.
He did. It says he came down the mountain on his Triumph.
Yep. on his triumph.
You go on ahead on the bike, Moses. We'll see you there.
And,
right.
and he was stoned with his tablets, so he was
Right.
obviously on some.
That's right. He was
something.
tabbed out. He was definitely tabbed out.
If he'd have had a sidecar, he could have brought all the tablets down.
much you
Imagine
wanna
on the
bet?
mountain, the burning bush. I give you I give you 613 laws and starts saying, fucking hell, I can't carry that many tablets. Don't you just bring it down to 10 a summary?
No, you fucking know he was given 15 or 20, and he just dropped one or two down the road,
Yeah,
right?
he left them behind. He came back
Yeah.
down, saw them all shagging each other, and they'd made a golden calf and thought, fuck.
Well,
we're going to
his
soldiers.
Triumph motorbike didn't have a side carriage for all
That's
of
why I
them.
said if he'd had a sidecar, he'd have been all right. And don't forget, he must have said, look, we're going to spend 40 years wandering around here. No one leave anything behind. No one's allowed to die, because otherwise, in future, archaeologists will find stuff that we left behind. Except we didn't. Wasn't there some archaeologist said he reckons he found a chariot wheel in the sea or something?
It's amazing what
It
you can tell.
wasn't an archaeologist. It wasn't an archaeologist.
Yeah, I was using the term.
Person named. I'm sorry, I was still giving you his name, which was Ron Wyatt.
Sorry.
One more time, while there is not someone or something over talking or whatever.
Yeah, Pillbox favorite.
Name is, I was still saying his name.
Sorry.
Ron Wyatt. He is not an archaeologist.
Oh, I know. I was being sarcastic. He's Pillbox's one of Pillbox's favourites. I think isn't he? Is it Ron Wyatt? Is the guy that said he actually allegedly found the actual site of the crucifixion, and he followed the cracks in the ground, and the cracks in the rock underground, where he actually found Jesus's actual blood, which had dripped onto the actual Ark of the Covenant, which just happened to be right underneath the crucifixion site or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Did he also find the remains of what is it? The Noah's ship.
Ark.
The Ark.
Yeah, well, he did take. Allegedly, he took this blood, Jesus's actual blood, to a lab, and alleges that they tested it and found only certain chromosomes, and it had to be Jesus's blood or something.
Well, it was baboon blood or something.
23 chromosomes.
Yeah, that's it. He only had 23 chromosomes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that cinches it then.
This is the guy that Pillbox is. He's one of Pillbox's heroes. So no surprise there.
It's Pillbox.
Pillbox, yeah, who actually believes Ron Wyatt was an actual proper archaeologist and everything he did was true. I mean, how coincidental that the Ark of the Covenant happens to be right underneath the crucifixion site and have blood dripped on it to turn it into a nuclear reactor or something.
That's the only place it could be. Who's Pillbox? Is he a Google Hangout regular Fundy Christian?
He was our first experiment in community justice. He was well known for being an asshole, and he decided to amuse himself by following a nice man named Carlton Cameray around from hangout to hangout and calling him a pedophile, until the point where Carlton got so scared for what might happen in the real life if a potential job came up and they started doing internet searches and his name comes up with the word pedo attached to it, that he basically walked away from Google Hangouts, and he hasn't been back since, except maybe one time just to put his face in and say he's still alive.
Yeah,
so that was the very first time that. But so what MG42 Pillbox did after he was cast out of polite society is he went in amongst the low company, and he amused himself by calling us all Evo-tards, saying that the Earth is flat and we don't know anything, and
Yeah.
So
he's like an early version of Arcane, only more stupid.
Yeah.
And he likes guns.
He used to call people faggot at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
Faggot, sexual deviant, sexual predator.
Drama type, I guess person, whatever. I mean, it's not that I think he's right. The definition of it is either productive or risk. That's what it gets set on my channel. It gets set on my channel. It gets set on my channel, and they come after my head.
Well, you know, okay, you do what you have to do, but when his name comes up, that's my response.
Arguments against the person are...
Yeah, I really don't care. You do what you have to do, but when his name comes up, that's my response.
We need to road.
And nothing much else has happened in the world today. Anyway, I can't think of nothing on the BBC site to. Apparently, that terrorist guy, the Abdus guy from Belgium, is turning supergrass.
Pretty what?
He is. He's agreed to be a grass for the security services. He was the one that supposedly, allegedly, organised the French bombing.
The word I can't make out. It sounds like you're saying grass.
Grass,
Super
yeah.
grass.
Super grass. He's basically, in return, he's done a deal with the prosecutors in France and Belgium that he'll tell them all they want to know in return for, I don't know, a lesser sentence or something, I would think.
Okay. Yeah, usually Al Jazeera and what they call the bunch of other sites around the net, headlines or whatever. Al Jazeera is pretty good to headline source. He's Right Wing Watch and Pink News as other good sources. Pink News changes format as it you read. Let's see. Okay. Just let's do share right and watch whatever. And oh, it's actually linguistic or whatever. But still, all right. Muffin. Theodore Shubat says, "Sluts who have abortions to be put to death."
Was that about the Trump thing?
No.
Oh, I was just reading that he's apparently, Donald Trump has withdrawn his call for some form of punishment for women who have illegal abortions. He's now saying the only people that should be prosecuted should be the people carrying out the abortions, not the actual women that have them.
Always something.
If they were made illegal, he wants to punish people for having them. I'm serious. I mean, if Trump gets voted in, then America's just gone nuts. You might as well just pack up and go home.
Yeah. I mean, the right wing's so far off all these lists. It's literally, you know, no longer even a question. It's obviously a question and such. Right?
I mean, is a vote for Hillary going to be a vote in part for Bill Clinton as well? I mean, obviously they're going to talk about stuff, and you might get another half term of Bill Clinton, maybe.
I think our combination here. David Duke says is comparisons with Donald Trump that David Duke's been making may rehabilitate Adolf Hitler's image.
Rehabilitate Hitler's image, like he wasn't such a bad guy. He was, his mum loved him.
David, I'm not sure if you're familiar with David Duke. I believe he was a Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Right?
Christ.
Yes, right. The former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, David Duke, has been saying that his statements he's been making comparing Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler may help rehabilitate Adolf Hitler's image.
That's an unfortunate photograph they're using there as well of Trump, isn't it?
Yeah. It all goes together. Yeah. So, yeah. What else?
That
news
tells me, what more does America need to know when the possible president of leader of your country is painted as worse than Adolf Hitler? Oh dear.
Well, actually, there's a. It's not quite the case he's making, right? What he's saying is actually that. What he's actually saying is that the comparison with Adolf Hitler is made on the premise that Hitler is, was something good and was meant to praise of Donald Trump, right? I mean, this is the Grand Wizard of the planet, right?
Yeah. Like you need his endorsement.
Yeah, his endorsement was comparison with Adolf Hitler, right? Yeah. San Francisco and New York City have boycotted North Carolina. Fantastic.
I mean, can you imagine that if someone wanted to say, have you got any references? Yeah, well, the leader of the KKK thinks highly of me.
And his praise was expressed by saying that Donald Trump is like Adolf Hitler. Yes.
How does one boycott a state?
Like all businesses and so on in that state, right?
Oh, okay. And why are they doing this?
We're about to see why. If I can click out of the advertisement and scroll down a bit further, right? So, let's, yeah. Okay. Oh, okay, it's also, I think it's, okay, last week, the state of North Carolina passed a law which voids all local ordinance protecting LGBT rights, which was in response to a city ordinance in Charlotte, North Carolina, that I guess had some kind of protection of transgender rights with the restroom and perhaps other non-discrimination. I said other non-discrimination aspects as well. So, yeah, North Carolina should be boycotted. In fact, I think a comprehensive boycott of quote-unquote the South and such is probably worthwhile. I mean, not just,
Well, that's in violation of the 14th Amendment?
Not just local workers. Well, I mean, these. Whatever it is. But anyway. Oh, yeah, it also bans transgender. Whatever. Okay. Yep. In close succession, Mayor of San Francisco Ed Lee, Bill de Blasio, New York Mayor, and New York Governor Andrew Cuomo announced travel bans. Boston City Council voted unanimously. Yeah, basically travel bans of workers for those bits of government to the state. Not really very meaningful because travel to those states is yeah, a real boycott would help a great deal more. Holy cow. Whoever that was actually did get pretty hot. Okay. Well, there we go. That's it tells me what's going on in North Carolina more than U.S. news source would say. Thought processes of political conservatives gave greater weight to negative information. Yeah. That's all. People say I give great weight to negative information myself. Well, obviously, not conservative. Mississippi has passed the most anti-LGBT bill today. I think organizing comprehensive boycotts of pertinent states by, I guess, people around or whatever is probably worthwhile. And of course, the anti-LGBT businesses as well. I mean, Chick-fil-A boycotted. In fact, and probably some kind of legal tactics to basically shut it down as well. It would make sense. Just try and put the businesses to do that out of business. Need to be, well, basically denied resources in any way they can. So, let's see, what else is on Pink News? Oh, yeah. By the way,
Stop putting its nose in other people's motherfucking business.
Could you back up a bit? I couldn't quite hear the beginning of what you were saying.
No, I was just venting. Don't worry.
Oh, I still want to know.
I just asked when the religious right is going to stop putting its fucking nose in other people's goddamn business.
Well, there's a distinction. I mean, strictly speaking, you know, lesbian and gay, things that are like sexual orientation, whatever, they are, well, basically matters of behavior undertaken in private. On the other hand,
that's what it's saying.
Trans is rather different. It's, well, the status of one's body, not merely behavior. At least for those who, I guess, have whatever kind of capacity to exercise control over the body, which I don't. And beyond that is visible and public, right? Like, and basically, whatever our quote-unquote gender history or whatever I call it, we transition to, we present ourselves, and I guess try to get treated as and so on. That's a relationship engaged in with others, right? For fuck's sake. And that makes it rather public, rather innately visible, rather distinct from what you would call nobody's business, like lesbian and gay.
Yeah, but I mean, in like employment or whatever, I mean, what the fuck does it matter?
I'm not directing.
You've got to be fucking shitting. Anyway, the employment stuff. Yeah, people say, "Hey, wait a minute. What about this quote unquote not very convincing or whatever it is trans person?" Well, could we be expected to give them a job? Or are you going to demand to get them a job? We don't want to demand aggressive as women in our workplace or in front of our customers, right? That's what they say.
Look, I can kind of see the logic behind that if they're in like sales or some kind of thing where they're required to do public speaking or whatever, but like if they're just like a code monkey, then I don't see a problem.
Well, actually, what legitimates that? What do you think legitimates that?
I'm not saying it's legitimate, I'm just saying I can see the logic. I still don't think it's right, but I can, I can at least understand the objection.
There's people can understand, Hitler's objections to Jews and David Duke and the Ku Klux Klan's objections to blacks, right? That doesn't actually render them something that's given the time of day or any kind of ethical credence, right?
No, yeah, I mean, to me, this isn't a matter of ethics so much. At least not. Okay, well, let's see how I can phrase this.
Well, it has to be, right? I mean, you're speaking of normative force, right? The way people should be treated, what they're deserving of, and all that.
No, I agree. I'm just thinking maybe it's a bit like, it's kind of the same reason that you don't hire women to model male underwear, It's not quite that. It's different. I think it kind of causes, like, if you got like a very unconvincing trans person, it can deliver a bit of an uncanny valley effect. So if they work in like sales or something like that, where a person's appearance and the way they come across is very important to actually making sales, I can understand why some businesses would prefer to hire someone cisgendered for that kind of role.
Well, in a lot of respects, that applies to race too. I mean, you could actually sex as well. I mean, just even cisgender male-female vision, right? There's a distinction. I mean, those kinds of categories play out very, politically correctly in terms of like the psychological effect of sales. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, by the same token, like, compare a trans woman who's not doing a very good job of looking like a woman, and a cisgendered woman who just looks raggedy and scruffy and whatnot. I mean, I can see why a company would not want to hire either of them for a sales position, for example.
Oh.
I think it's more to do with the appearance rather than the fact that they're actually transgender.
Okay, well, how do you control her appearance, right? And speaking of, sometimes up to $60,000 of surgery, and a lot of things there's not even surgery possible to address. For fuck's sake, why are you spamming me? Stop spamming me. Stop spamming me.
You know what I mean? But even for men, I mean, look, it's Hollister or Abercrombie and Fitch that like hires like the well-built greeters or floor people. It's kind of the same thing there. It's a matter of appearance. In this case, they want to market their image in this way, and
you're actually confusing a number of different issues, right? Well, first off is I guess how much is actually, and I'm repeating myself because of the noise that's interrupting me. I guess but the fault of the person that's being denied position, right? I mean, just like whatever kind of skin color. Whoops.
Problems.
Oh, we got pissed off what I was saying.
Yeah. It's that South African internet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's as how much is it something for which the person being granted or denied the resource should be punished or rewarded, right? For instance, one's various kinds of various kinds of quote unquote crimes of status, right? Like, well, someone who's been disfigured by whether an acid attack or puberty of an incorrect gender. Well, that's not something for which there can be resolutions, and yeah, the responses of the general public to, I guess, sales pitches by such people is, yeah, pretty nasty, right? Okay, I was repeating myself.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, look, I mean, there's really no good solution. I mean, unless you want to completely overhaul the way people react to people based on appearance. And that requires, I think, quite a bit of psychotropic drugs and electroshock therapy or some nonsense.
Well, it's a rather notable deficiency of these systems of distribution based on exchange, right? I mean, these are not genuinely, quote-unquote, rational actors, right?
No.
I mean, this is a demonstrable rationality. It's just akin to an ad hominem, right? Or a genetic fallacy. Only as it applies to a kind of, as opposed to, I guess, allocation acquisition decision, right? That kind of error and, I guess, the reasoning toward the decision to carry out that acquisition is demonstrably irrational, right? Okay. What next?
Yeah, absolutely, but since when do we count on human beings to be rational?
Well, one is actually the economics, or at least classical economics and such, right? You're aware of these, like, rational activity, right? Still on presumptions, right? They gave to
absolutely, but
figures assume
it's not always wise to presume that a given actor is rational, even in economics.
That is the premise of neoclassical economics. The heterodox notion of behavioral economics is, well, heterodox, not anything like the mainstream study, right? Okay, I was saying that it is actually the premise of neoclassical economics that actors and such are perfectly rational. And the heterodox field of behavioral economics attempts to carry out, in effect, a psychological study to determine the actual kinds of patterns of behavior underlying these quote-unquote economic decisions, right?
Yeah, look, personally, I think it's completely irrational to not buy a product because the salesperson, you don't like the look of whoever's trying to sell it to you. But of course, that's assuming that you actually want to buy the product. If they're trying to convince you to buy the product, then it would behoove them to make a good impression upon the customer.
These are all subconscious, right?
Yeah, I think for many people,
people realize they're doing
consciously doing it.
No one realizes they're doing it, or almost.
I wouldn't say nobody. I think some people realize it, but most people don't.
Almost no one. So, Well, welcome to capitalism. It's racism. Because guess what? There is a real effect on race, right? Or a real effect of race, rather. Sexism. Well, guess what? There's a real effect of that. And of course, transphobia as well. All bang, bang, bang. Anything to do with sales. Immediately. Racist, sexist, transphobic. So,
you think if we get rid of this, racism and sexism will disappear?
are you like remotely? You haven't been listening for like over an hour, have you?
I was responding to the last thing you said.
No, you weren't.
You seem to be indicating that this is heavily connected. Does anybody think I'm crazy by thinking?
I'm pretty sure you have been AFK or not paying attention for, or rather, extended period of time.
A simple no would suffice, Nadia.
I'm sorry?
A simple no would have sufficed. There's no need to be goddamn fucking condescending about this.
It's not condescension.
Really?
Okay, so yeah, and likewise, there's other aspects where, say, like on the labor side, you see those sorts of affairs where, in effect, no one can be properly, quote unquote, studies or whatever it is can't be properly blinded, so to speak, to. Oh, and I guess you stopped moving, so you've disconnected.
A lot of people just disconnected.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we hear you now. Your video isn't moving. Okay, your video's moving now. Well, yeah, every time I start going on for any period of time, stop spamming me! Anytime I actually speak for an extended period of time, pretty much everyone that goes AFK or just flat out leaves.
You've been annoyed, Nadia. Been very annoyed with the sounds and beeps and anything.
I suppose the question I have to ask though is like, how do you force employers to hire transgender people if they don't want to? I mean, I can think of maybe quotas, but I don't like quotas in general.
Yeah, or women, or black people, or anyone else.
Exactly. I mean, how do you go about forcing a corporation to hire anyone that they don't want for whatever reason?
The entire premise of the
if they don't like black people, for example, then every black candidate they interview, they can just turn it down and say, we didn't think he meshed well with the group or some nonsense like that.
No one.
Sorry?
Or sorry, almost no one consciously attempts to execute such a bias. They are, in effect,
okay, sure, and that makes it even harder, though. I mean, how do you intend to address a subconscious bias?
Well, that's a big part of the problem, yeah. Adam Pugh had actually kind of a reformist suggestion. In the communist affair, he makes all this not a matter of exchange, right? Yeah, if people aren't selling. I'm sorry. People in a communist context wouldn't be, quote unquote, selling their labor to whatever kind of buyer and needs to kind of sales pitch the fair right there. They would, of course, go about just saying, okay, well, our arrangements, some kind of let the basis to ensure everybody has whatever kind of role to play, right? I mean, just consciously, putting everybody somewhere, right? Finding a home for everybody. Now, on the other hand, the reformist affair was to, in effect, delegate, I guess, in effect, all like hiring, firing, promotion, etc., kinds of decisions to qualified agencies external to the company itself, and I think it kind of sort of works for what is it? Maybe say the hiring process, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the sort of ongoing interaction and whatever kind of performance evaluation there can be somehow externalized to lacking bias. Go ahead.
I was kind of hoping for something a little less drastic than a complete overhaul of the economic system, but I suppose that could work.
Well, that's not the economic system. That's actually one that saves capitalism, right? The one that says overhaul the economic system was, okay, fuck capitalism and just go communist, right? Yeah, saying hiring and firing all to qualified external agencies that have stringent regulations regarding how they have to blind the process and all that. That's the one that saves capitalism, right? At least on the hiring end. Promotion, on the other hand, that's a very different story. Promotion ultimately can't be salvaged.
No, I mean,
So
you
this is
could
interesting.
blind interviews in-house.
So if I could ask clarification, because what I heard is quite interesting, Nadia. You're saying that the solution to this bias in hiring process could be solved by introducing some double-blind protocols?
That was Adam Pugh's suggestion, yes.
Oh, it's interesting, actually. Okay. See,
No,
I have to
that
think
could
about
work.
it. Yeah.
Of course, I mean, you do get kind of that. I don't want to really say this, but you know how a lot of black people talk a bit differently than white people?
You never have what again?
So you know how a lot of black people talk quite a bit differently to how white people speak? I mean, unless you're doing like a text-only interview.
Yeah, different origins give different accents, sure.
I don't think it's a matter of race. I've heard black people talk like white people and white people talk like black people.
It is culture, I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying they automatically speak differently. I'm just saying that at least in America, from what I've seen, a lot of black people have a very distinctive dialect that stands in contrast to the way most white people speak there. So it is a noticeable difference even without seeing someone's face or video.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I mean, that kind of thing means basically like all the audio, all the visual, all the direct sensory affairs have to be blended.
Huh.
I mean,
yeah, but I mean, in that case, if you hire someone for a sales position and they've got like Tourette's, for example, they can just, type you a bunch of messages to respond to your interview questions, and, there are holes in this. There are problems with this approach as well. Probably not as great, or there won't be as many problems, I don't think, but there's still going to be some things that fall through the cracks, I think.
Welcome, Dave. We were just discussing combating. What is it? For fuck's sake, Ludic, stop spamming me. We were discussing combating subconscious bias in hiring, promotion, and possibly also how maybe sales kinds of positions thwart that entirely because the income is even based on commission and such, which externalizes decision process regarding the kind of income they're actually granted. Go ahead.
I recommend.
I'm sorry, I disconnected again and missed most of that.
Say that again, Dave?
I recommend fire.
I recommended communism.
Either works, but yeah. No, interesting
Fire,
topic.
communism, same thing.
Exactly. Is this provoked by something or someone or?
Yes, anti-LGBT ordinances, actual state laws being passed in quite a number of states. Mississippi and North Carolina very recently. And welcome, Iron Nation. We were just speaking of how the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, David Duke, was praising Donald Trump by comparing him to Adolf Hitler and saying that, furthermore, Adolf Hitler's image may also be rehabilitated by those comparisons with Donald Trump. So, anyway, like I was saying, the cases of these LGBT states, discrimination ordinances there, actually pretty obviously have rather limited power, force, and so on to begin with, right? The trick is, particularly with respect to things like employment and housing, all the real material consequences that matter more than anything else. You have the kind of sales pitch problem, which is basically the subconscious responses to people trying to do a sales pitch, like, I want to sell you my labor, or I am selling myself as a potential roommate for your house. So you are really badly racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, right?
Yeah, do you have a link to a quote?
Yeah, I'll dig it up. Yep. Yep, the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan and Adolf Hitler are very closely linked to Donald Trump.
Yeah, they've been working for a while to try and fix up the image of the Nazis, and I think there's actually a decent amount of room for that to happen if they were to really set their mind to it.
Oh, and I'm sure they'll clean up the image of the Ku Klux Klan as well.
Actually, they have done that as well, to a degree. Like, obviously not to the same extent.
Really? On what planet? Because it ain't Earth.
It depends on where you go.
Well, yes. I'm sure if I went to the Bergdorf in the 1940s, Hitler's image would just be fine. Meanwhile, on the rest of the planet...
No, but you know that old saying about how the greatest trick the devil ever pulled off was convincing the world he didn't exist? The same sort of thing has happened with the KKK to the point where, like, there's such a laughingstock to everybody that it's hard to take them seriously. And then once you take that edge off it, then that gives them room to ease back into the scene with, like, a revamped image or whatever. Like, people aren't necessarily scared of them anymore.
Well, I'd also point out, what is it? There's Theodore Shubat, who you may well know as the man who, son of Wally Shubat, number one, but who declared that Jesus Christ would personally beat gays to death. Today has declared that sluts who have abortions should be put to death as well.
All right. Make sure to porn bomb his channel, boy.
I think the YouTube channel doesn't actually feature live hangouts, so you really can't be porn bombed.
Shit.
Actually, I think this quote makes sense. The idea that by attributing the qualities of Hitler to Trump, you could actually cause them to like switch paint a little bit and put some positive light on Hitler. I think that is possible.
Some positive light on Hitler. Yeah, he had a lovely singing voice.
I'm sure David says things that are true, like 2 + 2 = 4 as well. Go ahead.
Hey, Archer, did you hear about that Hitler guy? He wasn't so bad.
I know, right? I heard he loved pets and animals, you know.
Yeah, he was a vegetarian, you know. He never hurt an animal in his life.
To hit up Dave a little bit more, though, I mean, the kind of genetic fallacy that's maybe intrinsic to something very closely related to your field of study with, like the anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theories and such, right? And that, in terms of economic decision making, this kind of salesperson's put it to subconscious biases that would otherwise be reflected in, say, employment and housing and such, right, are actually, I think, a sort of kind of like genetic fallacy that goes along with these anti-vax and conspiracists and such, and very much, all subconscious and playing out like that. So, I don't know.
I would probably say anti-vax is more conscious than subconscious. I think it's more a case of, I don't know, I think it's just a case of, particularly in the West, we sort of don't see the benefits of vaccines because of the efficacy of vaccine kind of thing. The kind of paradox is because they're so useful, because they're so good and useful and brilliant and do what they do, people think, well, I don't see, polio, I don't see, mumps and rubella and things. Why do I need to get vaccinated against them? It's because of vaccines kind of thing. So I think there may be underlying processes of, we have this pragmatic worldview of, well, why should I be spending money on things I don't even, I don't have to take out dragon insurance because I've never seen a dragon, but it's because it's directly related to the efficacy of vaccines. It's kind of this catch-22 situation. And then when people stop vaccinating, then you start seeing the conditions and you have to vaccinate again. So.
First of all, fuck you, Jack. My dragon insurance is totally up to date through Geico. I'm on that.
Does anyone need any unicorn insurance, by the way? I can hear they've been quite feisty.
Well, yeah, guys, I think jerkiness involved with, just capitalistic labor relations, like basically the laborer as a salesperson for, their labor as a product they're pitching, right? It hits up against like all the nasty subconscious biases, and that they appear as spreading through to people who are employed as salespersons themselves, right? So it's basically the sales hiring process is intrinsically like racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, all that, right? Any kind of marketing, really. If any kind of representation of a human being is ever put forward, the kind of responses are all, reliant on subconscious biases that are racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, right?
Well, you're talking about investment.
No, I said any kind of marketing campaign.
Right, but the purpose of a marketing campaign is to convince people to invest their time or resources into your product.
It's not the way. Investment is not how I phrase that. But yeah. So, in any event, the quote-unquote appeal of the sales pitcher. Any human is depicted within a marketing kind of advertisement, right? Play up every racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic bias, because guess what? They're predominant, and you're playing a numbers game, right? I mean, capitalism is inherently racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, etc.
I think I agree with you in principle, what you're saying, but I think you're just using the wrong words, in my opinion.
Which words are wrong?
I think referring to things as various phobias is incorrect.
Referring to things as various what?
Phobias, when you say like transphobic, I don't think people are necessarily scared of things, but I think...
That's etymological misinterpretation, whatever.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I agree with you in principle.
The etymology does not reflect meaning.
Well, it's like the word paedophile. People generally mean it as synonymous with child molester, but paedophile just means lover of children. But what they mean is, well, what they usually, when people say, "Oh, pedophile," sorry to my American friends, what they generally mean, is someone who abuses children, which is actually a child molester, whereas paedophile is like a general, people you can't say everyone uses the word wrong. You can't say, as long as you convey what you're saying properly, then you can use whatever word, but phobic or whatever, like Islamophobia and transphobia and etc. Yeah, we don't mean
Philia, in the original Greek means Philadelphia, right? Philos for the brother. If philos is the kind of love you have for a brother, things like, philias you might have for, the sexually erotic kinds of affairs, that's not a proper etymological application. If it's a, what is it, pedophile, etc., right? Well, that's the kind of love you would have for a brother applied to a child. That's not what people mean by that, right? So, people abuse what the ancient etymological roots of words are and forming them, which they actually aren't forming themselves, and just use of pre-existing linguistic convention. And actually, I mean, even within the notion of semantic externalism, it's not the dictionary that gives the word the meaning, right? I mean, the dictionary is just descriptive again. It's the causal relationship between those words and the responses provoked in audiences, right?
I agree. I wouldn't bring it up as a semantic quibble. I only bring it up because I think it actually detracts from your message when you use certain kinds of words like that. And I think people that say things like Islamophobe have run into the same problem, where when you say Islamophobe, people immediately think that you're talking about a phobia, which is an irrational fear. And they say, like, I'm seeing people get beheaded on TV. It's not an irrational fear that I have. And so then your message gets lost in this argument over which terminology to use.
There is an alternative terminology. I guess we could expand it out as a whole phrase. In the meantime, you want to construct it from proper Greek or whatever you mean. Well, first off, like trans is not actually Greek. Actually, it's actually Latin. You wouldn't use trans in combination with any other Greek root in the first place. Second, I think phobia, it's a Greek word for fear. Misia. Probably most people see it as like the prefix, like misogynist or misotheist, right? So it'd be like, well, at least like homomisia. But homo is already misapplied, right? Same, same-sex eroticism. I don't know how to put the third root onto the word, but like you actually do something like that. It's like a person who is a lover of the same sex who is saying is what they're hating. So homosexual eroticist or something like that. It gets bad if you try to actually properly etymologically construct, right? You know what homosexual means?
Actually, I have no idea.
Okay.
Outside the common use.
Okay. Or sorry, the etymology of homosexual. Right. Okay, well. Homo in Greek is saying, like homogeneous, basically like same origin, all that. Homosexual, same sex. You want to say a group of things is all the same sex. You say, oh, well, that group of things is homosexual, etymological sense. Right? You don't call like a girls' school a homosexual facility, or
well, I have heard of homosexual girls' volleyball teams.
Maybe, but the the trick is, of course, etymological sort of interpretation, whatever it is, going back to the use of, I guess the word stems taken from the languages as interpreted by the original languages is not really a way to interpret anything. And someone who applies that kind of ridiculous affair to the wrong language is not going to be really good anyway. Okay, so well, the trick is, of course, the normative force. Right? You apparently don't see what is it? Racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, whatever it is things to actually come back to.
I see them as mainly being forces of the market, so I don't think that they necessarily have to be fought on the economic level. I don't mind them being argued about on the social level.
The market is social. I mean, money is a social construct.
I think that's true to an extent, but I think the market has a stronger focus on material possessions.
I wonder about that.
Yeah, the right to, I guess, be granted rights to material possessions is like, hell, two layers of social constructs out. I mean, those rights are social constructs, and then a right to a second order social construct, right?
A lot of times, when let's say a young guy buys a car, like, why the hell does he want the car? Does he actually want the car, or does he want the car for to change the perception about him? Is he doing it for the car, or is he doing it for the social reasons? So, like, see, a lot of times these things are not that simple, in my mind. A lot of times people buy things for other reasons, for indirect reasons.
I think that's true. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm comfortable with talking to people and trying to get them to be on board with helping trans people, but I'm not comfortable with forcefully taking away people's property and redistributing it to trans people.
Every redistribution is forceful in some manner. And by force or fraud is, in effect, all manner of redistribution. And that includes, quote unquote, the natural ones due to the market. You cannot have any kind of redistribution occur without, an imperfect market. If it were working perfectly, you'd never redistribute at all. You'd always just kind of get a perfect exchange, and well, at the end of any sequence of transactions, everybody's got whatever kind of total value, the same as what they had going in. If in is always equals to out, then well, you can run it for as long as you like. It never changes. What it does actually do is things like information asymmetry, price and elasticity of demand, so on and so forth, right? Markets full of good with market failures. That's the only way distribution can happen at all in capitalism.
That's because you're investing in order to get a profit, typically, or at least a sizable return.
Well, no, if you weren't being somehow deceived or under some kind of duress, you would never actually trade anything different from the value that you're, exchanging, right? If you were not being basically deceived regarding the actual value of your investment, you would never actually pay less than what you expect from it to be in return, right?
I don't think that's true because people create different things and then they trade them. We just use capitalism and money as a way of standardizing those trades to make it easier.
Yeah, well, that would that's kind of accurate, right? Or actually irrelevant is and yeah, we already admitted, we already kind of not admitted, it was a premise. This is a system of exchange, right?
Yes.
Okay. You've got your medium of exchange, whatever. So what? It wasn't a critique of substitutability, which actually is a kind of other bad problem for it, but still. Substitution effects in terms of the monetary system, whatever. Not the basis of this, right? You just redistribution, etc. Granting, for the sake of argument, that value actually can be standardized in such fashion, right? So, yeah, you grant that, and then whoops, it doesn't help because you can never redistribute. You always, if you assume the perfect information, assume no duress, you can never accomplish any redistribution period. No one will ever come out with anything different from in their sum total value they start with under those conditions. So, given that there are such redistributions occurring under the system of exchange, you can see it proven that okay. Somebody else start chatting again because people really hate when I talk.
I'm listening. I'm just trying to digest what you're saying. That's all.
I think we should go back to the borrowing system I want to trade cows for 2 of your daughters.
Why 2?
Because I'm a Mormon.
Have you seen Palm's cows? They are great.
Yeah, the best cows.
I don't know. I struggle a little bit with what you guys were talking about, so I was just being quiet and listening and not trying to ruffle too many feathers. There was a bunch of things in the past 20 minutes, but...
You can ruffle my feathers anytime, baby. Kidding.
Okay, Albie.
I think the problem is if you're talking about things like people working under duress because they're forced by the market to work, otherwise they have to live in the cold or whatever in the rain. Under communism, at least historically, people have had to work under the threat of death because it's been illegal not to work. So I'm not sure that communism really addresses the issue of people working under duress.
Where's CK when you need him?
Wait, I mean, don't you not like communism?
I don't like it at all.
Okay, just making sure.
No, it was a quote that Iron just said in terms of historically under communism, and CK would argue that we've never had, in modern times anyway, a communist structure, as the whole world needs to be communist for it to say it would work or not, to actually be communism as, what's his name defines it. Oh, give me one
Marx.
Oh, Marx?
Yeah, but didn't we shoot down that theory the last time we were talking communism with CK?
Yeah, I think that's just a really silly position on its face. I don't even give that second thought.
You never shot down anything.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. What do you think you shot? What do you think you shot down?
The necessity of a global communist system to have a test of concept for communism.
Oh, that's pretty easy. You have a way to test the concept of a different manner of organizing, I guess, or subdividing the, material resources, people, etc. of the world from a nation state.
You don't have to propose a system, Nadia. You just have to refute yours. You don't have to.
Actually, historically, we did have that.
Okay, when?
During the colonial era, when the Europeans came across the ocean and settled North America.
Why do you think that represents some kind of different way of organizing the world from the nation state?
Because the natives didn't have nation states as we understand them today, or in medieval Europe or whatever. They had a series of roaming tribes.
Some of them did.
Some of them, yeah, there were some exceptions, of course.
Okay. All right.
And I don't see any reason why you couldn't simply take a bunch of people to some remote island in Oceania and have them set up their own little communist thing there without technology or anything. I see no reason why that couldn't work. I don't think that communism necessarily need be global.
We tried it once. It was called Cuba.
Okay. Stop. Okay. In what manner do you deem this colonial era to be some kind of test of a different system of organizing the world from the nation state?
Well, I think it was a perfectly good experiment. It indicated that the nation state was the superior model because it crushed the other ones. So that's why we don't do it that way anymore.
That's not really informative.
I'm not sure how that isn't informative.
Cuba may actually be a bad
Not
example.
a related
It's
question.
as close as you'll
It's
get
not a
to it.
related question. It's not a related question. It speaks to.
Well, actually, it is related because the problem that communist countries have had when they say that they need to be global is that they have
A
to.
communist country is an
account for
oxymoron.
things like
A
defense
communist
spending.
country is an oxymoron.
No, I understand that. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that just because communists claim that it's a paradox or an oxymoron doesn't mean that it's going to go away.
Yeah.
That what's going to go away? That what's going to go away? What,
The reality
people
is
who
that you need to
people idiotically strawman that the principles of organization of, say, the world's resources and people are something that, well, are a matter of the entire world. Right.
No, I've heard communists state before that the USSR would have done better if it didn't have to spend so much on defense because of the United States of America. But that's the state of the world. You can't just make this claim that, oh, if I didn't have to spend on defense, I'd be doing better. Well, that's not the world we live in. You have to spend a certain amount on the defense of your country or the territory that you claim ideologically.
That's not the nature of the claim that I'm discussing. I mean, a system of organizing the world organizes the world. It doesn't organize some kind of territory, right?
But humans are messy, Nadia. Like
If you were talking about a system of organizing the world, the proper analog, the proper competing analog, isn't political capitalism. It's, you know, the nation states, right? That's your nation state system is a principle for organizing the world. Right? It's at a different ontological level from the things you're trying to compare. Even so, I need to get out and start walking because it's a fair distance away. Bear with me.
I think I agree with the rest of you. It's it doesn't account for humans. You know, if you had robots, maybe it would work, but it's just humans are messy, in my opinion, and
well,
have a lot of.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's important. I mean, if you can't implement a government system because the people that you're seeking to govern are not receptive to it, then it's important.
It's not a government system.
It is a government system. Don't tell me the fucking USSR didn't have a central government. Mais voyons donc.
What does the USSR have to do with anything?
Well, I'm sorry. The USSR was the largest communist organization on the planet, with the possible exception of China, if anybody actually believed they were communist.
No one. Well, why do you believe the USSR was any more communist?
Oh, okay. Why do you believe the USSR was a country? Why is there a chair? Why is there a door? Like, this reductionism isn't going to fly. The Soviet Union was communist. Communism didn't work for them. There is no reason whatsoever. Yes, it is reductionism. There is no reason whatsoever why communism would work anywhere in the world. It's been tried in China. It's been tried in the USSR. It's been tried in a number of smaller countries. It's been tried in Cuba. It doesn't work in the long term.
If you are an unyielding party regarding the term used to describe those nation states, then perhaps you might consider calling me something else.
Yep.
Well, I don't care I don't care what you call yourself. I mean, if you're not willing to accept that there's a certain measure of reality in what's gone on this planet in the last, and you might consider looking at some other history and making up what you want from there.
And in what manner do you think there is a discrepancy between my own claims and?
I've just stated it. I've just stated it.
You have not discussed anything regarding
yes,
my own.
Yes, I actually have. So
really?
perhaps I'll give you the same criticism you gave Art not too long ago. Either you weren't paying attention or you were AFK.
Sorry. Well, what I can tell you is that the laws are irrelevant to my.
Only by decision, and an autocratic one at that.
Well, generally people are.
Yeah, you're still there. Not
Yes,
I
I'm still here.
I think the most you can say is, let's say they had an idea, they wanted to implement it, and because humans are so messy, they fail to implement it each and every time. I think that's the thing you can say most, because humans, freaking Stalin was hungry for power. I mean that's a human aspect that your utopian society ignores. You're ignoring, like, it ignores all of these flaws that humans have. That's I think why it can never really be implemented. It's like you want to say, wouldn't it be nice if nobody hurt anyone else? I mean, it's just you have to deal with reality where people want to hurt someone else sometimes. Like, maybe they want to, whatever. Go ahead, Nadia.
Okay. I think there's also a bit of misunderstanding of well, the kinds of decision points that are thought to be in play. So first off, it's not that somebody's echoing.
Is it me?
Yeah. Okay. Still echoing.
I've got my headphones on.
It's not you, Palm. It was Ermine. Okay, I think it's good now. So, basically, the kind of thing in play now cannot work, and not for the kinds of reasons like well, that it becomes a bit vacuous when the tendency to rate of profit ends up falling or whatever. I mean, well, that would just limit the kind of I don't know, tokens that end up getting collected by the investor classes or con games or whatever, to basically transfer payments from the or to the I guess working classes below, whatever. That's not actually a killer. You can keep that up indefinitely. Material ones regarding well, in effect, natural resource depletion and in effect, losses for recycling already extracted more persistent resources are ones that can't really be managed. And if you don't, in fact, globally coordinate, you will go, well, one of two rather, strong bifurcation in the kinds of possible outcomes. A negative result may happen. That would not be communism. As I use the word, you can call it Nadiaism if you want to distinguish it from USSR or China. Anyway, the air, for instance, is not a resource that can be very effectively partitioned according to jurisdictions, can it? Well, that's actually obviously in play given climate change, right? Well, petroleum, as one of those things that's, as it stands, right, very crucial to shipping across the jurisdictional boundaries in ways that affect, well, multiple jurisdictions involved. It's the connectivity process for getting any kinds of goods and services around. So petroleum depletion, as that progresses, will also nail that one too.
you can go around quite a bit more, and you basically get that either people end up getting denied resources, well, are dead and gone anyway, or granted them. In fact, they cannot persist unless they're granted it. I mean, they'll basically be gone, barring they'll die off. Right? So, how naughty or nice do you want to be in the process? That's an open question.
Am I still echoing?
Not now, that I can tell. There's also a matter of, you keep a, I don't know, global society or technological society or whatever it is functioning at all. I mean, you can't have a regress to basically. I think what you would end up with is like 18th century levels of, non-mass manufactured, not very high precision technology, whatever. Yeah, not very much medicine. Yeah, you get that if you let things degenerate.
I think you can get to a more frugal use of resources without mandating communism. I think communism is an extreme system, and I don't think it would work out very well.
I don't think anybody's really, in my mind, nobody's really criticizing communism specifically. They're just saying that it's incompatible with humans. I think that's all people are saying when I hear people. Making criticisms though.
Well, that is a central criticism, right? Because we're talking about systems of order and economics, for human beings, not for like robots or slugs or whatever.
Yeah.
The other problem with communism is that central planning is usually disastrous. Just about every instance of central planning that's ever been tried over the long term has collapsed. There's an old joke in the Soviet Union that's what would happen if the USSR took over the Sahara Desert. For the first 20 years, nothing, and then after that, there would be a shortage of sand.
Okay. What did I just derail to while I was disconnected?
We're saying how great communism is.
Well, if you don't think that what I'm advocating is like the USSR or China, then call it Nadiaism, since you are unyielding regarding what you will refer to by communism.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, Nadia. Like, I understand, but it's not compatible with humans.
Not compatible with what?
It's not compatible with humans. I understand that you don't mean like Russia. Like, you don't even consider Russia a communist country.
Okay.
I understand what you mean. It's just not feasible, in my opinion.
No, you can say that.
To the point about central planning, I think central planning does work, but I think it only works for a certain proximity.
Well, why is that?
I'm not an engineer or a behavioral scientist, so I couldn't explain to you the specifics, but it seems to me that even the empire, like any empire, is a pretty good example, that once it gets to a certain size, typically they coordinate from central planning, and it just ends up falling apart. There's just a certain amount of area that you can feasibly control and a certain amount that you can't.
So you say that the what is it? Control or domination of basically the whole world is a kind of thing you're taking as a premise?
I'm trying to think of how you could dominate the entire world, and it doesn't seem feasible to me.
Well, I would actually agree that if you attempt to dominate the whole world like that, it would not work.
Well, that's all central planning is, really.
I would say otherwise.
Yeah, Nadia is anarcho-communist. Like, she would not even have a central planning.
Well, it's not that it wouldn't necessarily have central planning. It's that planning would be a cooperative process.
Right.
Right, but I think that the central planning, like, there's a natural human tendency that I think stems from the way we're designed as human beings, that we're going to prioritize whoever is deemed the most intelligent or the central planners or what have you. And this is how you're going to get the graft and the corruption and stuff from the dominating class, whoever's running the actual society.
Okay. Well, one can easily envision what I might call triage regarding, I suppose, well, yeah, if people are to necessarily be sacrificed, one might arrange for, I guess, sacrificed people to be, well, one's not needed for some goal or whatever, right? Okay. And a cooperative process regarding triage is, well, very much possible to envision.
Right, but I think that stems from domination. So, like, my brain dominates my body, and my brain could say if there's a situation where I'm going to lose my arm, but I'm going to survive. And by I mean my brain stem, or my spinal cord in my brain, right? So,
it's actually not true.
What's not true?
Your brain doesn't dominate your body. Actually, they work together.
I think they work together, but I think the brain
Without your body, you wouldn't be you.
I disagree to a degree. But in any case, I'm just going to move forward with this idea just briefly. So if my brain is making the decisions for my body and I decide, like, hey, I'm going to lose my arm, but I'm going to survive in this situation, I don't necessarily know that all the cells in my arm, like the various cells that constitute it, actually agree with that situation. Like, I don't know that they're saying, oh, we're going to die, but the rest of the body's going to survive. They might only work with the brain in order to recreate themselves or to facilitate the creation of new arms, right? So the question is, if you have central planning and a portion is going to get cut off in this triage situation, what happens if they don't agree with the situation? Like, what if they're saying the brain's just prioritizing itself and kind of screwing us over here?
Well, that's the trick, right? Best efforts and such toward, well, avoiding those kinds of sacrifices is, in the case where cooperation would actually end up getting promoted, so you try to avoid.
I think we try to avoid them, but we have to have an actual answer for when we can't avoid them, like when we find ourselves in a bad position, when something happens that's beyond our control.
Yeah, that's why, of course, if you wait for it to get too late, sorry, I'm on a conference call. You wait for it to get too late, well, you're screwed.
Well, there's a variety of things that are beyond our control. It could be a disease could crop up. It could be a natural disaster. It could be a global crisis, like, say, a climate change, something to that effect.
Yeah. Well, there are global crises ongoing. So.
Right, and I think if you ask somebody which parts of their body are they willing to lose in order to survive, I think you can consistently get a series of answers from people. And I think that also plays itself out over societies where there's central planning. And I think eventually those offshoots, like whether it's the United States of America in terms of Britain or other empires, they catch on to what's going on and they find out that they are disposable and they don't like it, so they rebel, and that's why empires aren't sustainable.
Well, yeah, imperialism is obviously not a sustainable model.
Right, so if you're talking about global communism and central planning for the accurate distribution of goods, then that's essentially just global imperialism.
Call it global Nadiaism. Global Nadiaism.
Yeah. The global Nadia empire.
Well, if it were an empire, then it would be contrary to our principles anyway. So, try something else.
I think you are talking about an empire, whether or not you see it that way. That's how I see it.
What do you call an empire?
I'm referring to your ideological empire.
An ideological empire? In what sense? I mean, you're basically defining an empire in terms of empire. What's an empire then to you?
Well, it's a series of territories that you've acquired through conquering the playing field and incorporated into your greater territory, right?
Well, okay. You say it's something established by conquest? Well, conquest is not what's being proposed.
I disagree. I think we effectively come on here, we just do the intellectual version of wrestling, and we try and pitch the stronger idea, or we rely on our natural skills in terms of being able to describe things, talk, convince rather the audience, and it's wrestling for smart people. That's all it is, really.
All right, so you say it's wrestling for smart people. At the same time, well, what are you calling conquest?
By conquest, I would just say that you impose your will over somebody, you dominate somebody else.
Okay, so domination is, again, contrary to principles and so on, and also something we should probably unpack. Imposing, that too.
Well, you're saying that Nadiaism requires the global domination, right? Like every other idea has to be beneath Nadiaism, otherwise it would rise above Nadiaism and Nadiaism would cease to exist or cease to have the influence.
Well, that's not actually contention. I mean, it's like the nation-state system has a system of there's a principle, right? Basically like a predicate floating around. It's a kind of rule for organizing, jurisdiction, territories, materials, people of the earth. Well, that's a discrete object, right? You know, like a phrase, a bunch of words, right? Well, it's a different set of words, a different phrase that's used to organize the earth or whatever. Then it's a different system, right? So you really do have discretely separated choices. Go ahead.
I think that history indicates that there have been alternatives and that they fought with each other and one ended up being dominant and continues to be dominant.
that not sound entirely accurate.
It's not as if the modern nation state was the only idea that was floating around in terms of organizing human beings. Like, we had other systems, they just they weren't survivable, or they weren't competitive enough to actually compete with the nation state, so they got crushed. That's why we are where we are now.
Well, yeah, it was, again, that competition fair was another kind of principle that was used to carry it out. A geographic competition, if you will. So.
Right, competition is the natural default arrangement for almost all living creatures that I know of.
Well, what does natural mean?
Well, I'm trying to think of a situation where that isn't the case, and the only thing I can think of is insects, and even then I'm not sure that that's the case amongst insects. I'd have to research it.
Well, cooperation, actually, is a fair amount of the distinction. I mean, there were boundaries set up, like, well, let's say the boundary between the, I don't know, Roman and the Iceni, led by Boudicca, right? The notable distinction between the tactics of the Iceni and the Romans were that the Romans cooperated. They formed their little shield walls. Right. That internecine cooperation was how Romans defeated, tactically, actually superior numbers. Likewise for the Mongols.
I believe in cooperation, but I believe that cooperation only exists when people are incapable of dominating each other.
Why would you say that of the Romans?
If I had to guess, I would say that the Roman soldiers had compared each other's strengths, and they found that it was more beneficial for them to cooperate than it was to fight with each other. But if one of them had been significantly weaker, that person would have become a slave instead of becoming a compatriot or comrade.
Well, the soldiers themselves were in a weaker position and such, right? They were being dominated by, the patrician class, right? So, I'm not so sure. I think the example of, incapability, domination, such, well, was actually, events within, Roman legionaries. Decimation is a, principle of determinants of insubordination. Well, I mean, they didn't just die; they actually killed like a tenth of their number in the rank. Go ahead.
Well, decimation was the nuclear option. It was very rarely ever put into practice. Decimation was only ever used when the unit in practice managed to severely dishonor itself in battle.
Not sure.
No, that's actually it is.
No, I'm
actually it is.
Yeah, I'm granting that.
Okay. As far as I don't know. I mean, the Roman soldier defeated most other armies that he was presented with because each Roman soldier possessed an incredible amount of discipline, and it didn't just stem to battlefield tactics. I mean, there was no other army that could march 25 miles a day under an 85-pound pack. There was no other army that could do that. You know, I mean, the level of discipline was utterly brutal, and as such, it created the toughest soldier of its day. So it wasn't just cooperation that saw the Romans get where they were going.
But they were defeated by the Germans and Parthians and so on.
those people were fierce, yes, and they were capable combatants, yes, but they weren't soldiers. They weren't disciplined soldiers. The Romans were disciplined soldiers. There's a difference.
That's very true.
I would not entirely convinced, but anyway, that's not that big of a deal. The battlefield tactics, whatever it is, ended up winning, and were, I guess, ones regarding greater coordination, greater cooperation, and such amongst, well, basically things that were typically outnumbered. Alexander fought outnumbered. The Romans also fought outnumbered, and Mongols too. Just, anyway, the trick is, of course, that the cooperation as such, basically get on board or else, doesn't necessarily have a purely, non-coercive element, but at the same time, as one broadens the sphere of cooperation, one has greater force in numbers as well as economies of scale and so on. And getting on the bandwagon, so to speak, as Federati would rather want to do, well, gets you quite a bit of advantages, and that's the kind of incentive you'll have to get on board in some respects.
I don't want to discount the value of cooperation. When I'm talking about competition, I'm just talking about the way that men usually orientate themselves or organize themselves is that there's some kind of contest, and then a power structure is formed, and then an equilibrium forms after that they adhere to.
What happens when the competition is not a, I guess, human force?
Yeah, that's the only time I can see it working.
Well, yeah. I think Ermi hit the nail on the head.
Well, this runs the whole range of male interactions. So this goes from everything from economics to sexual interests to physical violence.
Absolutely. And, well, we are facing more of a, well, man against nature sort of affair in the context of these, natural resource and pollution and so on kinds of crises.
I agree. I think until we have a united goal or a united foe, one of the two, somehow we have to unite. That's the only way I can see it working. Because,
well, we have that.
Well, one that we all deem to be not only, like you said, inherent, we have that, but of the moment. What do you want to call it? Like it's confronting us right now.
Is contemporary the right word, or are you looking for something else?
Immediate.
Immediate. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Well, what is immediacy though?
Immediacy is like the shutdown of the government. It has to be something that happens like we can. It's immediate when we can tell the doomsday, the actual day that everything will collapse. Whether it's Y2K or it's the government's going to shut down, or we just have to know, not from like a fortune teller or something, but that's what makes it immediate.
Well, how far can we see ahead?
Well, with 100% certainty is more the question.
Okay.
Or a very high degree of certainty, maybe not 100%, but where we can get everyone to agree that this will happen by this date, and these are the implications. And it has to be not just a cultural or a closed society, but like human.
Uh-huh.
It has to affect us all.
Well, there we go. We largely, or if not having it already, fortunately.
In what way do you see that we're largely having it already?
Well, while they're still intensifying it, I mean, what are the issues are basically, I guess, happening at this, having their early phases happening at this moment is rather easily foreseeable. Sorry, go ahead.
I agree it's easily foreseeable, but do we have the immediacy of the need yet?
No. That's a interesting question. And I think it may not be an entirely straightforward answer. Where, on the other hand, we can see it will become eventually so immediate, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that's fine. And there we go.
But I'd be interested in what specifically you mean, because I could see a multitude of things that will, I don't know if they'll hit my lifetime, but we know that the environment is challenging right now with all the pollution that we've, given off, global warming, although there's still people who are trying to deny it. That might be something that brings us all together. But what can you see? Are there some other challenges that you see that would tie back into Nadiaism, if that was what we're calling it? Okay.
Yeah. Well, Marx anticipated at least a portion of it, called it the metabolic rift. I think he was probably relying on Malthus's ideas regarding soil quality and such. But that's actually happening. I mean, have you ever heard like the nutritive content of, say, agricultural produce has declined?
Yeah.
Well, basically, the kinds of things they'd be soaking up from the soil are gone from the soil because that kind of decline, right? And it goes on. In tremendously more detail, like, for instance, the agricultural yields are affected by, let's say, pests involving resistance to pesticides. Also, what is it? The freshwater supplies to irrigate crops and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Droughts in general, affecting all kinds of areas, and so on. You can see that these things are at play, even if their severity is not as much as it may eventually become, right? Of course, transportation
capabilities will, of course, decline as such as, well, what is it, the petroleum, fossil fuels, etc. face their declines as well.
Right, but how does Nadiaism over capitalism solve for that?
Back in range? Okay, well, yeah, sorry, I was getting back in range. Well, the trick of capitalism is that kind of coordination can't really happen. Put yourself in kind of a game theoretic prisoner's dilemma, tragedy of the common scenario, right? So, yeah. In order to get out of that game theoretic tragedy commons, prisoner's dilemma, and so on kind of scenario, well, you got to change those terms of the game, right? And those terms of the game, terms of distribution, are socially constructed. Perhaps not, I don't buy voluntarism. There is still some capacity for carrying out those kinds of distribution differently. Most often seen in wartime, where command economies are rather often employed to keep, say, necessary components of the workforce from dying off. Right, the manufacturers of guns and bombs used by soldiers, got to keep them fed. Hence the food rationing and so on in wartime, right?
Okay.
So yeah, same kind of impulse toward using a command economy to counteract the crisis scenarios with a human opposition, kind of like the way evolution says, oh well, this kind of force that we can consciously impose with agency imposed through artificial selection, carried out by some kind of factors in the environment that are inanimate and lack agency, right? Those kinds of similar kind of affairs regarding our responses to, say, wartime scenarios apply to us.
So I don't want to straw man you, but I hear you saying we have to use the same type of methodology and insight that we use in wartime scenarios where it's not necessarily what you want, but what you need.
Well, in some respects, but it's also referring to basically command economies, changing the manner of distribution to something instrumental to particular goals. Like in the wartime case, it's beating the human enemy and such. Our other scenario is basically our opponent isn't a human; he's natural forces crises, right? So yeah, it's all pretty dull, and we can fail. At least as far as what we can know right now. Yeah, we don't
Sadly
have.
enough, I'd be a lot more comfortable if I knew that there was some really smart computer system that couldn't be rigged or something, something that couldn't be.
Well, to the extent we carry out that kind of rigging or corruption, whatever, that would be kind of imperfection of the implementation of our effort, right?
Well, yeah, that had integrity that was at the core of the system.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't get that kind of guarantee anywhere.
Yeah.
What we get is that, well, the quality of our implementation will vary by how well we beat that down, right?
I wonder, and this might not be relevant, but every time I think of us going against one of these natural forces, we eventually overcome, but there's a lot of death and destruction on the way.
And that is the rather unfortunate aspect of our response to them being so greatly delayed. And actually, the severity we can easily anticipate is, well, given what we can know about things, we're basically not really sure we won't be defeated by it, right?
Right.
Yeah. I differ somewhat radically from the assessments of, like, I don't know, our Marxist-Leninist people and all that. Like, they take some of the purely distributive aspects and all this as some kind of crux of the matter, but if it were merely distributive, then, well, it doesn't actually kind of matter, right? I mean, you can print money or whatever it is to, I don't know, inflation stuff on indefinitely, right? I mean,
Right.
You're making it up. You're making it up.
Right.
No, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can't
you can
just
say that. You can say that, but I mean,
no, it's been
what
proven
is.
that it's been proven a million times that you can't do that.
No, it's not.
I think under a capitalist structure, you're right, you can't do that. But I wonder if under a communist, a true or Nadiaist, if that could be the case.
Well, if you have enough guns, you can print money, I guess. But that's really what it's boiling down to. It doesn't have anything to do with the value of the money. It has to do with the amount of physical force that you can put behind it.
I'm going to need help with that one, Iron.
Right. So, okay. So say I decide grass is money now. And like I have a lawn full of grass. So I'm just going to go out there and pick up a whole bunch of it. And now all of a sudden you're a millionaire in blades of grass. That's of no particular value because it's so abundant, right? So if I give that to you, you're going to say, I'm not doing a job for you just because you gave me this worthless crap. But if I start punching you in the face and say, do this job and enjoy this grass I gave you, otherwise I'm going to kill you, you don't really have a choice. You have to do the job. And you have to pretend like, oh, this grass is great.
Right. That was in a capitalist example.
No, that's a communist example. Right? Like if we're just going to print money, then the value of that money is going to immediately plummet.
But that's if we're valuing the output as opposed to what I thought communist was more like valuing the like person. Right? So if we put value on the give me this, like if that's what we're valuing, like if you just print money and what you're valuing is the person as opposed to, or at least the value they're creating. Let me think about that one for a second. It's the value that they're creating as opposed to the means. I got to think on that one for a sec. It just doesn't sound quite right, but I'm trying to figure out where.
My headset cut out, so I kind of missed the big chunk of the argument. Go ahead.
Okay, well, listen to what Iron has to say in terms of printing money or printing grass. Listen to his analogy.
Well, I just made the point that if you just keep printing money, you're going to reduce the value of money to the point where your actual monetary system has no value. The only thing you can do is back it up by force and enforce slavery at that point.
Oh, it already is.
I think that most people are socialist by default, so like you'll find that many people will volunteer time or donate money without being forced to do so. But I think that communism will eventually force people to go beyond that level that they're comfortable with.
Or
Nadiaism.
There isn't a use for money in Nadiaism.
That's right. No trade.
No, but we use money to pay for labor, right? It's like we're still talking about people having to work.
That's in a principle of exchange. Yeah, you're basically using a kind of a token system, and your tokens, etc., or the thing you're talking about shuffling around. And you can hand out your tokens any way you want.
Do you have a name for them yet, Nadia? Like ergs or something? Creative?
What?
Your tokens. Can't you? What is my microphone not working?
Tokens are how I'm referring to money. Whatever.
I wish I had a voice like Irons.
Okay. Well. Yeah.
I asked you if you had an idea, a name for your tokens, or.
It would be based on tokens.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's like a symbol. Anything else that is changing one thing of value for something else of value.
Yeah, that's a principle of exchange, or a system based on exchange. Would that be well? Would be on the basis of exchange.
Does automation play an important role in your transition?
Well, I mean, generally one would try to employ, I guess, whatever engineering techniques are possible or going to help carry out your goal, which are basically things like, sustaining people, whatever it is, right?
I think you're going to be hard-pressed to convince people to work for free, but that's just me.
They aren't working for free. I mean, for free is basically saying that the underlying that is the premise of it being in exchange, and the exchange component is not the context in which it's happening, right? So.
Right, but that's not the real world. Like,
What do you mean it's not the real world?
That's not the real world. There's a finite number of things that people enjoy, right? So there's a variety of things that are exclusive just by their nature. So any time that something is exclusive, there's going to be competition for it.
If it's wanted, it's actually desired.
Yeah, in order to accomplish this, doing such and such is necessary, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that the end result will be something that is wholly different from the human beings we have now, and I don't particularly like what I'm hearing.
I have a question for you.
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right.
Is there anything that is actually scarce?
Things that are scarce?
Let's say other than beauty. Is there anything that's actually scarce?
I think certain resources like gold and clean water and stuff like that are relatively scarce.
I don't know if I agree. They may be hard to get to. I don't know if they're actually scarce.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where you are too, right? It's like clean water where I live is not a rare commodity, but I think if you compared it to the whole world, I think it would be considered a relatively rare or expensive commodity.
So then does it not just become a question of distribution?
Yeah, distribution is a big part of it, but we're talking about like a global communist or Nadiaist situation here, right?
Right, so that's her main thing though, I'm thinking, is distribution. So if things are like, and I'm willing for someone to propose something that is actually scarce, but if it really does just come down to distribution of goods, then should we not be just solving the problem of distribution?
Well, that depends on how you want to solve the problem, right? Like, the problem of scarcity and distribution is typically the number of people that you're distributing the resource to based on how much of the resource you have.
Right, but if we think that it's not scarce, if the resource isn't scarce, right? So just thought experiment for a second. If the resource isn't scarce, then it just comes down to distributing that resource and finding out better ways of distribution.
I think that's true academically, but I think it rests on a nobility that people don't have inherently. So I mean,
okay.
I'm willing to entertain the idea that we could give every thirsty person in the water, or in the world water, if I didn't have like swimming pools and stuff like that. But I'm not prepared to give up swimming pools just so that every thirsty person in the world can have water. And
Yeah, but I don't know that you have to give up swimming pools. That was my hypothetical.
I wonder if a finite resource like potassium, which is a dwindling resource that we cannot live without, the value of that right now is still fairly cheap, but that would be something that in a planned economy you would want to make sure to really control distribution. I'm listening to both you guys, and what Armin says about distribution does make a lot of sense. I can't think of other things, but I've heard other things mentioned. Yeah.
Potassium. Sorry, not potassium, but phosphorus. Go ahead.
That's right. The phosphorus. And I'm not sure about the I was looking for the word Nadia Bucks. I was going to say ergs or something. Nadia will think of something clever when that day comes. But I think I don't want to say presupposes in this world, but I think it presupposes a certain amount of automation be in order so that transition can be more smooth. And I think one of the pursuits of, I don't know about Nadia's ism, but leisure time. And now people think, oh, that means you're spending time idly, right? But that's not very imaginative, in my opinion. So everything's caught up. The Weber theory of value is factored down to in Nadia and Armin's distribution system, so that it's a controllable value. And then I think the pursuit is like leisure, right? Oh, good. Okay.
I think that is a very good point. I brought that up before. I think actually Armin and I talked about how eventually, if like we had all our resource problems solved, it's kind of like that movie with what's his name? The movie where they were just trading time at that point, like everybody's
in time.
Yeah, in time.
Yeah, like eventually it boils down to the fact that there's only so much free time to spend in your life, and that's going to be the trading mechanism if you have all your other resources taken care of.
Yeah, what would a wealthy man give for an extra 6 weeks to live?
It's an interesting notion, though, because I think it's the only thing you can't trade.
That's probably true.
Well, I think there's some. That's where you make it metaphysical or something.
Although apparently there's like a black market organ trade. So
yeah, that's true. There's
do that kind of thing.
I was thinking the same thing too.
Oh, all right, you guys, that's cool. This is really
you can buy it for the right amount of bitcoins.
I actually don't see why it has to be a black market. If you want to sell your organs,
extortion. A lot of times.
Yeah, the same reason prostitution is ideally illegal and minimized as much as possible.
I don't see a reason for that one. Help me understand.
Yeah, the kind of solution I propose to that is not some kind of prohibition like that. Go ahead.
I'm of the opinion that it's exploitive and destructive to women's bodies, and I think that has overlaps in the black market organ trade, or even not black market, but just general market organ trade.
Well, yeah, not disputed, but the question is, well, the matter of counteracting that, right? I mean, what is it? This kind of prohibition doesn't actually serve to counteract the harms, right?
Yep.
Compounds them.
I think so too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think prohibition often compounds. We're all a bunch of teenagers.
Yeah, that's why, like, where I live, for example, I mean, you are automatically an organ donor when you die. But I guess we're talking about vital organs. I think that's more also.
I don't know if I like that either.
Well, no, like well, no, if you have a religious reason, you can say I don't want it. But by default, it's yes.
Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I just like an opt out then. That's actually not a bad idea. Is an opt out instead of an opt in.
In Naughty system, do we own our own bodies, or are they property of the state? You know, like the military, they tell the guy, "Hey, don't abuse that body. That belongs to Uncle Sam." Does the body, our material self, belong to the collective?
Good question, Nadia. Go ahead.
But a lot of times it's about it's also why social healthcare, like the way I view it is it's like if I'm ever in a sticky situation and I need help, and let's say I'm in a very bad financially very bad situation, like I want there to be a system that can help me, and like. And even if I don't get any benefits from it now, eventually that's gonna come to me. And who knows? Maybe I'll be in a car accident, and a freaking metal bar will go through my kidneys, and I'll gotta be needing a kidney transplant or something. And I mean, and the system may actually save my life. And I mean, that's how I view it at least. I mean. It could be you tomorrow, I guess.
I agree.
Yeah, or someone you love, actually. I mean, it's always people. No, but people always go on the presumption of, oh, it's never going to happen to me. At least subconsciously, I guess. It's like your own mortality. You know you're going to die, but you don't really think about it. It's sort of like that. Yeah.
Our bodies don't really belong to us now under even with this in this world we live in, because let's say that you were ground zero for an outbreak of a disease or something, that your body would become part of property of the government so fast, the CDC would. So there are already situations where our bodies really aren't ours, given the circumstances. Or like Shinu was talking about earlier in Japan, that one of the real devastations was that the girls had to go in every week and then and be photographed and inspected to see the damages and consequences of the radiation. That's not necessarily here, but there are situations where the government just takes what it needs or thinks it needs anyhow. So I don't see that.
Yeah, that's why those certain conservatives fight against things like the CDC and federal government bureaus and what have you.
Does that make sense to you, that they would fight against something that, let's say that you're patient X, and they needed you to figure out some type of antibody or something? Would you have any? I don't think I would have any quarrels at all, even though my religion used to state that I had that. At up till the time, it wasn't. They didn't really encourage you donate your body, or your body was supposed to be buried, blah 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 blah. Sorry, I don't know why I went down that trail.
I think most people would be willing to, like, if you told them we're going to do this stuff for the good of the community, like there's a plague or something, I think most people would be willing to at least try and be the hero and do the right thing in that situation. But I also think that people have a reasonable fear that a doctor is coming from the other side of the country or from a different country even, who's never met you, who doesn't view you as a human being, just like a test specimen, and they're going to like force you into a lab and do whatever they want to you.
These are real legitimate concerns.
I think with modern, let's just take terrorism. Now where we have terrorism, some guy who buys some deadly virus from on the black market, and he just spreads it around in a mall or something. Like without an agency like the CDC or whatever, you're gonna have a freaking disaster on your hands, like with no oversight on that stuff. Like, see, that's why we have these agencies to keep these things contained, keep diseases and things like that contained. It's just the problem is that because we are so densely populated, it's not like the old days where like the free man on the land, where you can be like in a small house and not be bothered by anyone. It's just we don't live in that world anymore, and that's why we need these agencies. I mean, sure, you give up certain freedoms, but that's just the natural consequence. Your baker may just have like a freaking what is it? Super AIDS, who knows? Whatever he has, and he bakes your bread, and that goes in your bread, and then you get it, and then you give it to your children, and then your children give it to the other kids in school, and that shit goes on and on. By the time you figure out everyone has Super AIDS, it's already too late. It's already spread too far.
Well, typically these are the same. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go on. No, you go ahead. I was just going to ask what the hell's going on. Like AIDS spread? What? But
no, super AIDS. Super AIDS.
Okay, I'm still not understanding why Super AIDS and bread are in the same sentence.
I don't know. Super AIDS spread via bread in my scenario. I don't know.
The sandwiches.
I think typically these people are more rural, like they're self-reliant, so they live on a farm somewhere or in the mountains, and they're like, oh, well, I don't want the government to just come and pick me up, but I'm not going to be in the city getting Super AIDS. I'm going to be doing my own thing away from people and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, you're right. But then Dad breaks his arm or leg out on the tractor and can't work for 2 years. Now the wife, with all the duties that she has with the kids, may not be able to maintain the farm any longer. So all of a sudden that ugly, mean, draconian government starts to take on a different hue to people, given the right circumstances. I really wish that everything that we talk about when it comes to government, from time to time we would stop and just do a little chant and say, of the people, by the people, for the people. It's really how it's supposed to be. Fundamentally, I'm not talking idealistically. It's about how we can best serve each other en masse, whatever the economic system.
I agree, that's a good idea. I'll be right back. I'm going to fix my hair.
To me, a planned economy then means that perhaps that suggests to me there's even more strategy, given how these processes not only work but are, to begin with, accepted by people by and large.
Yeah. I mean, even these freemen on the land types, they give up certain freedoms. Like, let's say one of them wants to kill people. He wants to kill people. Society has said you can't kill people. So in that way, his freedom is restricted. So we all accept a certain degree of restriction in order to be able to coexist. I mean, that's all we're talking about, I think. No one can ever be truly free, I think, unless like you're a plant or something, where you have no needs or anything.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Nani. Fuck. Fucked up world. It's all good. I mean,
Sorry, I'm back. I missed something.
yeah, hang on. Um, wish I could whisper to you. Nadia just found results on her job and wasn't good, so she's a little broken-hearted. It makes it so tough when you just feel like, God, here's the break. I'm gonna get the break, and it just isn't time, man.
Yeah, that always sucks.
Yeah, it can really, really hurt.
Palm, you convinced me to make a sandwich. All your talk of AIDS, Brett.
Did you throw a couple of dirty socks and bandages in it just to make sure?
No, I imagine he just baked it in the same oven he uses for the Tudors.
Oh God, that was man.
Well, we're talking about food. Like I hit a new milestone again, Aaron, with the weight loss.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, really?
I'm at 129. 129 kilograms right now.
Oh fuck, dude, that's awesome. 129. Wow. I mean,
Hi Nadia, welcome back.
that's how much weight you lost in total.
No. That's how much I am.
No, I
right
mean,
now.
yeah, I know, right? But I mean, if you remember or know how much weight you lost in total to get to this goal.
Oh, well, when I started the diet, I was at 175.
Shit, so that's like 40, almost 40 kilos. More than 40, if my math is okay. Yeah, man, that's amazing. Just wow. That's already an achievement to lose 40 kilos. You have like what 50% to go of what you already lost, and not just half of what you already lost to go.
Yeah, I'm halfway there. Yeah.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
like.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
So
You're gonna
I
lose another 40 kilos?
Yeah, about another 40, 50. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But I don't look fat anymore, so that's the positive thing. Today I noticed I don't even like the you know when you like walk on the street and you see your reflection in the freaking, what is it called, in the
Mirror?
windows, you know, in the window.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't physically look fat anymore. So you know when certain parts of your body are exaggerated because of the extra weight.
Right.
But that's gone. I'm at that stage.
I mean, yeah, you have it really good. When I was I was at the same weight once when I was losing my kilos, but I still had quite a big gut and a big size, so I was still looking quite fat. I mean, you're lucky. You're really tall, right?
Yeah.
6'3" something, 6'4".
I'm 6'4". That's
Damn.
age.
Like 2 meters, right?
You're such a beautiful woman and such an extraordinary mind. The world has big plans for you, Nadia.
Oh.
Big plans. Get ready to step up. It will happen.
Yeah, Nadia's weight. She said that she gained her weight back. It's tough.
Oh, no, she said. When was this?
Well, that was yesterday. So I regularly follow up with Nadia with her weight loss, to check how much the caloric intake was and everything. But yeah, she gained it back, she said. not easy, you know, in our situation, you know, because
Yeah.
stress and things like that can undermine a lot of it.
Everything's gonna be all right. Money comes and it goes, and all the rest.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how long I can keep this up, so it's hard for me too. Like I used to lose about 9 kilos every month, and now it's about half of it.
That's
Only
fine
about
as long
4
as you're
kilos.
going. I mean, you can really just stop at this weight at least for a few months, right? Just take a vacation or something, and you know, use the new body.
The fear I have is if I stop now, that I lose this. I guess whatever drive I have left to get rid of the extra weight. So I want to get there and then I guess stop then when I'm there. I like, you know, I don't want to be
That is
complacent.
correct, yeah.
Because you
That
you
is a
don't know
good
how
idea.
long this is gonna like last. That's I mean, like you've been on several diets though, Art, you know how that feels.
Oh fuck yeah, fuck yeah! And I'm about to go on another one. I'm actually on a diet right now. It's not to lose weight, but it's for my goat, my gout, you know.
Are you on a Cheetos diet?
Because I no, it's
You go to the
it's that
doctor.
my back has a because I have this weird back thing. It's my lower spine, like the spine circles, whatever they're called. Um, you know that make out the spine, the circles of bone.
Oh yeah.
They're called vertebrae. Right. Lower part is in an S shape because I had that posture and the weight, right? And so it kind of grinds and hurts and inflates. And with the gout, whenever you have damage on next to the bone or on the bone, it inflates and it deposits the fucking crystals. It hurts like hell. For a week now, I struggle to straighten out my back, right? Just horrible. So I've finally decided to go on a diet now for the last 5 days, and I'm continue on eating fruits and vegetables. No more meat, no more fucking processed meat, no more salami, no more, nope, just fucking porridge and fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, I always have found the major demotivation is eating something like you don't like. It's a major demotivation. If you always eat porridge, you're gonna like get sick of it. Just
Oh, dude, I know this guy. He's a fitness sort of trainer. Has a YouTube channel. He specializes in making diet foods, right, that are tasty as fuck. If you want, I can give a link. I actually tried one of his recipes. It's really good. Tastes awesome.
all right, sure.
Not hard to prepare. I'll give it soon. Right now I can't have it. So I'll let you down. It's his name is Michael Corey. There we go. And that's his YouTube channel name. So. And he does like all sorts of crazy food with it. It's like he makes pizza for bodybuilders, muffins for bodybuilders, and people who want to lose weight. So yeah, pizza.
Pizza is like that's like one of the no-nos for me because that is like calorie intensive, like very intensive.
No, but he makes it. That's the thing. He makes it out of some alternative products, which make it still taste like pizza. But it has low calories. It's just ridiculously low.
I love pizza. Pizza is one of my favorite foods. But it is just, I mean, whatever diet, like if you eat a normal pizza, whatever diet you were hoping to do, that's like forget about it. It's never gonna happen with pizza.
Yeah, that's true. That's
it was about I checked the pizza box the other day. Like this is actually a very small pizza. It's from the supermarket, right? This is a small one. This is not even we're not even talking Pizza Hut. And it was about and it was about 950 calories. Just like it was a small pizza.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, actually, I love to eat similar ones. I actually started eating those after I stopped doing the diet. Actually, no, I started eating them till the end. But the thing is, I calculated it, right? So I just ate half the pizza because that fits with my one meal, right? Then I was satisfied. I was like, oh, cool. Can eat
That's
pizza
what I
and
do,
then-
actually. That's what I actually do.
Yeah. So you can eat it, right? But it's not as healthy, right? So you're not
Yeah,
getting
it's
the good
not, no.
stuff into your body.
No,
and
it
so on.
fucks up your whatever diet you're doing. It fucks it up. Like you have to be really careful with that.
But on the other hand, I mean, you can eat it temporarily, at least when you're on a diet, to sort of compensate, right? So that you're at least eating tasty, right? So you're not stressed out that you're eating some really untasty shit, but you're still losing weight because you're eating less calories, per your, allocated calorie intake, right? So I'm actually going to look into that as an alternative because I had a lot of problems finding really, cooking really good food. I only later on found about Michael Corey, his YouTube channel.
Yeah. A big problem is when you're eating good food, a lot of times it's hard to put that down. When you're having like a pizza made by in a stone oven and whatever. Like we have restaurants like that here. That is like genuine pizza. It's just you can't put it down once you start eating it. You can't say I'm only gonna eat half of it. It's just
That's why you drink a lot along with it, right? That's what I used to do. Drink a lot of water, or just fuck it, just like Coke Zero or something, low calorie stuff, and that fills me up.
Yeah. Like I actually make it a point of not going to the store in restaurants right now. Like in the last, let's see, in the last 6 months, I may only have gone to the store 4 times in total. I let other people do the buying for me. Like I don't even fuck with that because I know like if I'm in the store, all sorts of crazy shit is gonna land in my.
Do you ask your family members?
Oh yeah. My family members, they buy it for me. Like it's just I can't, like if I'm there, I'm gonna buy all sorts of crap that actually shouldn't belong in the basket.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Cheetos and all that shit. It's just better to just cut out the middleman and whatever.
Right.
Or actually, no. Actually, in this case, it's put a middleman in there.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Buffer zone.
Fucking hell. Yeah, there has to be like a buffer zone. It's like the friggin' mall, the
demilitarized area.
Yeah. Like if you have Ronald Reagan in your head, tear down this wall. I said, no, fuck you.
I need this wall.
Disaster.
This wall is good. Days.
Make that wall extra high, because I know I know myself, and I can't control myself when I'm there. Like if I really have to go, and it's like I really don't have anything to eat, I eat lots of bread. Just bread. Just you take bread and you eat lots of it before you go to the store. Just vast amounts of it. Just eat a lot of it, and when you're in the store, you're like saturated. And whatever crap you do decide to buy, it's gonna be much less, I guess.
Yeah, I have this kind of a thing about people. Oh no, actually, used to. Now I don't really care. I used to have the thing of being afraid of what people think about me, so I wasn't picking as much food for it. But thanks to fucking McDonald's McDrive, where I don't have to go in front of people, I just sort of incognito drive to this window. I just order fucking gallons, and fucking bags of burgers. That's what I eat by
awesome.
most of the way. Yeah, when I was going to school, from school, fuck. I used to stop almost every day at McDonald's when I went to school. Like in the morning, just have some breakfast there. It's like, damn.
Yeah, McDonald's was too expensive for me when I was a kid.
Luckily, okay.
We were dirt poor when we came to Belgium. We were immigrants fleeing from a war-torn country. This was in the 90s, and we basically had a house. We had a villa. It was a pretty big one. And I mean that was impounded by Saddam.
Oh, motherfucker.
Yeah, he took it. Yeah. Originally, we left it behind to go, and we had plans to sell it after a while, but you know, we had the deed and everything, but we have the power to just say, hey, you know, we got this looks nice, let's take it. You know, what I mean, it's not much you can do really.
Right.
We just took it.
Yeah, that's horrible.
But now
No,
that land would have been worth a lot of money. Like, oh, go ahead.
You know what sort of baffles me in a way, or surprises me, is that about you, is that God that well, I'm not sure if I could say this actually. Never mind. So, never mind. But yeah, to add on what you said, yeah, my family also came from like very rich position actually. Really, we were actually the rich class, how it is called, higher upper class or whatever. My dad owned a factory, big one. He owned, well, pretty much, yeah, just spoiled rich people. And we came in Czech Republic, and we're like, it's essentially dirt poor. Got to start from the beginning.
Same experience.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Big country, don't know what the fuck to do, just got a bit of money.
For the longest time, I was forbidden to talk about this because my father was so fucking scared of, you know, there would be consequence for us because but we basically changed our identity when we came here. But my father was like a journalist back in the Gulf War, in the first Gulf War, and he was he was railing against Saddam. You know, he was saying, you know, they're gonna cut, you know, whatever, like all the machoisms, you know, that go with fuck you, we're gonna come for you, something like that. You know?
Are both your parents Kurdish?
Yeah. It was like a wrestling promo, basically, what my father was doing, because he was sick and tired of Saddam's regime, you know. And when the Americans came to, you know, in the first Gulf War, you know, but when that shit failed, you know, all of it backfired, and that's when we had to go. And like for the longest time, I was forbidden to talk about it.
Yeah, we had the same thing. My dad is still kind of afraid retaliation because, yeah, well, I should not even mention maybe why, but well, I haven't mentioned really fucked up shit and really shady stuff, but there is some, and I cannot still mention some things because not all the people who are involved are still alive, sorry, dead. So, and yeah, pretty much we're KGB, and we own half Russia. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk about it if like for me the freaking Saddam is long gone, so it's for me it's fine.
Right.
Even if I disagreed with my father, like, you know, Saddam poses no threat to us here. Even then, I would respect his wishes because I don't know, you know, you don't know what lunatic is out there. Let's sympathize with the Ba'ath Party. They were basically fascists, you know. Freaking. Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm actually gonna tell you something in the side chat. Don't spread it around.
It's live though. Why would you say it if it's live?
No, in the side chat.
Oh.
Alright, I didn't know you were gay. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to out you.
Yes.
So, with that small detail, you can imagine.
I knew it. I knew you were from another planet. I knew it.
Awesome.
You got sent here, right, as a punishment, right? Staring too long at the Galactic Warlord's daughter, right? I knew it. That's why I'm here.
I was sent as a punishment for you, for humanity.
That's why I'm here. Spend a little too long looking at the fucking Galactic Shogun's daughter, and the next thing you know, I'm here on this backwater world with all you fucking shaved apes. I'm telling you.
You're here to study your sexual practices and how crazy we can get.
Please, your fucking sexual practices abhor me. Ugh. I haven't seen that much fucking exchange of fluids since the fucking Glarg snacks of Flabble 4 decided to have a dance with the fistust. You've never seen the fistust. The amount of fucking mucus those things can put out on a daily basis would float a battle cruiser. Ugh, you guys are worse than that. Ugh. Ugh. Pornography is disgusting. Now silicon-based life forms. Now
I
silicon-based
agree.
life
Most
forms.
pornography is disgusting.
Oh, somebody's a Puritan. Well, who is surprised the Nazi guy is a Puritan?
See, now you gotta have binary fission.
Binary what?
That binary fission. You just stand there, you split in half. Your two halves look at each other and say, "Was it good for us?" Excellent. That's how you do it, man. Yeah. I love how they say they're gonna fucking rehabilitate Hitler. Cracks me up. Oh yeah, you're gonna rehabilitate the part where you used to like to have his niece stand over him and pee on him? Was that the part you're gonna fucking rehabilitate?
Yeah, I think it's a bit too late for damage control. Just a bit.
That Hitler guy, he weren't so bad.
Not very many people take that kind of stuff seriously, though.
But isn't it like good? You know, I heard this right, and I've seen the documentary. But isn't it just like evidenced as well?
The guy's a freak-a-leak.
Yeah, I heard he liked to be even shat on, and he was
Seriously?
like sub.
Can you imagine, eh? Fucking Friday night at the Bergdorf. Yeah, und Hermann, I have an idea. I want you to wear a Vikings outfit, and at the top of the Freedom House, I want you to squat down on my chest and pinch a loaf.
I think there's evidence that like he had some kind of fixation with his niece that people thought was weird, but I think most of the psychosexual stuff that was put out was anti-propaganda at the time.
Now, after you pinch your loaf, I want you to put these candles, each one in my nose.
But I mean, you have to remember these are the Germans. Their sexual interests are a little bit weird by default.
Right, blame it on the race.
they're pretty fucking freaky deaky for a fucking master race.
Yeah, like there's two central places that bukkake came out of, and one was Japan and the other was Germany.
It's not bukkake. No, bukkake is when you puke and you eat the stuff.
Hey, Hans. You
No,
know,
that's a different thing. I forget the technical term for that one.
I'm going to show you a trick, Hans. If I stretch my wife's pussy, I can put my entire head inside. Look at this. Don't take too long doing this, Dieter. You know we have to get dressed and go to the Hitler Youth Rally. Yeah. I can't get any schmutz on my uniform this time. Obergruppenführer will have my balls. It will be delicious.
It's called Scheisse porn, Iron. Scheisse porn.
Scheisse-core, yeah.
Bukkake is like multiple facials. It's like upwards of like 5 or a dozen or what have you. And so that was a big thing that came out of Japan. But there was also, I think in the 80s onwards, something like that, there was GGG, German Goo Girls, which was like the German form of bukkake, which had a lot of piss play involved in it. And so that's been, I mean, that's just something that's part of the way they do things over there.
I'm a stranger in a strange land. Piss play.
Alternatively referred to as water sports or what have you.
Yeah, you want to play water polo, Nathaniel? No, I'm going to stay home and urinate on my grandma. Oh. How many schnitzels does she require for such a privilege? Only the one schnitzel, and it belongs to my grandpa. Fucking weirdos. The Japanese have an excuse, you know. We dropped an atomic bomb on them. I don't know what the fuck the excuse for the Germans is.
The Germans, that's all they need.
You're making me think, Gauche, of the Sergeant. Remember Hogan's Heroes? Anybody here? The
I
Sergeant?
fuck everything. I screw everything. He's out in the back chasing the horse around. Come here, mein Liebchen.
Actually, I think it's probably tied to like some kind of power dynamic in human psychology, because
during the Victorian era, the higher classes also had weird sexual preferences.
That's right. That's right. Seeing an ankle, like, oh, let's let's be daring today.
Say, Prince Michael, strike me again.
Let's do something exciting today, honey. Show me your 2 ankles, both at the same time.
I say, Doctor, then she showed me both of her wrists and I ejaculated. Great force and vigor, what? Unfortunately, it struck the housemaid. She was killed instantly. I, being a good Victorian man of England, haven't had an ejaculation in 12 years. So the resulting semen was of such density and heft that it broke her neck, the poor thing. I can tell you, not to mention it punched a bloody hole in the wall. I can tell you my prized Persian cat was quite put out. I now have a litter of very strange-looking kittens.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. So, tell us again, Mr. Throckmorton, what happened. Well, I was having a bit of a snog, and she was sitting on me in a manner the Western Americans call the dirty cowgirl, and my semen was of such percussive power that it blew the top of her head off, what. Now, I tell you, it's getting to be these days, so you cannot procure a prostitute with what as flimsy as tissue paper. Rule Britannia.
Rule Britannia.
They get his ass into a closed court in front of a magistrate, and he's like, tell us in your own words what you saw that day. Well, she was a strumpet. Aye, he's innocent. Release him at once. Ask him if he wants to rub the secretary's tits on the way out. Fucking British. And the French, fuck, you're lucky if they don't do it right there in front of you.
I think you can see the same thing in today's like Western culture, the way that our porn tastes have adopted over time. Like 70s pornography, except for the weird like underground pedophile stuff, compared to modern pornography, is the differences in terms of like hardcore tags and other kinds of things like that is pretty substantial.
Well, you know, in the 70s, Great Bush roamed the earth, eh? Great Bush, and I'm telling you, there was fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex used to roam the earth. I don't know how them pricks could get in there. There was whole jungles. It was like Indiana Jones and the Last Bush Crusade. It's terrible.
All natural. All natural, baby.
That's right, all natural, yeah. You needed dynamite to get up in that pussy. And they were always wearing nylons and fucking a garter belt. Doesn't matter. Fucking, she's in a diner serving tables. That she's got stockings and a garter belt. And they always had that soundtrack, eh?
I don't know how anyone could enjoy that music.
And hey, the dialogue was pretty top-notch too, eh? Hey, baby, how are you doing?
I think there was also less emphasis rather on the age back then. I don't know for sure, like I'd have to research that, but I think there was less of that fairly legal type emphasis.
Well, it's because girls who wanted to appear, like they belonged would dress up, right? Nowadays, girls who want to look like they belong dress down. The less, the better.
No, but I think there's a significant push in the industry to go towards like younger. Like I imagine if we made the legal age for pornography like 16 or 17, I think he'd probably start seeing, if trends are going to keep going, I think you'd start seeing like 15-year-old reenactments, like Barely Legal would go to 15, 14, 13, etc.
Yeah. Isn't teen porn like the most popular, like when searches, whatever?
Yeah, it's one of the top ones.
And what's the other one? Is it MILF or what is it? Or gay or is it gay?
Yeah, it's like lesbian, MILF, teen, something else. There's like a top 10 list somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that the day that I think it was Call of Duty came out, Pornhub saw their website traffic decrease like 50%. So funny. I was laughing so hard at that stat, and that like made it into Google News.
So the answer to porn is violence.
Awesome.
Wow.
That's right.
Video game violence, anyway.
You watch the day that they make a Call of Duty where all of the warriors are naked pretty girls. That's it. Pornhub's gone. Out of business.
But that statistic is just fucking
They'll
awesome.
call it Call of Booty.
That probably already exists, actually.
Call of Booty Modern Warfare.
Oh, I gotta mute. Come on, mute.
Yeah, 50%. Yeah, that's the males, I guess.
What are you talking about? Male faggots?
No, that's the males that went away from Pornhub. Surprisingly, actually, the majority of porn viewers are women, not males.
Weird. Oh, there's also this lovely statistic about the Middle East that one of the most, it's the most searched word is tranny in the Middle East, or tranny porn or something like that.
Yeah, that's actually a surprising thing. Like, if something is suppressed somewhere so much, it becomes like what is it called? Tempting, I guess.
Forbidden fruit.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, you got some crazy like freaky fuckers in the Middle East, but they are so repressed. It's just yeah, like they won't they won't even talk about it. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they'd rather die than talk about it.
Well, if they talk about it, they die too. That's the problem.
There's a weird thing going on. Like, they'll get offended so much to where they want to stone you because they've been so culturally conditioned to hate and despise it. But in secret, I suppose they engage in it. A lot of times, it's very weird psychology. Like, for example, Ted Haggard, you know, he's one of the most virulent anti-gay people, and all the while
Yeah,
he's like
he was literally caught snorting cock out of not cock, cocaine from a male escort's asshole.
So what I'm wondering is, was that outrage perhaps genuine because of his cultural indoctrination? But he like holds two what is it, contradicting beliefs? Like, that's what I'm sort of starting to wonder, and perhaps like get away from viewing him as a dishonest prick. I mean, he may be a dishonest prick on some level, but just perhaps on that one, he maybe have this duality going on. Like, that's sort of what I'm wondering, because he is probably bisexual, if not gay, you know. So I mean, it's interesting. Like you have a lot of the gay people who just freaking outright kill themselves because they've been indoctrinated to say, hey, how you are is wrong, and they are so self-hating that they just they can't get away from who they are, and it's like
yeah. I find it, on a lighter note, I find it really hilarious when these guys who are supposed to be, who are supposed to pass this Pray the Gay Way programs, how they boast about how they're no longer gay, sound so fucking fruity when they talk. They still have all the gay mannerisms. It's kind of sad and funny, yeah.
Well, what is the belief?
Uh-huh. What is a belief?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, it's often the propositional attitude of taking something to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Basically, acting as if some kind of proposition is true.
Right.
Well, how can they have contradictory beliefs in that case?
Oh, not maybe beliefs, but well, you know what I'm talking about. Them being not gay, right? Them thinking that they're not gay.
That's what I'm wondering with Nadia, Art. Like this may be why we get in trouble with Nadia when she brings up her Nadia-ism, her version of communism. Like I think Nadia, you're not able. I don't think your mind can go to I guess understanding how people can be messy in their psychology, because human psychology is very messy. It is very because we evolved. I mean, we're not like computers. We're created for a specific purpose to have one thing going on, I guess, or whatever. But it's just, I guess, I don't know. I guess maybe that's why you don't understand why your Nadiisms will not work. I guess, or at least understand their objection. If maybe it's our fault we don't understand, but at least that's, I guess, on your side. Maybe that's where you are not understanding.
Well, yeah, it could be worth addressing, but I mean, if someone takes something to be the case, how can they take contradictory things to be the case?
I've seen it myself.
No. Oh.
You could be undecided. You could have an instinct that something is correct, but you could have a knowledge base that indicates that it's incorrect, and then be like 50-50 on it.
Oh. I think what I'm pointing out is the way of describing it as taking something to be the case, propositional attitude and such, is inadequate, right?
What about the gays, Nadia? What about the gays I mentioned, where they are brought up to think, to know, not think, to know that what they're thinking is wrong? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying to know that it's wrong. They know it, like so deeply, but they also have these feelings. They also know that this. They also know the good side of how this feels. Like how do you say that? Like, I mean, that would be an instance of a contradictory belief, and that's why where they go to the extent of even suicide, because they just can't. It just can't add up anymore. It clashes too much, I guess, the two beliefs.
Well, because that idea of taking something to be the case can't be a proper description of well, whatever psychological state, right? That's the plan.
For example, in the VR, now there's now a new VR system out. And VR is basically you put on goggles and you're in a virtual reality. So these goggles will simulate virtual reality, and you have headphones and everything on. And then they will put people in a simulation where they are on a sort of a plank, you know, on a ledge. And in a simulation, it's like they're on a skyscraper, right? And they're trying to save a puppy from a sort of a plank, you know. The puppy is on, like, let's see where my character is, the puppy, and I'm here, you know, in the safety of the building. And I have to slowly go and get the puppy, save the puppy. Like, the people know that it's not real, but they can't get away from reacting as if it's real.
Mm.
So they, in that case, they hold two beliefs.
Mm.
I mean, I go ahead.
Well, the idea of a belief is, I mean, take the word out of it. A propositional attitude of taking something to be the case. There's not. Describe what's going on. I mean, for instance, if you take, I don't know, something that logically implies something else, okay? It would entail that you actually act as if those logical entailments are the case, right?
Well, they do.
That's not how the human brain works, though, necessarily.
They do act on what they believe, Nadia.
Hang on. Iron just made my point for me.
I mean, they've done studies with child psychology. They're really interesting. What this conversation reminds me of. They put a baby on a ledge with like a glass plane next to the ledge. So the baby can crawl to the edge and then touch the glass, and it realizes that there's a solid object there, but the baby will still not crawl across the glass just because its visual ability to recognize the situation indicates that there's like a danger involved. So I mean, just because you believe something to be the case doesn't mean you're going to act consistently with that belief. Something could just be going against it.
Well, the thing is, the idea of a belief is not describing what's going on, right?
Is it just like a semantical thing, Nadia? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand what you don't understand, I guess. The case they behave in both ways. They act as if the ledge is real, and at the same time they also no, it's not real. Like, I don't get it. I don't like. Is it like playing with definitions? But what is it? I don't know what's going on.
Maybe a little bit. But semantics actually matter. The fun part here is that at model of human psychology says, oh well, you know, our behavioral dispositions are oriented toward propositions that have that kind of symbolic referential meaning is well, demonstrably inaccurate, right? And welcome, Jason.
Hey, what's good? What's good, fam?
Nothing.
Oh, I've missed you guys. It's been like 3 or 4 hours. I've missed you.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Noticing that those beliefs don't really work as a model of I don't know, whatever humans are up to is one of those little contents of eliminated materialism, right?
Yeah, I'm starting to know why there's this disconnect when you're trying to explain your Nadiism. Guess I'll flesh it out more to explain what I mean. I'll think about this.
I kind of know myself, and it's not that and convinced it's untrue, but rather that maybe I'm so good at explaining it, or people understand what I mean, and so on.
I think there's just certain experiences that you can't relate with. But that's just my view on it. Or maybe it's my ignorance. I don't know. I'll think about this. Okay.
Well, I am a notably poor communicator. And it's not that I don't carry out the communication process or whatever. It's that the conveyance tends to fail. What now? Well, it's got some interesting consequences for, I don't know, philosophically and all that. I mean, for instance, epistemology is, well, pretty heavily centered around this idea of belief and all that, right?
Next time a Christian comes up with what's your objectively moral whatever, like I can use this Ted Haggard example. This is pretty good actually. No, you can see how society shapes you, and this was actually a very good example.
Yeah, Kingdom in the Closet, Saudi
I mean, the guy is an asshole, but he must be living in torment, just like the other guys. I mean, he's like a, what is that called? Is it Stockholm syndrome? What is it that he has? I don't know what the hell you call it.
Stockholm syndrome is one of the things. Yeah.
He's like a self-hating Jew, you know. So.
Yeah, sure. Well, if knowledge is justified true belief, and belief is something, well, demonstrably it's demonstrably unsuccessful in modeling human behavior, mental states, whatever. Well, there are problems with epistemology and all that.
Nadia, recently I've been eating like a pig, really. Did I tell you about the new air fryer, Nadia, that I bought?
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it fries all my food with hot air instead of deep frying it. I've actually been eating the most unhealthy food, but still losing weight. It's pretty cool.
I gained everything off back.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. That's actually one of the drawbacks. Once you rubber band, what ends up happening is you because of the demoralization, you end up gaining even more weight than you originally lost.
That
sucks.
Call could work in.
Look, the thing is, when it comes to your metabolism is like trying to turn or stop a cruise ship, you know? So it takes a long time, and it's, in many ways, once you get it going in your favor, it's very forgiving. You know, I mean, if you diet, let's say 16 weeks, and on 3 of those weeks you cheat, you're still going to get the benefit of 16 weeks of caloric control.
Yep.
You know? So as long as you It's like the old Buddhist saying, no matter how far down the wrong road you go, turn back. Right? You can always come back from it. The problem with dieting is that people often go on these draconian dieting regimes that make them miserable. And then the second that they get a chance, they stop eating according to their diet. And the minute that happens, they get their weight back and then some. You know, every dietitian I've ever seen in my life has said to me, if you make yourself a diet and you can't stick to it for the rest of your life, you're gonna get the weight back. It's guaranteed.
That's a very good analogy to Sharia law. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point, Gus. See, that's why extreme things don't work. People can't maintain it for a long time. It's very true, actually.
But the nice thing about a diet is that if you decided, let's say, once a month, that you were going to have a night where you eat pizza until you lie there like a fatted tick on your back with all your legs a wiggling, you could still, in aggregate, lose weight. As long as for the rest of the month, you know, or for the rest of the 2 weeks or whatever. It's just the people who consistently eat bad day after day after day. They're the ones that are going to fuck themselves up.
Wait. But Gus, I've eaten like shit for like 16, 17 years, and I haven't gained a pound.
How old are you?
20.
Welcome to your youth. Your youth is wasted on you.
I don't eat. I eat like crap all day, every day, and I have for my entire life. And I've lost weight in the past few years. I've lost weight.
Yeah, I get it, and I guarantee you that when you hit your 30s, that's going to slow down. In between your 30th and your 40th year, you are guaranteed to gain 20 pounds. Guaranteed. In between your 40th and 50th year, you're guaranteed to gain another 10 to 15. Guaranteed.
Yeah. In my experience, thin people don't know shit about eating.
And by the way, that assumes that you eat everything you're supposed to, when you're supposed to, and you engage in a moderate and constant regime of exercise. If you sit on your ass playing fucking Call of Duty all day and eat nothing but Cheetos and Mountain Dew, you can triple or sometimes quadruple those numbers.
Good. I want to get fat.
No, you don't.
America.
No, you don't. Trust me.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
America.
Fat is not where it's at.
America.
It's a national pride.
Cheddar cheese. Say America. Again. Cheddar cheese. Say America again.
America.
Yeah.
Cheddar cheese. Say America again.
America.
Cheddar cheese. Say America again.
America.
Cheddar cheese. One more time.
America.
Cheddar cheese. One more time.
America.
Cheddar cheese. Again.
America.
Cheddar cheese.
America.
Cheddar cheese.
I'm losing the will to live here.
America.
Good. We'll get that weight off you yet, Arthur.
America.
Cheddar cheese.
America.
What the fuck?
America.
Yeah. Do you mind? What the hell is this?
Not at all. I don't mind at all. Do you mind?
America.
Very much?
I mind. I want to get a point across.
America.
Okay, go ahead.
No, like in my mind, I've seen several thin people confessing the same line of rhetoric as Sean.
America.
And thin people don't know shit about eating like crap. What they consider crap. It's like a vegan eating one slice of chicken and then considering themselves like a meat eater. That's what it is to me.
America.
Cheddar cheese.
So if you count his calories, I guarantee you, it's probably not even 1/10 of what a fat person eats.
America.
Baboon says what?
Hey, Palm, will you do me a favor and leave me alone?
You don't know shit about the fat struggle, Sean.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
You're not even.
You've been on my ass for the past few days. Leave me alone.
You're not even a real American, so shut the hell up.
Leave me alone. I was born in America. I was born in America.
Am I an American? Because I'm fat.
I was born in America.
Baboon says what?
How am I not a real American?
Do you fight for the rights of every man?
Yes, I do. Except Muslims.
They're not people, though, Sean. Right?
Right. You're right. They're not people.
Yeah, right. So not, yeah.
Damn Sam-makers.
It's all them dirty, filthy pig people. I ain't paying attention to them fuckers. No.
Everything
stepped
changed when the
out.
Fire Nation attacked.
I said I stepped away. I said I stepped away momentarily, and have not
Sure
heard
did.
you.
Well, it's
I
about
have
now,
not heard you.
and now it's
I
about
have not
pop
heard you.
culture.
Okay.
Could I ask something? Because I heard Jason disagrees with some trans issues between, about Nadia. Could you guys hash it out? I'm curious. What's Jason's scholarly informed opinion on this?
I don't wait. When did I say I disagreed with something about trans people?
Oh well, you said something about trans issues, I think, and Nadia was trying to bring it up or something.
No, yesterday I was talking about college campuses in my generation. People that attend millennials that attend college right now are more concerned with LGBT and trans rights than making sure they don't get blown up.
I think that's probably true.
Why do you hate trans people, Jason? Why do you hate them?
I don't hate trans people. I love trans people.
Why don't you love them more, Jason?
His friend is a trans person.
You love them.
I love them. I have
Why do
plenty
you
of trans friends, and I
Although,
affiliate with them.
I think we have to be fair that a certain amount of that is on the shoulders of the parents and the teachers, not necessarily the students.
Like Gus, I bet you I affiliate with a lot more trans people daily than you do.
Why do you hate them? Why, Jason?
I'm willing to bet you a paycheck and a half.
Don't you know that the unconquered son cries real tears every time you say bad things about trans people?
Oh, come on.
Real tears.
America.
Jason. Real tears.
America.
Real America.
I don't know fucking shit about
Real
most
tears.
trans. I guess most trans people apart from myself. So. Okay.
Nadia, you got to get educated about what's real in the trans community today. You got to get educated.
Jesus.
Why?
Because it's real. It's hip. It's happening. It's real right now. It's all happening.
Why is that a reason to also got interest in?
You need to make a portal that opens a rift in your mind so that you can sail through space-time.
What are you on about?
Do you guys ever discuss trans issues beyond people hating trannies?
Like a flower about to bloom on a canvas.
Yeah.
Like it was drawn like halfway done blooming, So it's like it's not closed, but it'll never open because it's a painting.
Well, I mean,
it's sophomoric.
I will never be able to transition, so it doesn't matter. Anyway.
You're like that flower, Nadia. You're like that flower that's almost bloomed.
I am well, irrevocably, irretrievably, defeated. So. My suffering.
Well, I think
only death will end.
You know what I think?
Only death will end my suffering.
You know what I think, Nadia? I think Gus is holding you back. I think affiliating with Gus is holding you back. I think if you just got rid of Gus and you became an independent woman, things would change. Just get rid of Gus. We'll all be happy. We'll all be happy if you get rid of Gus.
Post-op individuals.
I couldn't hear either one of you.
Why do you hate flowers, Jason?
I said everything will be better in your life, Nadia, if you get rid of Gus.
Why do you hate flowers, Jason?
I love flowers.
What do flowers ever do to you, Jason?
I just described Nadia as a flower.
What did flowers ever do that you should hate her?
I just described Nadia as a flower halfway in bloom.
Why would you do such a thing? Don't you understand that you're mean?
Not halfway in bloom.
Don't you know?
Hey Gus, will you do me a favor and take off that stupid minicam logo already?
I'll tell you what. No.
No happy ending ever coming for me. So.
That's an annoying massage parlor.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do, Gus?
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna lick your balls.
No, Jason, you're not.
I'm gonna do it if you don't take off that minicam logo.
No, Jason, you're not.
Yes, I will.
No.
I have acidic saliva like the Komodo dragon.
I know, little man. I know there are many strange dreams in your tiny head, but no, you will not do this thing.
Whoa, whoa! Dropping N-bombs, Chris. That's
I'm
an
black.
N-bomb.
It's okay.
That's an N-bomb.
It's okay because I'm black.
Oh, okay. So, my ancestors are black, so nigger.
Your ancestors are black. Blackened of soul, perhaps.
What the hell?
Is Jason still going? My God.
Oh yeah, you know how it is.
Well, his avatar is like a almond-like color, so therefore he is the color of his avatar.
My avatar is Japanese.
Yeah. So now you're being you're just being racist Japanese now.
Japanese is black?
Well, there are black people in Japan.
There's not enough. We need to put all the black people in Japan.
I want to go to Japan.
I want to go to Japan too.
I want you to go to Japan.
Yeah, I want you to go to Japan and then die there.
Why does everybody want to go to Japan? What's so special about that place?
I want Jason to go and hang out amongst the sumotori.
I want Gus to go to Japan and then fall off a building and die in Japan.
I want Jason to go to Japan and get lost walking around in circles. I want Jason to go to Japan and then sit at a noodle bar and have hot water poured in his eyes. That's what I want.
Sounds like a good time.
I want you to come over here and fondle my nuts.
No, Jason. It's not going to happen.
Yes, it is.
Christopher, it's like,
I
can
want-
I go in your place?
I want you to cry over your TV dinner.
I don't eat TV dinners, Jason, but it's a nice try.
What do you eat?
Well, it's no
How much
food.
pussy?
Gus doesn't eat any pussy.
Oh, you would be surprised.
Well, it depends on how you define pussy.
Female genital organs.
Yeah, how do you define pussy?
Well, one
Well,
ass
Gus.
is pussy.
Well, Gus. Let
Well,
me tell
Jason,
you.
you tell me all about
I
it.
will
Jason.
tell you. I
Come
will
on.
tell you. I will tell if you shut up. There's regular pussy, right? But then there's boy pussy.
Boy pussy?
Or femboy pussy. Femboy pussy.
Yeah.
Boy
There's
pussy.
regular, and then there's boy pussy.
You say
Assholes, essentially.
What essentially?
I said assholes, essentially.
No, not assholes. Boy pussy.
Okay, I need some charts here, like for real. What the fuck is a boy
Aren't you
pussy?
boy pussy?
I have one.
I have one as well.
It's a boy pussy. Get
Boy
somebody.
pussy just makes
Gus
it
doesn't have
less
one.
gay when you say jack off to it.
Gus doesn't have one.
What in the fuck?
Well, I assume you fuck it, but I like to know what it is first.
How long is the dildo, Jason?
Wait, how long is mine?
Yeah.
I think it's like 7 inches.
Oh, you're big.
I think that's the
I'm
dildo.
actually trying to get a vagina surgically installed here, and
Free range vagina.
refer to my anus as my anus.
Wait, no, Nadia, you gotta refer it as your boy pussy. It's a boy pussy.
Oh, is that what a boy
I would-
pussy is?
Why did I call it a boy pussy, whatever?
Why do you have to call it that? Because that's what it is.
I don't even want
That's
to.
the in
like
thing
that.
to do.
I mean, you're not.
You guy,
I mean, you have
would be a boy.
you have a boy pussy until you get your new regular pussy.
It's
Your
the
SRS
United States
vagina.
of Xeon. It's anything the little boy wants.
Jason,
No,
my name is Jason.
he's referring to commonly used terms. This is
All
how
hail the
people
little
talk
boy
now.
king Xeon.
Little boy king.
I've heard this stuff before, but it's like, no, it's like some kind of bizarre, stupid word game.
It's not a word game. It's a real thing. Look it up.
What's a real thing?
Xeon commands that you look up.
I am not googling boy pussy. No way. In fucking
Yes, you should.
What?
Xeon commands that you Google
Do it
this.
now. Hold on, let me open an incognito window.
I was fooled once by blue waffles. I'll never make it up.
Did you say once you were fooled by? Did you say once you were fooled by blue muff?
Boy waffles.
I misspoke, goddammit. I meant to say blue waffles. And nobody googled that.
You were fooled by blue muff?
Well, I googled it already, like a long time ago, and from this point on, no, I'm not googling anything anybody says.
I'd also like to welcome Christian Hillbilly.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly can describe boy pussy.
We were just
how you doing, boy and girl?
Yes, hello. We were just discussing gay sex. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's right. That's Hillbilly's favorite subject.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly.
Now, perversion is not my favorite subject.
Wait, Christian Hillbilly. Can I ask you a serious question?
You just did.
I don't think you can.
Can I?
You just
Can I ask you another one?
Oh, go ahead.
You just did that, too.
Do you make the distinction between pussy and boy pussy?
What's that got to do with the price of rice in Albagoria?
Well, it doesn't.
Exactly.
Oh, all right. I guess you win. I've been defeated. I've been intellectually dismantled.
That wasn't too hard now, was it?
No, you've trumped me.
Now don't bring our presidential candidates in on the conversation.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so you're an advocate of Trump?
Okay. Let me say it another way.
Speaking of presidential candidates, you'll get a kick out of this one, Jim. David Duke said that his praising Donald Trump by comparing him to Adolf Hitler may incidentally improve Adolf Hitler's image. Go ahead.
It wouldn't surprise me none.
I should remind you that David Duke is a Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, I'm familiar with him, yep.
Christian Hillbilly, are you a member of the Ku Klux Klan?
Why would you think I'd be a member of such an organization?
I asked you the question. I didn't make the assumption.
Well, I'm not.
I wanted to clarify.
Consider it clarified.
Perfect. I mean, I just wondered. You seemed like the type of person that might have some persecution, a persecution complex or something.
Oh, not at all. I'm actually quite the opposite. I'm the kind of person that's going to come to you and tell you that you can be saved from a perverted lifestyle, that you can be saved from sexual perversions on your life, so you can live the way God planned for you to live.
What do you think about?
Wait, but what if I want to die a fag?
That's your choice.
Perfect.
Jim.
Yo.
What do you think my lifestyle is?
Homosexual.
And what do you think homosexual is?
I think it's quite explanatory. A person who wants to have sex with a person of the same sex.
Okay.
Yeah, get that boy pussy.
Why are they having sex?
Do what?
Why am I not having sex?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Why am I not having sex?
Well, that's not the point, is it? Your case has gone farther than just a regular, quote-unquote, homosexual. Yours has gone into the part of mutilating yourself, trying to make yourself look like something you never will be. And, Tony, we've talked about this. That's a software problem, not a hardware problem.
Oh. So.
Gus gives me
my
a
lifestyle. My lifestyle does not, I guess, include sex at the moment. So. And in fact, it likely never will again.
It is your chosen lifestyle.
Okay.
Just remember, boys and girls in the listening audience, she's taking psychological advice from a guy who drives a fucking bus for a living. Just saying.
Lifestyle.
I want to put that in there.
My lifestyle does not include sex. Well,
Hi, Gussie.
Anyone, much less.
How hillbilly has a corn pone and all them good chilies out there?
Yeah. So, in a lifestyle with no sex, where is the sex with members of the same sex? Go ahead.
Told you.
You know, I could have.
Attraction is still to people of the same sex.
You know, Gus, I could have been a carpenter.
The way you set up your mentality, that's the way you set up your lifestyle to be leaning towards that. Whether you're having sex right now or not, that's what you are out to have. You've done it in the past. You don't think there's anything wrong with that. You want to do it in the future. You don't think things wrong with that. Unfortunately, there's a ton wrong with that. It is a perversion against nature and nature's God.
Says the bus driver.
I'm not driving the bus anymore, Gus.
Oh, well, that's even worse.
Well,
you sure as hell aren't a shrink.
If I, in what manner am I somehow moving toward having sex again?
Nadia, what is your preference? That's what you would call it. What is your preference? Now you got to remember too. You were basing this on the fact you were born a male. Your chromosomes will still bear that out. Your skeletal structure still bear that out. All these different other areas of your body that a person of medical ilk could actually look at and say, "Yep, this is a male." Now, who are you wanting to have sex with? Men. Is that not correct?
I wouldn't say I want to have sex anymore.
What do you mean by that?
What?
I said, what do you mean by that?
Well, basically, the idea that I'm like, I'm not really going around trying to go have sex and so on.
So, you're saying that you want to continue on in this lifestyle of making people think that you could be a woman when that's never going to be the case, and you still want to try and go down that path?
What does someone thinks a man or woman have to do with it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
What does whether someone thinks I'm a man or a woman have to do with it?
Well, Nadia, it has everything to do with it. You were born a man. You were born to be a man.
And I was born to have sex with men.
If even if I grant you that, so what?
So what? Well, I mean, if you want to continue on in a self-destructive attitude, there's nothing anybody can do about it. There's only one person anybody in the world can change, and that is themselves.
What are you calling a self-destructive attitude?
The way you're living.
Well, how do you think I'm living?
I think you've gone from being somebody, and we've talked about this, so it's not like I'm guessing. You went from somebody who was making money, had a good job, decided they wanted to be a homosexual that was going to mutilate themselves to try and be a woman, and boom, 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 boom. You just lost everything. Now you lost your health, and you're barely hanging on to that. Now, how's that gone for you?
Yeah, I'll probably die soon.
Well, that's not what I'm wanting, Nadia, but I just want you to know the people who truly care about you will tell you the truth that you can change.
No. Change what?
Change who you are from the inside out. Instead of being the sinful, perverted person that you are right now on the outside, get rid of the old. Try something different. It's like the old analogy where you talk about somebody who's doing something that's insane. You're banging your head against the same thing over and over again, and you're getting the same result, but you expect a different result.
What do you think I'm trying to do?
I think you are trying to make people think that you are a woman. That alone is deception.
I am rather fully cognizant that it is far beyond my power to do that, and as if that was really the purpose anyway, but still, go ahead.
Actually, it is. It's very relevant because this is what you've got your mind set on. This is what's been killing you for the last, what, dozen or so years? This is what's got you to where you are right now.
No, it's not. There's another end to this. There are others who have acted against me. And, well, they have condemned me to, well, death, basically, unchanged, one iota for the state I'm in right now. Right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, pretty obvious. I am powerless and overwhelmed, defeated, etc. Right.
Now, how do you come to that conclusion that you're powerless?
Well, what kinds of power I would grant, or would be granted, or not being granted? Right.
Nadia, have you ever considered that maybe you're not being granted those truly what you would call mutilations for a reason, and that you are not powerless. You have the ability to make the change.
What change do you think I'm supposed to make? I think I can do surgery on myself.
That's not what I'm talking about, Nadia, and you know it.
Okay, then change what?
To change who you are, to be what you were designed to be, not to try and make something that a hill of beans that you're never going to change.
You change who you are. What do you deem to be the idea of who someone is?
I'm sorry, let me mute this real quick. Notifications off.
And stop spamming me, by the way. Okay.
Okay, now what'd you say?
Yeah. What do you say is the idea of who someone is?
The idea of who someone is?
Yeah.
It's not an idea. It's how you were born. You're born with a specific design. The designer has a plan. Now, you were born to be a male. I would think that all the roadblocks that you've hit and bashed your head against to get to where you're at, you would even might consider that maybe you're going in the wrong direction. But no, what you have, Nadia, is you have a desire to kill yourself via surgery or some other complication. And you know what? I don't want that for you. I want you to know the truth, that God loves you and you can change.
God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. Oh, that's obviously true, but I would never be able to, you know, correct my body with surgery anyway, right? So, what do you think you're advising?
I'm sorry?
I said I will never be able to change my body with any additional surgeries anyway. What do you think you're advising?
What do I think about it? I think it's a good thing.
No, I said, what do you think you are advising if I am powerless to ever get those surgeries anyway?
Again, you are not powerless. You're powerless to go in the wrong direction. That's a good thing, Nadia.
You're not listening, hillbilly. Fucking listen.
I am listening, Gussie.
No, you're not. You've answered two things now that she hasn't actually said, Cornpone. Listen to her.
I am listening to Nadia.
I don't know what part of this conversation is more painful.
Yeah, there's a wee bit of trouble, Jim, but yeah. Well, I think the way you're putting things.
I can't hear you, Nadia.
Hillbilly, are you saying change your goal instead of changing yourself and pursuing this goal that you think is inaccurate?
I think Nadia took the wrong path right from the get-go. To actually try and make yourself out to be something that you are not, to try and mutilate the body's exterior, to try and fool people into thinking you're something of the opposite sex. Oh, that's perversion at its highest. And by doing it that way, you will never be happy. Never. Why do you think these hospitals are stopping doing these things? Because they see the suicide rate.
There are 3 of them starting to in New York, and
Yeah, and they'll probably get sued too because of the suicide rate, and they'll quit as well.
Doubtful. Now, if you think that, well, the not getting surgery, some kind of solution to things, well, you've already got your solution, right?
No, I haven't. No, not at all.
I'll never be able to get them. So.
No, I think that's one good thing. But the thing that would really help you, Nadia, is to quit boo-hoo, the Eeyore bit, and get off your butt, get a haircut, man up, and be what God designed you to be.
That's really, really, really bad advice.
Okay.
Like, get a haircut, man up? What the fuck, dude?
Well, yeah.
I'm really glad my interactions with Christian Hillbilly are rare.
What do you think manning up is, and what do you think that's supposed to accomplish?
What it's supposed to accomplish?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what it's supposed to accomplish. To give you a feeling of pride that you could go back to what you were designed to be to begin with. And maybe even see how easy it is to slip right back into that mode and be a person that can be proud of themselves, that could go out in public proudly and say, guess what, I'm a human being, I'm a man.
Wait, but Nadia already got her raisins chopped off. Nadia's missing a very crucial thing to being a man already, so... I mean, I think pride might be out the window if she tries to revert.
Yeah, there's a good number of problems with that idea. So, my advice that there's well, not really a whole lot that will, I don't know, a whole lot to do with my pride, so to speak, about any of that. There's not a whole lot that will, I don't know, have any kind of resolution of my material hardships. Not a whole lot about that.
Now, Nadia, wouldn't you say your material hardships have been brought on by this obsession of trying to mutilate yourself to be something you never will be?
Are you saying that I brought those material hardships to myself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, to attribute it to me, what do you take as a standard? I mean, what's the sort of rule that you're appealing to in deciding, who is responsible for what? You say is the basis of claiming that somehow I'm responsible for that, right?
Well, Nadia, nobody's 100% responsible for every single thing that happens to them in their life. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have the capability to make decisions that will either severely inhibit our ability to have a good life or actually promote that good life. It's promote, permit, or prohibit. And if you want to promote a good life, you might want to get out of this life that you're currently in that you can obviously see has been permitted by prohibited by every turn.
Yeah. Got a pretty weird assessment of, well, what little is left of my life. You really honestly call this living as a woman?
What? I didn't hear that.
This is not remotely living as a woman.
It's not remotely living as you want. Well,
living as a woman. So, what the hell are you saying? There was no gender transition.
What do you mean by that? I mean, because let me close these windows. I'm about to get a thunderstorm.
Oh, that's pretty easy. I was, in effect, prevented from, undergoing a gender transition, right? So.
There we go. Nani, do you think somebody who's prohibited from committing suicide, you think that's a bad thing?
No, I wasn't committing suicide, so red herring.
Oh, not at all. It actually meets up with exactly what we're talking about here. Your plan is to continue down this path to beat your head against the wall until you're bloody or dead. And the fact of the matter is this, that God loves you. He wants you to have life and have it to its fullest. But no, you don't want that. You play the old Eeyore. Oh, I'm so poor, pitiful me.
Watashi wa koko desu.
Dama arigato.
I was saying, I'm going to die here in this way. Even if it's not at this moment, nothing for me will change between now and the moment I do. So, what exactly do you think I'm going to go doing though? Going to go kill myself?
Change the way you're living. I mean every.
And how?
And how? You could change your way you're living, change the way you're looking, man up and be the man God called you to be, and I guarantee you, your life would turn around.
I look like a man anyway. And you want me to look like a man? I already do. Hey, it sounds like one too. What the hell do you want? I got stopped. Dead cold. There's been no transition.
I'm going to say it again, that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. However long you got to sit and stew and think about it, that's another story. But once you finally come to the conclusion that this is a good thing that you did not get mutilated, and that you can go back to being the person, the man that God called you to be, maybe you'll sober up and do that.
Strictly speaking, I am surgically castrated.
It doesn't matter.
No, why not?
It doesn't have everything to do with being a man now, does it?
Oh, but you say that it's presence of fetus or testicles or ovaries in the vagina makes someone a man or a woman.
No. The way we are born makes us what we are.
Okay. Being born with ovaries and testicles, or ovaries and vagina, or penis and testicles, or what makes someone a man or woman, according to you, right? So.
God's got a design for every person He puts on this planet. Every single one of us.
Yeah, my testicles never worked anyway. That was always sterile.
You've got him squirming a bit, Nadia. Because now he knows he's messed up.
What did I mess up? I didn't mess nothing up.
Because now it's up to Hillbilly whether someone is a man or not. He's the judge.
No, it's not up to me at all. And I said this before. It's up to the way God created them. Listen real quick. Again, when we are born, we are all born heterosexual. If we are not born heterosexual by default, that would be a birth defect. Now, until
We
you
are
grow
not
up enough to have sex, then that's the time that people turn away from the natural way, the natural
What
order
happens when
of
you
their
only
design.
took science up to the 8th grade? You don't learn these things.
Sure I do, Gussie.
No, you don't, Jimmy Pooh.
Jim.
Yes.
None of it matters anymore.
It does matter.
I'm already dead, so.
You're dead if you want to be.
No, I'm dead whether I want to be or not.
No. See, the point is, you could make a change. You could do something about it. The point is, you don't want to.
What do you think I could do about it?
How many times have I said it, Nadia?
You could magically grow a pair of balls.
Didn't say that at all,
Gussie.
Gussie.
With them clicking together. Start walking around with them clicking together and just be a man, be a man. I wish I was a real man, just like Corn Pone over there.
Yeah, click
with,
my,
with his earrings in his ear and his tattoo that the Bible said he ain't supposed to have no how.
Click my,
by the way, Hillbilly, you said that the definition of madness is banging your head against a wall and expecting something different to happen. That's the definition of practice is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting something different when it's all over.
Well,
by the way, so it's also the definition of practice.
Well, clacking it together, what is it? Yes, two brass. Two brass.
Two. You're not gonna.
Brass replacement.
All right, sit there and get picked on then. Nobody gets to help because we're not fucking pedantic enough.
Okay. Well,
I'm trying to fucking help you. Fuck's sake. I don't know what's fucking worse, the fact that you're not speaking up or the fact that he's an asshole. I don't know what's worse.
Yeah. So.
Fucking, we get to sit and watch the fucking murder show again. Again.
Hillbilly, I think you make some decent points, but I think you're a little bit too much of an absolutist. At least that's my perspective.
Well, of course.
Let me ask you a question. If something is right, is it ever going to be wrong?
You have no idea whether it's right or not.
Yes, you do.
You got that sense from the Bronze Age
focus so much
instruction
practical
book.
and pragmatic, not what's necessarily right or wrong.
Well, following your prescriptions to the logical conclusion, which I guess we could kind of tricky walk you through if they were patient enough, which apparently they aren't, leads to the relatively obvious idea that, well, your quote-unquote recommendations don't actually accomplish anything.
Yeah. Iron Fist, or I guess that's your name there.
Hey, asshole, she just said something to you.
Do you think
asshole, she just said
something that is right can never be wrong?
Asshole, she just said something to you. Hey, don't you fucking brush her aside. Fuck is the matter with you, Cornpone?
Well, we could try, positing it as some kind of prompting for him. Like, for instance, taking your series of whatever kind of recommendations, whatever, to their logical conclusion. What do you think comes about as a result?
You get to be the person God designed you to be, Nadia.
And what good does that do anyway?
Some perverted person having homosexual sex and actually spending every day of their life going poo-hoo, pitiful me.
And what good does that being the man that you say God wanted you to be or whatever actually do for me?
Why should I tell you? You're not interested.
Oh, I have a vague idea, you say. There's a chance I could go to heaven, and, well, in the meantime, I continue undergoing hell on earth. Go ahead.
I've already said it.
No. Yeah, your answer is not an answer.
Actually, it is.
You'll notice that Christian Hillbilly doesn't answer any question.
If you want to change, change is available. But no, you've grown quite comfortably. You've grown quite comfortable in your sarcasm, in your self-inundated suffering, and your idea of who you are. You've grown quite comfortable with that perverted idea of who you are. But until you are able to shed that, forgive yourself, and move on, you're always going to be here.
I think it's comfortable with it. Yeah, anyway, you have no greater promise than Romans chapter 8, verse 18.
Pose a question to Jim, because he obviously doesn't understand what you're saying.
I understand completely, Palm.
No, a lot of people don't understand, Nadia. That's the problem. The thing is, Jim, a while ago, Nadia said, "I don't have balls anymore," and then you said, "Well, that's not all there is to being a man." So
it isn't.
Right? No, but right there, you already made a value judgment at what is a man. So now you're in hot water. So if
Let me ask you something, Palm. Let me ask you something. If you know a person and they're a man and they're a big football player and they have their gonads, in an accident they lose their gonads, does that make them any less?
Jim, hold on. I was in the middle of a sentence, man. Come on, man. Be charitable. So I was saying, if genitals don't decide what a man is, then what does? Are you the arbiter? Like who decides here? Like, how do you even tell what the man and woman is?
God decides, Palm. God decides.
No,
God
you're
isn't real.
deciding.
God
It's
isn't
the
real.
way we are created.
Okay. A baby
God
is
isn't real.
born.
Humans aren't created. God isn't real.
A baby is born, and since the genitals don't decide what it is, what does?
Palm. When children are born, they are born heterosexual.
How can
Now,
you tell what
let
sex
me go
they
ahead
have?
and let me finish just real quick, Palm. If you've got somebody who's a man's man, big old football player, strapping jockey, he's been known to be a man's man, and he's getting into a car accident and loses his testicles and loses the ability to have sex. Does that make him any less a man? No, it doesn't. But he was born a man, he lived his life a man, because what is a man is not only in his junk, but it's in his DNA.
You're in trouble, Jim.
Not at all.
I would say it
I
does
bet
make
that can
him
be
less
backed
of a
up.
man, but
You know
I
what? I know
understand
it can be
your point.
backed up. The genetics can be backed up. The chromosomes can be backed up. The skeletal structure can be backed up. You can look at all these different medical areas and
don't
say,
believe in
"Whoops, yep,
evolution."
that is a man. That's not a woman." That's
You
easy.
don't believe in evolution. Why are you even considering genetics?
What's that got to do with anything? As a matter of fact, because genetics proves creation.
Jim, I am
Christian,
fully aware.
I have to go in a second. I just wanted to say, Christian Hillbilly, that you're a stupid nigger. Enjoy.
Jim, I would, I am fully aware of how radically and irrevocably disfigured that I am.
Yep. So?
It was time to die 30 years ago.
You're still alive. While you're still ticking, you can make a change. You can do something about it.
Really? Change what?
Yes, you can.
By means of what? With what power, what resources? Change what?
You can change who you are. You can change who you are to yourself, to everybody around you. You can get out there and not get out of a single room and get out and get a job.
Change who I am. No, I change myself to be a woman, of course. But yeah, I actually have been working on efforts to get a job.
You did that out of order, though. You need to change yourself first. Make yourself something that an employer would want to hire. You think an employer is going to look at you and want to hire you right now?
With what?
Do you think an employer is going to look at you and want to hire you right now? Would you hire you right now?
What a bizarre question.
It's far beyond my power.
Okay, gotcha. No problem.
What I want is irrelevant anymore. I am powerless to actualize any of it. Right?
Actually, you're not powerless.
Okay.
You have the ability to make a change. You
Make
just
what
don't want to.
By make what change?
Now, do I have to repeat it over and over and over again? I said this 10 times today.
You think I can somehow mysteriously change myself, but what effect do you think, quote-unquote, changing myself would have? Right.
Well, number one, it might make you hireable, because I already know you're a smart person. But the only reason an employer doesn't want you is because of your persona. So you need to trash can that persona, be the man you've been called to be, and do whatever it takes to sober up and get out into the workforce.
When do you think my persona has ever changed?
Do what?
When do you think my persona has ever changed?
I don't know. It's before I met you. You've always been like this. It's been been over a year I've known you.
You think I was different 10 years ago?
Probably were.
In what respect?
Well, you weren't so saturated with grief. So dead set to get yourself mutilated at all costs.
Oh, if you deem that mutilation, I was putting in a hell of a lot of effort working and putting a lot of money away for those surgeries, right?
And that means what?
Well, because I was destroyed, it means nothing anymore. I mean nothing anymore.
That's totally wrong.
And people like you destroyed me.
No, not at all. Nadia, it's people like me that will sit here and tell you the truth that you can get changed. You can be better than this. You don't have to live this way.
Well, trick is, of course, once I don't have to live this way, it's not my call, is it?
Okay.
Oh, seriously.
Okay, seriously. I disagree with that.
Okay. How do you think I am?
How did you get all the problems with your body that you've got so far? All the different ailments that you have so far?
Almost none of them have anything to do with
You think?
gender affairs.
You think? It didn't have to do with maybe the way you were living, what you were doing, who you were doing it with? You think that didn't have any effect on your body, Nadia?
Those were not of consequence to the kinds of conditions I have. Go ahead.
How'd you come to that conclusion?
Well, the autoimmune response against the pancreas, for instance, is not triggered by the behavior of the victim and so on.
Mm-hmm. Then how is it
Well, suspected that what there is a gene which is latent, makes the immune system vulnerable to being tricked by bacterium that infects much like a cold or a flu. And apparently I caught the cold or flu that triggers that attack on the pancreas and destroyed it.
Once again, it just bears out what I'm saying.
Really?
Yeah, really. That, Nadia, you can change. You don't have to live this way.
No, hang on. You're saying that, okay, all my health problems are, quote-unquote, self-inflicted and, all,
no, I said
all kinds of world considered.
Let's go ahead and let's be honest, shall we? I'm going to tell you right now, the way you're living right now cannot be beneficial to you.
Which one?
And I tell you this right now, that in the years that I've known you, you've gone down a slippery slope to get worse and worse and worse every time I see you.
If any.
Do what?
Name one.
Name one? Well, see, in the year that I've known you, you've been in the hospital at least 4 or 5 times.
Right.
You've lost 2 or 3 apartments, places to live, staying with people. You can't get a job, and it keeps going down, 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 and you keep saying, oh, poor, poor, pitiful me. Why don't you get up and do something about it?
What do you think getting up is going to do? Get up and do what?
Get up, change your persona. I've said this before. Be the man God called you to be and try and get a job.
When did my persona ever change?
Your persona is what you are trying to put out on the internet right now.
Well, and what respect is what I put out on the internet different?
It was a lot different than
how
when you were
I always
abused.
was.
I bet it got a lot different after you got abused.
In what respect?
You told me that.
I did not tell you that my personality changed.
No, you didn't. You didn't tell me that your personality changed. What you said is that after the abuse, you felt that you were more a woman than you were a man. That's exactly what you said.
I never said
Yeah,
that.
about 8 months ago, you sure did.
That
Yes,
is bullshit. That is bullshit. I never attributed. I never attributed.
Mistreated. Really?
Excuse me.
Have you ever been mistreated? You told me you were sexually abused by a number of men.
The verb I said was attributed. attributted. Attributed. Was it gender dysphoria to having anything to do with any kind of abuse?
There's not gender dysphoria.
Okay. Then what would you like to call?
Genderphobia. Be the man God called you to be. Don't be afraid of it. Embrace it.
Well, get my I don't know, penis converted to a vagina or something, and
That's
call
not
me
being
call
the
me a
man
man
God
all
called
you
you to
want. Call me a man all you want after my genitals are repaired. Right?
Yeah. That's not the man God called you to be, Nadia. You know it.
I've been sterile all my life.
So?
Okay.
Were you not born a man?
Well, I at least not born virile or whatever you want to call it.
Oh, mercy.
I mean, it's not like they touched my penis. They touched my anus with their penises. So, my not wanting my own penis touched, didn't come from them. They were never interested in my penis. I mean, is this becoming a bit clearer to you now?
Uh-oh. I got sirens in my neighborhood. Hang on a second.
Could be in. Anyway.
It's the idiot police. They're coming for you.
Daddy, you're talking to a street preacher type. Like everything he's talking about, he's running it off his, what is it called? Like it's like a hustler on the street.
Yeah, script. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's on the fly. He's thinking of everything he's saying on the fly. So these things he's saying they're not even like really well thought out. Like a while ago, he ran himself into trouble, and so you know. I don't.
Well, he's proposing a viable alternative to transitioning, I suppose.
No, he's proposing Jim's culture, not even the Bible. I think it's just his, like the knowledge he has off the top of his head.
There's no quote unquote alternative to transitioning. I'm not able to transition anyway.
You got tornado warnings in our area.
Well, the alternative is you could pursue counseling and then go to like a male lifestyle if you wanted to. People do detransition sometimes.
You know, there are ways to convince people.
Yes, they do.
There are ways to convince.
Just like homosexuals get out of that lifestyle and become regular people.
I've heard that lobotomies do wonders for these types. It's a good way to convince them, I think.
Well, there are two different problems here. First one is there's not really such a thing as a male or female lifestyle, number one. Second, the proposing some kind of solution to some kind of poorly defined quote-unquote problem doesn't really work because it doesn't really solve anything, right? It doesn't get me, I don't know, out of poverty, avoid anything, period. Right?
Well, I can imagine a scenario where if let's just play a hypothetical. You decide to take Hillbilly's advice and you're gonna fully go in that direction. I think you could detransition and then go to a church and explain your story, and then they would probably be welcoming. It depends on the nature of the church, obviously, and then maybe they could hook you up with some kind of job. And so, in a hypothetical, it's possible.
What? You know what? It's actually not. You know why? I've been homeless, but I know what little the churches have to offer, how much they don't, right? They have no capacity for anything of that kind.
I don't know. I guess that depends on the church, really.
Nadia, are you saying that there's not churches out there that would come alongside you knowing that you're trying to change your life to become a normal person, to walk away from the perversion that you're living right now? Are you trying to say you've checked with churches about that? I doubt it.
How many years do you think I've been homeless in my life?
I don't know. How many years in that same time frame have you changed your mind and decided to go back to being what God created you to be?
When do you think I ever, quote unquote, became something different?
Nadia, you were born a heterosexual. Now you are a homosexual trying to mutilate your body. There's been a change somewhere. I already recited what you told me.
Your quote-unquote recital is wrong.
If you
I
want
never told you that.
Yeah, Nadia, that's real funny.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to speak to the point about being born heterosexual or homosexual. I think that's Hilby. I think you're actually wrong on that one. But I have seen people come back from even decades of like hardcore drug addiction and homelessness and prostitution and stuff like that. So things are possible. It just depends on what you want to do.
Iron, if we are not born heterosexual, then by definition that child would have a birth defect. It's when people get old enough to decide what they want to do with their bodies is when that particular label gets put on them. You're not a homosexual at birth. You're a homosexual when you choose to have sex with people of the same sex.
There goes original sin.
Can you be born with a birth defect that causes you to have a sexual interest in people of the same sex?
Well, people can be born with certain propensities, such as a propensity to lie, a propensity to steal, a propensity for sexual perversions, but that doesn't mean they are born and that is an innate way of living. No, it means we are all born into sin, and we have to recognize that that when you go out and become a person, become an adult, and it's time for you to look at sex with your spouse, then that sex is designed to be heterosexual. You go outside of the parameters of that, it's perversion.
Yeah, I'm a woman, my husband's a man.
And that was a perversion, Nadia.
Oh, come on. Fuck.
Well, anyway, the important part is...
The world doesn't have time for this.
The important part is, Jim, that there is nothing to actually do. Right? It's Suitswang.
Yeah.
Zugzwang. You know what Zugzwang is?
I just call it bullcrap.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to care.
Look up Zugzwang.
He won't look
I
up.
don't need to look up nothing. I know exactly what I'm talking
He
about.
won't look up fuck all. He wouldn't look
Is
up
that German, Nadia?
So Hillbilly, are you okay? I'm just trying to get to the basics of what you're trying to say here. It seems to me as though you're equating homosexuality to be something like a birth defect, like a disfigurement, like maybe having a small.
No, that would not be correct.
That's not correct?
Nope.
That's
So
what
you
you
don't-
just said. That's what you just said. You said if a kid was born homosexual, that would be a birth defect.
No.
Those are the exact. Those
Children
are the exact
are
words
not
of your mouth.
born.
That would be the. That was the
Children
exact
are not
words out of your-
born
Don't
homosexual.
lie. Stop bearing false witness to your own testimony.
You know what? Go back and look it up. I
Stop
said
bearing
children are
false
not
witness to your own
born homosexual.
testimony. You have borne
They are born
witness to your own
heterosexual, and
You have
if they are
false
anything else than heterosexual, look it up.
You're not
Then
going
there
to sit
could be
here and
defects
pretend to
in
be
the
a
way the
Christian.
body is
You are
formed.
not going to sit there and pretend to be a Christian in front of me, Cornpone. No fucking way. You
That
can pull
does
that
not
shit with
mean
the
that
rest
they
of
are
the room if you
homosexual
want
at
to.
birth. It does not happen.
That's not what you said. What you said is, if a child was born homosexual, that would
It's
be a
not
birth
born
defect.
homosexual. I never said that.
That's what
You're
you
a
said.
liar,
That's
Jesse.
precisely
You're a
what you were
liar.
bearing false witness to your own fucking testimony.
No, I'm not. I'm
Your
telling you
God
the truth.
is watching you.
And the
Your
truth
God
is
is
what,
watching
exactly what
you.
I said.
Your
You're
God
born
is watching
heterosexual,
you.
and when
Your
people
God
get
is
old enough to
watching
decide
you.
what
Stop
they are
lying
doing
about
with
your
their
own
sexuality,
words.
that's when they choose
Your God
to
is watching you. Stop
engage
lying
in
about your own
perverted
words.
lifestyles.
Stop lying about your own
lifestyles.
words. Liar.
I think the science indicates otherwise. I think you're right. Some people do become psychologically geared towards homosexual acts. Like there's an area where it's studied nature versus nurture. So like there's debate in the scientific community about what causes homosexuality, but there seems to be ample evidence to suggest that certain people are born with hormonal imbalances or what have you that cause them to like homosexual things.
Actually, there's nothing scientific that says anybody is born
Shut
in a
up.
particular
Oh my
way.
God. Oh, shut
You know
up.
what?
Shut up.
If you are old
Science
enough,
denier. Science denier. So fed up. You come in here and run your
Dusty, be quiet now, buddy.
Fucking,
If you are
Okay, well,
born
would you be open? Would you be open to
particular
reviewing
propensity
information,
to
or
do
are
a
you?
particular thing, does that mean you have no power over it?
He's not
no.
open to seeing anything, Iron.
It means that
this guy's
you
been around
are
for
born
years. He's the
with
exact same.
something that you
He's
have
running the
control
same
over.
script.
You have control over your body.
Running
You
the
don't-
same script. He's running the
you
same
don't have to go out and
script
have
he's been running
sex
since
with a
the
tree
Stick-Ham days.
or a
He never changes. He never
You have
changes. He never
control.
does anything about it. Never
Right, but
changes.
this is why I asked you if you considered this to be like brain misshape or like a mental disfigurement or something to that effect.
No, it's a choice.
Idiot.
It is a lifestyle
You're an
choice.
idiot.
Those
You're an
people
ignorant
choose
Do
to
you,
engage.
can I ask you a quick question about psychology?
You know what? If they didn't choose to engage in the behavior, they wouldn't
idiot.
choose to not engage in the
You're an
behavior.
idiot.
And you see that back
Do
and
you also
forth.
believe that there's no
You're an idiot.
medical basis for psychological problems like Alzheimer's and stuff like
I
that?
have no idea
Or-
what you're talking about.
Bus
Well,
drivers should
I'm
not be
asking-
allowed to fucking give his psychological advice to a dog, much less a human being.
I'm asking you, do you think that mental illness is also a matter of choice, or do you think that's based in the
That's
brain?
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, so you wouldn't be prepared to say that homosexuality is a mental illness?
If you want to go ahead and say that somebody that has a sexual perversion or sexual addiction in their life is a mental defect, yeah, I'd be able to do that.
Right. So okay. So that's what I was asking you.
Would you not say somebody who has a gambling addiction has a mental defect? Somebody that has an alcohol addiction has a mental defect? Wouldn't you say that?
No.
Oh, really?
No, I
Is
don't
that
think
their
addiction
choice?
is a
Is that their
defect.
choice to engage in that behavior?
Addiction doesn't mean they've got a
That's their
defect.
choice to engage in that behavior.
You use the word defect.
Guess what?
I think you're
It
wrong
is
in that.
their
Well,
choice.
guess what?
Their
Nothing.
choice is to engage in perverted behavior.
Oh, Jesus.
Bar
Billy,
none.
when you have an addiction, it short circuits the choice. That's the problem with addiction.
Well, then
is
you
it
wouldn't have a choice
bypasses
not to
the
do
choice
it, would you?
mechanism.
But people come out of addiction, Gussie.
You know what? You know what? You're
People
stupid.
come out of addiction.
You have the scientific fucking education of a desk. You have the scientific education of a fucking clock.
I always feel like Somebody's watching me.
We are watching.
Stuff.
That's the
You sit there with your go-go shorts on and your bisexual fucking ear piercings on. Don't you know that an earring in both ears means you're available to both sides?
No.
You look like a friggin' bear pirate. You look like you're
That's
gonna
all right.
for a fucking cub.
Hillbilly, are you an
Don't come over
advocate
to my
for gay conversion therapy?
Just don't come over to my house, Gussie.
You're damn right I won't. You never know what'll happen to me over there.
I have a question. Is Bruce Wayne Christian?
Batman is so gay. Batman is so gay.
Oh, obviously, but is he Christian?
Yeah, what's that whole thing going on between Batman and Robin?
Robin's dead.
Robin was
killed. Robin's is, the other Robin's still alive. And one became
I say, Master Dick, let me take you in the Batcave.
I don't know.
So, Hillbilly, do you support gay conversion therapy?
Nope.
Good, because it doesn't work.
On what basis do you not support it?
Why would I support something that a person can do by themselves or with help of a licensed person who can actually help them, a counselor? You don't need aversion therapy. You just need to be taught and told exactly how to be something that you don't understand. Nadia is the way Nadia is because Nadia's got this mindset. Nadia's got this persona in Nadia's brain that because this happened to me, I am this. And that is not the case. That can change.
Wow, it's all so simple, isn't it? It's all so simple.
Because
It's
what
all
happened?
so simple.
Because what happened? Oh no. What do you think happened to me?
You told me what happened to you.
What did I tell you?
I've already said it once. You
Okay.
denied it. So I ain't going to repeat it again.
All right. Well, if you're referring to that, well, you are very inaccurately, at the very least, representing what I told you.
Okay, well, that's the first I heard of that. Because we've had this conversation a couple times since then, and you've always had some type of version of the abuse, so now you're completely denying it.
Well, the abuse did happen. Yeah.
Oh, that did happen. So there we go. Thank you.
And what do you think that has to do with, who and what I am? Well, no, seriously. What do you think it has to do with who and what I am?
It has got you to the point where you think that there's nothing else you can be other than some kind of sexual toy to men. And you want to try and mutilate your body, try and make yourself look like something you never will be, try and fill a hole in your heart that only God should inhabit.
I don't want to be a sexual toy for men.
Excuse me. I'll tell you what, Jim. You can't beat your motivational style. It's fucking awesome.
Jim, you realize that I don't want to be a toy for men.
That you don't what?
I do not want to be a toy for men.
I don't believe you, Nadia.
No, seriously.
I know. Based on what you said before. I find it hard. I'm kidding. Sure.
Yeah. You know what the actuality of it is, right? Well, the actuality of it is, well, like getting together with people, and, well, it's all having a good time. Go ahead.
I challenge you to say that on a ship full of horny sailors, Nadia. That you don't want hands play thing.
Yeah, I will.
I don't believe you. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I said I would. Yeah, actually.
You wait. So you would say that, or you wouldn't?
I would.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Sorry, no.
Ship full of sailors. Hey boys, let's have a good time.
Well, the problem is that the person
Oh, wait, okay, I
individual
misunderstood.
abused and then chucked overboard at the nearest opportunity and replaced by the next person that was willing.
As long as it's the next ship, Nadia be okay with that.
Anyway, the important part is I have always attributed what the abuse I received to the recognition that there was something different about me. And in effect, yeah, they attacked me for being what I am. I did not become what I am. I have what I have changed. I mean,
What do you mean by that?
well, they noticed that I was, in some way queer, and attacked me. They even said smear the queer at various points.
So, how did you come to that conclusion of what they thought?
They told me.
Okay. So, did you come to the obvious conclusion that at that point, because of what they thought, maybe what they were saying is true about you?
No.
Jesus. Well, wait a minute. You told me before that this abuse basically validated your belief that you were a homosexual and that you were to be a woman.
No.
Now, how did you come to that conclusion?
I never said that.
Okay. Well, let's go a different route then. Have you ever considered that because of the abuse and because of the psychological damage it has done, you actually put that in your mind that that's what they thought or that's what they said? Again, you have gone off the deep end, Nadia, and you need help to understand that there are people that will help you get right.
If I was cisgender, heterosexual, whatever, they're raping me would not make me transsexual or homosexual. Go ahead.
But see, Nadia, you were on the wall at that point anyway, because you had something else going on in your life during that time too, didn't you?
What's that?
Where were you living?
What was that, what?
Where were you living?
My parents.
Okay. And did they treat you like you were to be a man, or did they treat you like you were to be a woman?
I suppose at that age it probably wasn't much of a distinction, but I suppose they said I was basically presumed to be male. Go ahead.
A what male?
They said I was presumed to be male. What it means to be assigned male at birth or whatever.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, they treated me male.
They treated her like a male. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plains. Come on, man, wake up.
Yeah. Is there a question?
No, I'm
Not
just
at all.
I'm just translating for fucking Jimbo Ding Dong over here.
The only conclusion I will come to, Nadia, is that you have allowed other people to control who you are, what you do, and who you interact with since the time you were a child, even before the abuse. And you have never dealt with that. And because of that, it's built up and built. It's like cancer. If you don't have that cancer extracted, it will kill you.
Wow, that's pretty badly mistaken. I mean, you can say those things, but I mean, where do you have any basis, right?
Oh yeah, I think I've got plenty of basis for it.
Well, that was my basis, my own
Most of the people that engage in same-sex and homosexual sex, they have some of these same attributes. You know, parents that maybe were absentee or maybe an overbearing mother or something of that nature. They've physically, sexually, emotionally abused when they were a child. All these different factors that lead up to a person that actually goes away from the way they were designed to engage in perversion, right up to mutilization of the body to try and be something they never will be.
And your statistics are where?
Up his ass.
You know, I actually did at some point have to get over. Well, I suppose the likeness between more than what they did to me. So, yeah, that was a bit of a struggle. It's one that's long over. How old do you think I am, Jim?
I'd say about 35.
I'm 40.
Yeah.
Wait, you're 35, Jim?
No, I'm not 35.
Oh, okay.
I'm old.
Okay, I'm just checking that you're not like Brett Keane, who's like 30 in his 30s, but has like gray hair.
Oh, I knew people that were in my high school that when we graduated almost had full heads of gray hair. Two of them, as a matter of fact. And the class was about 800. So, yeah, it can happen, but I'm not trying to say that it's not. But I've had gray hair, oh, golly, for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Pete Galloway's.
Those things I got over by the turn of the 90s.
That's the wrong kind of mask there, Palm.
So, that's what I was saying. Yeah, your ideas about, well, issues that were closed 20 years ago are very much backward, right?
No, I don't think so. I think those are issues that have not been dealt with, and as such, just like a cancer, will continue to grow until something is done about them.
Well, I've already been dealt with.
No, I'm not saying you have to be dealt with. I'm saying that the issue has to be dealt with, and it obviously has not been.
The issue has been dealt with by dealing with me altogether, and I have been disposed of.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So the garbage disposal society. Well, I come here, so to speak, with the, well, I suppose, forlorn complaint such. So, I've been flushed down that garbage disposal society.
Yeah, that sounds like you've really dealt with that.
Well, they dealt with me.
It's not the way it works.
Want to bet? Oh, they got rid of me. I'm gone forever. Already. Because,
That's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that's quite true, Nadia. If you want that to happen, yeah, it will happen. Just give it time. Because you're never going to do anything about it.
it already has happened.
No.
It's not my intent of anything I quote-unquote...
Be right back.
Okay.
You should already invest in a coffin, Nadia. It's gonna get expensive when you die. Pope has already made his arrangements.
Yeah, maybe.
He's looking ahead. Yeah, he doesn't listen, Nadia.
That's a really
Here we go.
Well, you tell him.
Oh yeah, this one.
What's that?
Hold on. Albatross was laughing in this one, Nadia.
I was laughing at Palm's little picture thing. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Got the wrong mask, though.
I know, but in this universe, you're Robin. You're gonna die in episode 2.
Episode 50. If you're talking about the comic.
I don't know shit about Batman.
I think it was episode 50 in the DC Comics. Robin died, was killed by
Jesus.
somebody else.
Killed by Jesus.
Jesus the Joker.
Jesus just had enough of him and killed him.
Thank God.
He didn't
Hey,
change.
Billy, why do you like Batman so much?
Because I like what it symbolizes.
Vigilante justice.
Justice.
A rich playboy beating up poor people. Fucking
Does
right.
not symbolize injustice at all. As a matter of fact, what it symbolizes is that one person can make a difference. And they don't have to be a superhero. They don't need to be irradiated with radiation to make them something they ain't. They don't have to be from another planet. They could be right here and make a difference. Oh, and by the way, I also like it because bats are very unique. I love talking to kids about bats and how they prove that, again, evolution is false and it could not have happened.
Why do you say that?
Oh, I thought that bats were like the symbol of
I'm
Satan.
actually interested in this tidbit, or trivia. So,
well, once again,
why is evolution disproved by bats?
It's disproved by a lot of different things. But I like bats because kids like bats, and I love to talk to them about bats, about how bats have echolocation, that they are mammals, that they take care of each other inside the little bat womb or whatever they call that. And as a matter of fact, I'm getting ready to put some bat houses out here behind my place because I really want to get some relief from the mosquitoes that have come on. But it's so amazing to see what these bats are capable of doing.
Yeah,
the
fuck
echolocation,
those
to be able to see what's around them. They can actually tell what kind of bug it is that they're after through this echolocation. And that didn't happen by random chance and happenstance.
Is that your evidence and assertion?
Well, it could
No.
just be the case that the evolutionary developed that sort of ability. Like,
I question
No, it's not an
actually.
assertion.
I question
What
the
it is-
description.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would look to someone more credible on the subject to get an actual picture of what it's like to be a bat. I don't know.
Palm, you think I don't know what I'm talking about? Oh, I know exactly what I'm talking about, Palm. Because guess what?
dogs.
In the
I've
bats, in the grass, in us, there's a little known thing called DNA. And do you know that DNA is information, and information kills evolution? Information
You're an idiot.
never.
You're an utter moron.
Information never comes from an intelligent source. Anything other than intelligent source.
That's interesting. Amon, you're taking Nadia's spot.
Yeah. For example, for the longest time, bats were taught to actually not use their eyes, but actually that's false. They actually do use their eyes. So I mean, see, this is one tidbit. So I would refer to an expert on this subject, perhaps.
I don't know what
we get Nadia. Hey Nadia, you dropped for a sec.
Yeah,
actually, you guys, maybe we can eject. What's his name? Chinu. He hasn't been talking for quite a while. Chinu, if you're there, please let us know. But there's
Wait,
people
Mark,
trying
you
to get in,
call
obviously.
Chinu a he. You fucking sexist, misogynist, transphobic piece of
Did
shit. Yeah, you did.
I see.
Clearly, it's
That's the same
product
as
of the
bird
white
house.
supremacist capitalist patriarchy.
Nadia, you have some horrible background noise.
I know.
I hope Gus's ears are okay.
If you could mute Nadia when you're not talking.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you're here, Chinu? Okay.
Chinu, how you doing?
Nope.
Fantastic.
So we can all be the change that Jim would like us to be if our parents are brutally murdered and then we inherit billions from their vast fortune.
Yeah, billions of dollars, and then we have the luxury to travel all over the world and learn from the best teachers, like best martial artists and so on.
Yeah, and then we get to
We
beat up.
learn from the League of
privileged
fucking
people.
Assassins
Fantastic.
and become like a badass, and then return to our city and
what
just
God
like develop this costume.
Yeah, I think maybe James Bond is closer to like the more realistic orphan beating the shit out of people to save the day kind of thing than Batman.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan on that. I agree with him. It makes more sense.
Well, originally in the comics, the kid had an affection for Zorro. And so that's what he would read when he started thinking he wanted to do something about his parents' deaths.
Yeah, well, I like Zorro too, but I don't fly around on rooftops at night kicking people's asses. I mean, I fly around, but I don't kick people. It's kind of hard when you only weigh about 10 kilos.
So, Hillbilly, when you build a bat house, is that any different from building a birdhouse?
Yes, it is.
A bat cave.
What's the important difference?
The fact that it has to stay at a consistent temperature when the bats get in there. They can radiate and regulate, rather, their own temperature. But in order for that to happen, it's not a regular birdhouse like a box you would see with a hole in the front of it. This is actually a thinner style with a tilted roof to let the water run off, and then you have the outside layers of it, and then two inside plates that are roughed up so they can take their claws and climb up into it, and in that way you can get the most amount of bats in there that can regulate the heat that's necessary for the whole colony.
Do you have a picture to show an example?
Oh, shoot. I can't get my camera to come up for some reason, so let me see if I can find one.
Well, you do know that there's quite a few diseases that come from bat feces.
Yeah, I know. Iguana.
Yep. Hope you're making precautions.
So you want some bats to save you from the mosquitoes that God sent you. Fantastic.
There you go.
As God created mosquitoes, in fact, God created malaria.
Save the bats. Outstanding. Bat laws matter.
Oh wow, that's
That might be
interesting.
what we do.
Actually. So these go on the ground, like a little beehive kind of thing?
No, that's just for demonstration, so you can take a look at it. You got to climb about halfway up a tree so other predators can't get up into it. And so you look down at the bottom there on the first two at the right, that green is kind of like a mesh, and they can hit that and cling on, and then they can actually climb up into the bat house itself.
Oh wow, that's pretty neat.
Actually, I wouldn't mind a few bats. I think they're pretty cool.
Yeah, just don't let them in the house. Fucking get guano everywhere and fucking...
No.
Ugh.
I've seen like pictures of like caves where bats live, and there's like a thick fucking layer of bat shit inside.
You know,
Yeah, I
people
think
go
it's
in there to
called
get that
guano.
for fertilizer. That's some of the best fertilizer you can have.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's great fertilizer.
Yeah. Pretty much any shit is good for the fertilizer.
Yeah. So are you from the southern U.S.?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Kentucky. Paintsville, Kentucky.
He has a certificate and all, being hillbilly.
Are you concerned about the whole Zika virus thing?
No.
Yeah. Bats will also crawl into church. Well, in this case, it was a cathedral towers. Like I lived next to a cathedral a few years ago, and they would frequently come into my house.
If somebody made statistics and compared the, church going of humans versus bats, and they found that bats actually go more to church, that'd be hilarious.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Here at least. It's like a giant fucking ass building, completely empty, and there's like one old lady, Alzheimer's. Like that's it.
Mm.
Bullpuss.
Is it bullpuss?
Yeah, bullpuss.
I'm not googling that either.
Okay, so I just gotten into contact with God, and God says that ass fucking is awesome. So therefore it's good. I am just saying it.
You think about her, Chris.
So Jim, you need to like anal sex now, you need to like ass fucking?
Preferably with Chris.
No, not with me, with someone
That's
else.
what you want.
I can't remember what your stance was, Hillbilly, on oral sex between consenting adult married individuals. You're pro or negative for that one?
I'm sorry, I just came back. What did you say?
I said I can't remember whether or not you supported oral sex between consenting married couples.
That's none of my business.
Well, that hasn't stopped you commenting on everything else.
Well, I mean, when it comes right down to it, two people who are married, and they're married in the eyes of God, there's nothing I can do or say. It's not my place. But when people go outside of the laws of God, they go outside of the terms the way God created, natural, traditional marriage, then that's when I get to step up and say, this is wrong, you need to get right.
Natural marriage.
Does that apply to anal sex as well, or is that specifically off limits?
Yes, natural marriage is what I said. Natural, traditional marriage, because natural marriage is designed around a husband and a wife who are loving and committed to each other and loving and committed to the next generation, those kids.
Natural design.
No, I understand that. I'm still talking about like a straight couple, so like a man and wife.
All right, so. So. Well, your attributions, Jim, are some respects inconsequential. I mean, your proposed quote-unquote solution, well, what does it solve? Seriously.
Do what? I just got back.
Well, your attributions are, in many respects, inconsequential. What do you think your proposed solution solves?
You mean the one I gave to you about a dozen times in the last hour alone?
Well, repeat it for me if you could.
Quit trying to be something that you're not. Make yourself look like you should. Be a man. Get up, man up, and get a job.
I already look and sound like a man.
Do what?
I already look and sound like a man.
No.
Really? And what way don't I?
Nadia, you know, I don't have time to go through this with you. You know what I'm talking about. Get a haircut, get it, whatever it needs to be done to make yourself look manly. Wear the right clothes, and then turn around and get out there and get into the workforce.
Nadia, don't wear
a lot less depressed, because if nothing else, you're just out there doing something.
Get a haircut, you
I already look like a man. I already look like a man.
Now see?
Yeah, Nadia, get rid of that ear piercing too. Makes you look gay. That's what my father told me. You know, once I was considering to get like ear piercing. Are you a fag? Like not even a Muslim.
Well, I already look like a man.
Yeah.
No, you don't. And if you think you do, you could look a heck of a lot more like a man.
In what way?
I just told you.
Okay.
So people who have long hair look like women then, do they, Jim?
Gee. Do most men in your community, do they have long hair like that?
Some do, some don't.
Well, see, as men, you know, most men don't have really, really long hair.
How on earth would you know
so
that?
a person gets out and they want to get hired, and maybe they're not getting hired because of the way they look. You get out, change the way you look, and maybe you change the results you get.
I've seen plenty of people with long hair in jobs. What are you talking
How
about?
often?
There are plenty of communities who had like long hair for men, right? Native Americans, right? Indians.
How often do you think anyone who would hire me even looks at me?
The way you are right now, probably not at all.
Was Samson a fag?
Well, if they don't look at me.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant look at you as a candidate for employment. I mean, if you came into my business dressed the way you are dressed, and I don't care what I had open, if it was, you know, chief bottle washer or garbage taker, I wouldn't hire you because just the way you look, Nadia.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Looks so important when you're washing bottles.
How I look better if they ever look at me?
I just explained that now, didn't I?
Well, they don't look. My appearance is not the factor.
Yeah. Sure.
Really, this street preaching doesn't work. I mean, Samson had long hair. You're talking off the top of your head, and you're constantly like, you're getting into the knots, running yourself into ragged. Really. Did Jesus have long hair? Because he's always portrayed as having long hair.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire Jesus. I'm not even sure he was a very good carpenter.
Because of his long hair.
Well, he was too busy doing miracles. I mean, if he's not going to settle down and learn his trade, what use is he? Fucking raising the dead. What use is that to anyone? You're not going to get anywhere in this life if you raise the dead. It's ridiculous. He's a bloody layabout. He should cut his hair and get a proper job. No wonder he was crucified. It's disgraceful.
I mean, a while ago he said that.
Well, this is why we need President Trump, I think. You know.
A while ago he said that or not having balls are not all there is to being a man. I mean, it's just I don't understand you, Jim. You're running yourself ragged here. Like, go ahead, Art. I don't know if you want to talk.
No, I was just I'm tired of talking with Hillbilly, honestly, even though I know like there's a point parading him here, but I'm just like really like losing the will to live. Like I'd rather talk to G-Man, I think.
Well, so that I think this is one of the more productive things. Right. You know why?
Parading him?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, a lot.
What's the other part?
Sorry?
You said a little bit or a lot. What's the other parts then?
Well, other parts are, and beyond displaying him, we exhibit a contrast, right?
People who agree with Jim would also say that Jim is parading you around. You're a willful reprobate who doesn't want to listen.
Yeah, only people who already agree with us. Only people who already agree with us would view this as hurtful to his cause.
Actually, the people on the sidelines, perhaps. I think that's what Nadia's trying to appeal to. Not
Even those on the sidelines who only those people who already agree with us or are leading towards our view, I think would consider Hillbilly's position to be horrible because he's being a douche, right? The people who are on his side, which are majority of Christians, or no, a majority of people in America, would be, are probably supporting him. I would say, at least.
Wow. Well, there is a matter of, a demonstration of character. We held up for comparison. How does what we are as good contrast with what he is?
Yeah, but Nadia, you yourself said that you are not viewed by the society as being anybody pleasant, or So Hillbilly speaks like an average sort of guy, an average Christian. He's much more relatable to the majority of people. So if it's true that you are not favored by most people, that most people find you disgusting, but if that is true,
they do.
Then there's not really point to doing this because they're not gonna, choose you or your ideology over his. I don't think so, at least. But then again, we have no better option so far. Well, actually, see, I think that the way to make a movement be more accepted is to get it more mainstream with the support of, let's say, celebrities. That's why I'm really excited that
support of what?
Celebrities, right? People like to.
Church. Y'all have a great day and God bless.
Take care, everybody. Right. So that's why I'm really excited about Johnny Depp talking at Reason Rally. That pretty much pushes us to the mainstream. It's just a huge step. Crazy.
Yes.
I think Hillbilly should
It is,
talk at the Reasons rally. That'd be fantastic.
Hillbilly should be what?
Yeah, he should talk at the Reason rally. That'd be great.
That's right.
Yeah, I would actually.
All them gays just have to cut their hair, find a job.
Good job, you queer. God damn.
And find
What
Jesus.
gays have long hair anyway?
That's what he thinks, isn't he?
Just a faggot reprobate, just trying to hate God.
That's right.
Yeah, I haven't noticed a whole lot of gay men going around with long hair, but still.
Yeah. And he's so fucking all over the place. Like, Jesus, I stopped paying attention, but sometimes I notice the utter inconsistency. Like, you was asking G about, oh, do you find a lot of guys who have short hair? But that's relative. That's appealing to, first of all, popularity, right? And, you know, this, like I said, Native American men had long hair. Chinese men had long hair, right? Through a lot of their history.
Yeah.
So I guess they're all queers.
I think HRT does actually
I
make
mean,
me
it's
like it,
fucking
though.
retarded because Jesus had long hair, supposedly.
I think
Jesus is
Daniel
special.
would know better about that. Than
Also, Samson had long hair too. He never cut his hair. That's another thing. That's like defeat altogether, and that's like your poster child of one of your Old Testament heroes. Like he is one of the fucking judges. And was bestowed like Superman's strength by God.
Actually, a real brain trust would have been to tell him, when does a person have long hair? Like, when?
When he's right with God and has
No,
a whole spirit.
How many inches does count for long hair? How many inches is short
What
hair?
God deems to be immoral.
Yeah, make sure you don't forget your fucking, you know, what is it? Hair. God damn it. What's it called? Barber appointment. Because if your hair grows too long, you're a faggot. You're a faggot. That's right, hairdresser. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's a street predator type.
Yeah,
He
go
doesn't-
to salon and you just trying to be a woman and therefore you're a faggot.
He doesn't think of what he's saying. He just says
He's
what he
not.
feels.
Yeah, he's a preacher, right? He tries to speak to the person like level on the, you know, on his sort of like this common man type of thing, you know. Like I know these people, they're not deep.
Yeah, but that's how they get you because they can speak like the common language of the people. They can speak in a vernacular that is like consistent and many people can understand.
Right, and relate to and feel for it. Yeah. Doesn't matter how much logic you have against that, people understand.
How do you? 82, 6.
You saying something like that? I'm trying to look it up.
3 times 61. What? That's
Is that you break it up just for me?
No.
There's a little static, but I can still hear.
No, her audio is breaking.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
Now you should man up. Get a bit of mic.
Yeah. Stop being a reprobate.
Man up and
stop living in your sinful lifestyle and trying to be a woman. And cutting off your dick. And getting a pussy. See more.
I don't think
Chris,
Hillbilly's a very sympathetic figure, right?
Well, sympathetic, like, yeah, depends, right? So, people who are trying to convince, like, you know, Texas and fucking, you know, Bible Belt type of people, would be really aligned with him, I would say, right? It's people like, you know, more liberal in New York who would find him distasteful and disgusting. But they're already on our side, pretty much. I think, at least. Call me crazy.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, that kind of accountability you have is why you can't beat them up. Right?
Yeah.
If you beat them up,
Oh, did Magic get out again?
Uh-huh.
Damn it. It's the gay.
alignment with your position, like your
I'm not-
Texan,
you-
level, whatever it is, kind of things.
You cut out.
Say it
Magic.
again.
You cut out. We didn't hear. We
Oh
heard
yeah,
just
I'm
the.
saying
Queer agenda.
I mean, the main thing you're getting at. Is why you're well, not really able to beat them up, right? You beat them up, and those who would sympathize with him, like the level Texan and so on and so forth, right, are gonna see him as the martyr and sympathize with his case, right?
Yeah. I get that, sure. But it's hard to resist. It's really hard to resist, especially if he's picking on somebody while being stupid about it, and hateful, and preachy, and hypocrite. Whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's not those guys.
Yeah.
But that's why it's hard.
True that. True that. So Christopher, where are you gonna man up, dude? Come on, man up.
In the case, well, but with everything, in the case where you, well, don't beat them up, right? And carry out, various kinds of demonstrations. I mean, not necessarily, I don't know, really rubbing it in his face or anything. But his position's not so rational, lacks other virtues, has some kind of cruelty to their vices and viciousness to it. Well, even those Bible Belt Prudish sympathizers and such, it may not be in all cases, but of a greater tendency to reconsider. Right?
Yeah, I don't know.
And yeah,
You
it's
have
going to
to
be,
think
it's a crapshoot. Well, it's a crapshoot, right?
Yeah,
And,
no, to answer your question.
What makes the odds go up, right?
Oh no, to answer
Go
your
ahead,
question,
Chris.
I was going to say,
Go ahead.
I only man up after I've taken the most massive cock of my life. Then I'm just going to be there. Just
It's
throw
an
air.
I think that's a bit oxymoronic. Like manning up but taking a cock in your mouth. I mean, Hillbilly would have like.
No, in my opinion,
they would-
if to take a cock and to like take a good hard rough fucking is the most manliest thing you can ever do.
Why would you want to have sex with men? Men are really gross.
I know, right? But I guess that's why you're straight and he's bi. Or pansexual. He's attracted to pans.
Pansexual.
Don't
Yeah,
forget
I
the
like to
trans-
fuck a pan. I just like cut a hole open and then get like a jelly donut or something
What
like
kind of
that.
men are you attracted to? Are you attracted to like manly men or like femi men?
Manly man.
Manly man.
Manly man.
Don't forget to cut your hair while you're taking a cock up your
Yeah, I'm going to make it like a short cut.
Otherwise you won't be a
Like, see
man.
if I can't get a perm or something like that.
Otherwise you won't be a man. Just have to have short hair.
Well, because I mean, playing up like I don't know, fligging the I guess preferences, whatever he might find odious in his face, is going to provoke those who are sympathetic with him in general. Well,
see him as the quote-unquote victim of, someone flinging things he sees odious in his face, right?
Right. Well, you see, there's this issue about debates and discussions, right? It's the I think two conflicting pursuits that we might have, which is the pursuit of change of mind, right, or change of position or ideology in the population, versus the pursuit of truth, right? Well, what I mean is that these tactics that we sort of employ and use would work regardless if we had the truth or the opposition had or didn't have the truth, right? So it seems to me in a way kind of intellectually dishonest, but on the other hand, I understand it's just a necessity, and there's just like
Well, I agree. If in fact they were being used to steer someone to a position that is not true, it would be dishonest, right? On the other hand, if not only do we declare our methods and also go about promoting things we hold to be truth and such, at that point, it's exonerated with the charge of dishonesty and such, right?
Oh, I guess so. Yeah. If we, for example, say that we are happy to defend the veracity, logical, consistency and evidential basis of our position with anybody in a good forum, right? If we allow that option, then okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
And I think we do that.
Which is why the Sarkeesian is a piece of shit. She should be put in a concentration camp.
No.
Right?
I don't like Ania, but I don't like her to the point where I think that she should be in a concentration camp. That's too much. That's extreme.
She should be in a concentration camp just making women's lingerie.
No.
Like Halloween costumes that are exploitive of women and sexually demeaning.
It's a concentration camp where everything is a kitchen. Every building is a kitchen. She has nowhere to go. She has to make sandwiches.
Barefoot and pregnant. But the thing is, the theses of Anita Sarkeesian are in fact true and correct. Go ahead.
The feces? I know you said feces, but just thought it's...
Do you mean thesis or feces? Like, are we talking about shit or are we talking about...
Plural. The plural of thesis. Go ahead.
I don't think she's a genuine feminist. I think she just took advantage of the opportunity to make money.
Seems like that. But I really am not in the mood. We had so many fucking dramas and wars about that.
Can I, do I actually get dramatic?
I don't know. Not you.
Did you say dramatic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say you're dramatic around 60 or 70% of the time.
What do we mean by dramatic?
That's interesting. In what respect?
Wait, before we go, can Arden, could you explain what you mean by dramatic?
Yeah, give me a second here.
Okay.
It means she's theatrical.
In what way? Like, you mean that she's playing on emotions, or is Nadia like is emotional? Or
yeah, I think like playing on emotions or acting out certain like acts of theater, so to speak.
Maybe a bit, but generally I think reactions are genuine.
Well, you can be genuinely dramatic, but they aren't mutually exclusive.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I ask: is she playing on feelings, right? Is that what it means, or is she expressing feelings? There's a difference, right? One is sort of, you could say
Yeah,
genuine.
I would
The other
say
one is
a
just...
bit of both, but probably more genuine than played up.
Okay. Okay. So back to Anita Sarkeesian being a sack of shit. No, I'm kidding. I have nothing else to talk about, really. I know even no one want to talk about that. So, by the way, Nadia, what happened with Ludik? You said he was spamming you? What happened?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. Just notifications were getting into my live stream and all that.
Oh. Well, you can switch those off, by the way.
Yeah, I did. I did already ask stop for. Oh, fucking Floyd that one.
Oh, Apom, could you broadcast Floyd? I'm not able right now to tab out. Christopher, do you have mods? Okay, I guess nobody else has. Floyd, hold on a second there.
Yeah, I don't have mods. Do you have mods, Art?
Hang on.
I do, but I
Oh, yeah.
okay, no, just thank you.
Thank you.
Floyd, what's chilling today?
Hey.
Did you get Seamus to appear or schedule a date?
Yeah, Sunday at 2, we're doing it.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, at some point I actually got into a similar issue, but I'm unfortunately not as well researched.
I'm getting things together right now.
Yeah, I don't know where you got those maps, but
is it the Seamus Floyd debate soon?
Yeah, Sunday at 2.
Yeah.
Eastern.
Ah. Wait, Sunday, that's
Sanctimonious, right?
it's tomorrow or when? 'Cause
2
I'm not good at
2 days.
2 days.
Today's
Oh,
Thursday,
Sunday, Monday.
tomorrow's
Right.
Friday. Well, I guess 3 days.
Right. Yeah, sir, I'm not used to counting like days in English. Days of the week in English. Kilo. Hey, Kilo.
It's on Sunday.
It's Kylo, Art. Say it right.
Awesome.
I
Okay,
was
so
reading it in check.
who was that person ripping on Nadia earlier? You really
That was Hill Bigot. No, that's Hill Bigot.
Yeah.
We're
Just
silly bigot.
preaching the good word of God.
I'm gonna call him silly
Even
bigot
one
now.
sin at a time. By saying that they're disgusting, horrible,
I don't understand why he was so angry. It's not like, first of all, Nadia dressing and acting the way she does is not hurting him at all. It's like he could just walk away from it, first of all. Secondly, she has the right to do that. And it has no effect on whether or not she gets a job, unless, she's being hired by bigots, which I'm sure she doesn't mind not being.
Well, I think he's just offering advice and being realistic about the negative implications of acting or dressing a certain way for job interviews.
How do you think I dress?
I mean, I used to work somewhere and they hired a person who changed their gender, and they were just very good at their job. No one cared. I mean, okay, so the only thing they care about is whether or not you dress business casual. Have to at least be business casual. That's about it. As far as whether or not you look like someone who changed their gender, it doesn't matter. You could be gay, straight, trans. So what I'm saying is it really doesn't matter. I know a photographer nearby here who identifies as a man but dresses like a woman, and it does matter.
I think if it didn't matter, then there wouldn't be room to have a conversation about it. So I think it's fairly evident that it does matter to a lot of people, and that it does actually affect your life.
There are people who are like identify as the gender they were born as, dress as that gender, and still can't get a job. It might not have nothing. It might have nothing to do with that.
So are you saying that transgender individuals don't face challenges in regards to being hired on the fact that they're transgender, or what's your argument?
They shouldn't. That's my argument.
Well, shouldn't doesn't mean anything. Shouldn't is just a pie in the sky, right?
Yeah. It's upsetting. I really wish people can dress the way they want at work.
Well, you can dress the way you want anywhere. It doesn't mean that you're gonna get hired, though, right?
Almost no one. Well, let's be far enough in the door to see how I dress, right? Am I still connected?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure I would hire a communist, but maybe I'm the bad guy here.
Well, what's the consequence? Why not?
Well, if somebody's political ideology was that they're gonna basically steal all my stuff and give it to everybody else, I wouldn't be inclined to keep them close to my business.
Okay. Well, it's an interesting characterization of communism, still.
Well, I don't think employers are obligated to learn about communism if they don't want to.
Right.
I missed the conversation. Why would employers be forced to learn about communism?
I just said that if I was an employer, I wouldn't want to hire communists, and Nadia said that that's probably due to like a poor understanding of communism.
I'll hire a communist as long as they can do the job.
Be nice.
I mean, as long as their ideologies don't involve shooting up the workplace, I'm fine. Or, of course, something similar to that, like discriminating against others. If they just believe in a different economic policy, I don't care.
So you'd want to hire and enable somebody whose economic policy was basically to take all your profits and distribute them according to their whim?
As long as they don't do that with the payroll, and they're just they're communists and they're just voting for communist leaders, yeah, that's fine.
No, but I mean, like, so you're the employer, so you're paying somebody this paycheck. It stands to reason that by giving them access to your money, even if they do the job well enough, you're allowing them to increase spreading their ideology, which eventually could come around to taking your business away from you.
That one person or a group of people, yeah, listen, if there are enough communists out there and they're going to vote the way they want to vote, you can't stop them anyway.
Well, if you don't give them material support, then they're going to have less opportunity to push their ideology, rather, and actually have their movement.
I don't think that one employee is going to do it. I think if
okay, so every employer, like if every employer hires one communist and pays one communist, that immediately gives communists an edge versus if they have no employment.
It would, but you know they have a right to believe that. You can't just not like. Okay, communists or capitalists, they have a voice. Just because you don't agree with them, that doesn't mean you can like just start attacking your livelihood. Okay?
Well, it's not an attack, right? Like you're the employer, so you're hiring or firing or whatever. Somebody comes into the interview and says, "I'm a communist." You can just say, "Well, I'm not interested in encouraging your ideology that wants to take all my stuff, so I'm not going to hire you."
Okay, I wouldn't hire that person because first of all, I wouldn't even ask if they were communist or capitalist. So if they just blur that out, I'd be like, okay, this guy's weird. I'm not going to hire them. But even if I found out later and they're already hired, I'm not just going to fire them over that. No. I'm against that because that's what people do. Like, if somebody disagrees with your point of view online or wherever, they might dox you, contact your employer, and try to get you fired. And that's kind of fucked up, right? You have the right to speak your mind.
Yeah, you have the right to say whatever you want, but you also have to face the consequences of saying those things, right?
The consequences being someone disagreeing with you, yes. The consequence of losing your job, no. Or being assaulted.
Yeah.
Why do you
that's-
think? Why do you think people shouldn't be able to be fired for having extreme opinions?
Because it's irrelevant to, like, as long as they can do their job and don't, like, preach about their beliefs and such, I don't think that, and I think Kylo thinks this as well, I don't think that, like, whether they believe or they believe, like, is irrelevant so long as they can do their job. To fire them just because they have a different viewpoint than you is asinine.
So if your employee was a raging homophobe or transphobe or whatever word you want to use online, you wouldn't fire that person?
So long as that person isn't then going around and harassing my homosexual employees or trans employees, then I wouldn't fire them, no.
That's interesting. I'm not sure I believe you, but if that's true, then that's remarkable.
Well, you could have an opinion about like homosexuals, like you don't like them, but like if I hire homosexuals and you're going around like starting like arguments with them or shoving them or just doing whatever, I'm not going to go. That's it.
Well, like say you knew this guy was like a Westboro Baptist church kind of guy in his off time, but at work he was civil to all the homosexual employees and he did his job really well. You wouldn't find a way to get rid of that person, no?
Nope.
Neat.
And so long as he doesn't, like, reveal who he works for and such. Like, if I was a boss and then my employee were to, like, expose where he works and such, yeah, that would kind of be grounds to probably firing them or laying them off for a bit.
Oh, so you would make an exception if the employee revealed where they worked when they're doing whatever activities they're doing offline? Or out of work, rather?
I would be okay with them revealing it, but if they say my boss supports me, then I'm pissed. Then
Yeah, like, I'll add that caveat too. Same as Kylo.
I just say, yo, I don't support this guy, but I'm not going to fire them because of their religious beliefs, which, by the way, is something I can get sued for.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I guess I just disagree.
Well, we can agree to disagree.
That's correct.
Even though I don't like it, still we can do that.
Oh, it's a paradox. The paradox of the liberal regime and so on. Oh well. Anything in that position, well, contradicts some principle of the liberal regime. Uh-huh. think, well, covering up anarcho-communism would somehow salvage my career.
I don't know if it would salvage your career. Like, I don't have enough information to make that kind of decision.
It wouldn't. I never even looked far enough to carry out that kind of investigation. Dead serious. Scars I carry from, well, basically, maybe 7, 8 years ago, are dull. Not by dint of, well, their root cause, by dint of them themselves. I will never, ever employed for anything ever again.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Myself? Many like me? Once burned, forever cast out. There is no coming back.
So then what's the plan moving forwards for you, or just generally speaking?
Well, basically, I don't know if you want to call it a graceful exit.
May I dare opine what I think you should do for now? Just focus on the basics. Nadia? The basic, like Latin syntax, like you were doing earlier? That's, dang. There's a whole framework of thinking, you know, within that grammar.
I never discussed Latin syntax.
Well, forget the syntax, grammar.
You mean German and Elizabethan English?
Yeah, like your conversation earlier today that started with some grammatical Latin expressions, but then got really cool when you got into etymology and such. With the second person of the Latin, you know, the two that what we would call the formal and like the you but you formal church.
Yeah, that's
these
mostly
and
German.
vowels. I was eating that up.
Speaking of German, not Latin.
Well, you started out by kind of laying the groundwork with that because I think you wanted to get into some things about participles and sequent tenses and things like that. And but see, you didn't spend a lot of time on that, and then you went into actual excuse me, a vocabulary sheet from all these different regions, and that was real cool. But you kind of laid a framework for
Pronouns and declension. Pronouns and declensions, right?
Yeah.
That was what I discussed.
So tomorrow's lesson should be the conjugations. The cool thing about Latin is you can cross-reference it within itself by knowing all the conjugations and their suffixes.
Comparison I made was with German, not Latin.
Oh, hang on, I got just a second.
Yeah, you can start with what is it? No, how did bridge from the Carmen of Barada to I don't know, Shakespearean and Elizabethan English?
Well, how did the topic evolve from that? Remember the sheets that went by nation or national dialect? This, the Irish contributed these words, and these, were from.
Those were Celtic. Yeah. I guess word origins in English. Yeah. It was borrowed from, of course, the Norman French and the Anglo-Saxon Germanic.
The fascinating thing about grammar is that we can learn how speech itself became, normalized, and some of us, when we dream, we speak, so the speech becomes a part of how we think, and vice versa.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of the little clues that you find here in this word, wow, they came from there, and the etymological sources of some of the words, where they're from and all that, opens up other windows that tell you about, the culture, the landscape of the time. You see how different battles and conquests influenced the excursion languages went through till they coalesced into what we have today.
It was something about understanding the King James Bible.
Well, you went into the formal thou, thine, which would be the second person voice.
Second person singular.
In plural.
In Latin. Declension. It's not a voice in Latin either. It's I guess person and number and declension and all that. Well, sorry, case.
Right.
Genitive case, right? Thine.
Mm-hmm.
So, smugglers. I think we have this with these professions and such are no longer consequential. If I thought they were, I wouldn't do them any more than I did basically prior to 2014. Right.
I've got this. Somebody's running like a fucking jackhammer a few blocks away, but it just totally fucking blew out everything about. I thought I heard 2014. I didn't know if you were referring to the year, and I don't even know if I heard the right word. That was my fault because I had background.
I said, if any of these kinds of discrimination against various kinds of ideologies I might profess, or something I thought were consequential, I wouldn't have done them any more than I did prior to 2014.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 2014, was that when you were hospitalized? When you fell ill or something?
It's not a meaningful question.
Oh, well, I'm trying to figure out. 2014 means nothing to me that you and I share, or any of the others that I'm aware of it. But it does. It's something remarkable in our conversation versus saying, oh, a few years ago or somewhere this decade. You did name 2014, so I thought there may have been some epical, event that I was unaware of. If it's neither here nor there, that's fine with me.
No,
Anyhow, it was
2014.
fun, that part of the day.
I had just rolled off of 3 interviews in the Bay Area. It all turned me down. Just stranded there. Yeah, going out, in and out of the hospital. Every time, the insurance companies get flaky about covering medication. Well, there I go to the ICU again and again and again.
Well, your work ethic speaks for itself, and hell, as far as with qualifications, you're more than qualified, I'm sure, to run a couple container loads full of servers and some bank vault in their basement, climate controlled, or more still.
I don't appear to be qualified to shovel shit, so anyway.
Yeah, I don't presume to know that much. I do know this, that your work ethic is amazing. Have this shingle open now, I don't know how many years, 24/7, a year or so. That's a big endeavor.
Late October 2014.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, what am I getting spammed with here? Anyway. Yeah.
Well, I might have told Ludic. I know that he's got you and him go back further than I thought you seemed. Well, I might have texted him to ask him to get a hold of if he could come in the room. So I don't know if he created a panic there. I didn't mean to, Nadia. I was really upset when you got the news, and I mean it really. Yeah, I don't know if you knew that the podcast was on, or that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So,
forget it. Earlier today, so.
Okay.
Oh, let me look here. Earlier today, when you received the email, your reaction to it was heartbreaking for us. That's what I was referring to. Sorry.
I have nothing to lose.
And baby, let's set the world on fire.
Already lost everything. Irrevocably. That house, that car, career, that transition fund, that husband. All gone. Hello, Robert Frost.
Hey, what's up?
Well, someone proposed employment discrimination on the basis of political ideology. He ran real quick. Anyway, well, whatever. I kept it. One always does, don't they? Yeah.
Oh, Robert Frost, he had promises to keep. He had to get out of here. Oh, that was probably stupid too. Yeah. So that was San Francisco.
Well, strictly speaking, I got saddled with Alameda County residency, which, I don't know, torpedo all public assistance or whatever. Yeah, it's already over for me. And welcome, Jack. Interesting, Lee Jack. It was suggested that employers discriminate against people on the basis of political ideology. Basically, don't hire any communists, right? Interesting thought.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire Jack either.
I'm sure.
Jack would probably foment a strike amongst your employees.
What are you afraid of, Iron? I might do too many elliptic integrals on flashcards.
I'm sorry, what?
I asked if you were afraid that I might do too many elliptic integrals on flashcards.
No, I honestly have no idea what that means.
Alright. Okay. What do you think I do?
You said you're a programmer, right?
I was, but that was an application of what I do on a more fundamental level, right?
Well, I guess the specifics of what you do isn't really important. I guess the arrangement is that you're going to be making your employer money, so that's why they hire you to do a job. And I guess I'm just saying, like, if you're a communist, if you want to take all my money, I wouldn't want to hire you, but that's just me.
What use would a communist have for money?
Well, money is a way of securing resources, so you could replace the word money with resources if you want.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh. Part seems to be that I would like claim your resources, right? And oh boy, I better switch to a new hangout. Bear with me. I'm making it as fast as possible.
I have to take my hamster to the veterinarian.
Oh, what's happening with him? What's wrong?
Yeah, he's I just checked out. You know, I told you guys one hamster has a swelling.
Oh, he's biting the wound again.
He's biting, and it's now infected. Because sometimes I have to open it, like with a small needle, so I can relieve the pressure, because it swells so much. And now it's like infected. It was smelling like rotten whatever.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
He probably was biting and a bacteria from his mouth infected it or something.
Yeah, that was bound to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, you should get him to the vet.
Yeah. Like, very late right now. Hey Nadia, if you have a plate, put that in a plate.
What?
If you have a plate, put that food in a plate, because the bag is making a lot of noise.
Okay.
That was some excruciating sound.
My laptop microphone isn't there's the one being used. Bear with me while I
Yeah, fucking it smells like fucking rotten shit.
Is your hamster related to Hitler? Is he not scared?
try to bring it up as best I can.
Yeah, just get him to the vet.
Well,
get him to the vet.
Yeah.
Why?
Actually, it's only.
Oh, go ahead.
It's only what is it called? Only old blood, I guess. It's not new blood that comes out. Now it was pus.
Okay, there's like you hang out and well, go there right now. This thing's off air in a minute and a half or less. Okay, I gave the watch link to the viewers, and yeah.